You know, this Monday has everything going against it. I am like, my hair is in a state, my brain is in a state. I've got a fucking migraine because of the weather. It's been like, the weather has been so fucking wild the last fucking 24 hours. I can't. I just fucking can't. And then I also had like this the edgy fucking the edgy cyberpunkish fucking, from Infraction, like this thing. So when I start with this, it's gonna be like total fucking bullshit. And also the category is set just chatting, always fucking dangerous. Though there are so many people watching just chatting, even right now, that I feel comfortable that I'm lost in a sea of people in complete fucking anonymity, and I love that because I'm going to be looking at at two actually videos on YouTube, and I'm gonna be, commenting on them, commenting on what is being said, and adding my own little. Listen, I'm a fucking content vampire. Okay, what the fuck do you want? At the very least, I fucking disclaim, right? I go and say like, no infringement intended, for example, which I mean it, and no fucking copyright bullshit also intended, and yeah, everything belongs to the person it belongs to and whatever. And I'm just like gonna watch it and comment on it, and so and by the way, I just disclaimed all that, so I'm pretty safe, I guess. And yeah, I'm gonna do that. And one of them is about, I don't know, some kind of MMO nostalgia or something. So we're gonna go through that, and then I'll also be nostalgic, and you're gonna be nostalgic as well. And yeah, that's gonna be fun for me at least. And then what else? An interesting take from Joe Strife. I find his takes very interesting. I don't necessarily agree or disagree fully with anything he's ever said. All of his stuff is always hit or miss with me. Some of it is a little bit what? And some of it is, yeah, okay, cool vibe, So yeah, I'm gonna be taking a look at that. What else? Sleep was shit. I had some very weird nightmares, and yeah, what you see on the screen is not the result of that. Like, what you see on the screen is the result of not enough nicotine in my system, because I'm smart, and because I'm smart, I just decided, on top of everything else, like fixing my sleeping schedule and working out and living healthy, and then on top of all of that, I also gave up fucking vaping. And so it's the third day, and I'm feeling like I have a dick up my ass, and not in a good way. And at the same time, I'm fucking spinning on it, like incessantly. And that's how it feels right now. So that's the result of that. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna be a fucking edgy little bitch. I'm gonna like sketch some shit on MS Paint, and it's gonna look so cool. It's gonna make me look smarter than I am, and there you go, that's the result. And whatever. But fuck that, that's not the point. It's black and white though, so that's I always like that. And so yeah, I don't know. We're going straight in there, and I think what I'm gonna do is, because I'm so undecided. Okay, I'm completely undecided today. Once we're through with those videos I want to look at with you, I think then I'll decide which game I want to play. Because I haven't decided. I can't fucking decide. Is it gonna be Hollow Knight? Is it going to be more Skyrim? Is it gonna be nothing? It can't be nothing, completely nothing at all. And it could be other things, I don't know. I don't yet have a hot tub stream capabilities. Or like, ass projector gaming capabilities. So those are out of the question. I could draw something on my ass and then like, I don't know, draw like Street Fighter 6 scenes on it, I don't know, combos, and then like, you know, and then game, and then you can watch my ass. I don't fucking know, dude. Like, we're gonna figure it out, okay? We're gonna figure it out as we go. I don't know. Mondays are crusty as fuck. And this one is like, this one is a big one. It's like, I don't know, super crusty. And those dreams, as I said, those dreams didn't help. The dreams I was having. It was so weird. And even though I got enough sleep, it didn't, it wasn't as restorative as it could have been, you know? So just bear with me and with the bullshit I'm talking about right now. Just, I don't know, just let's see what's what, right? So, first order of business is deciding what we want to watch first. And I think, you know what, I'm feeling MMO nostalgia first, right? Yeah, because Zot Strife is like more like a dessert, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do this. And so this nostalgia bait thing is going to be from Mad Session Show, which honestly, one of my favorite channels on YouTube. Like whenever this guy drops something, I always watch it, and I find it always really, you know, very easy to just vibe to. And so, you know, the title was catchy. It had a question mark, and he's never reacted as far as I know. So I'm gonna react to his reaction. Fuck that. You're not gonna escape me. So yeah, I've disclaimed everything there is to disclaim. Fair policy use, no copyright, you know, embellishment, protection, not mine, but theirs, stuff, I just talk, you know, whatever, all of that. And I'm serious about it. And so, you know the rules. I will just mute myself. And we will watch, and whenever I have something to say, I'll just pause and I'll just monologue about it, and then you'll think I'm crazy and we'll go on with our lives, okay? That's what's gonna happen right now. So, sound might become an issue. Oops, sorry. I'm also sipping some hot chocolate, which is the second hottest thing in the room right now. The first being you, of course. But let me see. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself and then let's see what happens. I'll try to use my camera on a fucking Monday. Like this Monday is like super crusty. Maybe some camera action. It's gonna be good, but not immediately. Definitely after I finish my chocolate, okay? And maybe even not at all. So don't get like too hacked about that, okay? But I have to try because, you know, I'm getting there slowly where I'm making it part of my routine a little bit, just like, you know, every minute counts. Every second of my camera being on fucking counts, okay? Anyway, don't worry about that. I'll worry about that. You worry about sound levels. Let's see. I'm gonna mute myself and see what OBS is telling me is, you know, going on. While we also listen. Why is it not at 0? I think I was like a little bit. Okay. Anyway, and I found it interesting. I was like, yeah, okay, I'll watch this with the guys. All right, cool. Bye. I'll see you in a bit, I guess.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. Out of all the genres of games, the MMORPG is pretty unique in the sense that out of the thousands of titles released, only a select few have ever taken off in a big way. Just think about it. FPS, RPG, survival, action, adventure, everything but the smallest of genres seem to have this really healthy and competitive ecosystem where you have many different titles representing the genre, whether that be AAA or indie. Whereas with the MMO...
Oh my god, was that Ultima Online? Holy shit. Yeah, this video is gonna be nostalgic, but, you know, I'm not quite sure I understood what he said. When he said that only the, like, the smallest, like... Let me hear that again one moment. Just a second.
off in a big way. Just think about it. FPS, RPG, survival, action, adventure, everything but the smallest of genres seem to have this really healthy and competitive ecosystem where you have many different titles representing the genre, whether that be AAA or indie. Whereas with the MMO, how many can you think of that really gained a sizable fan base that wasn't a flash in the pan? The genre is perhaps one of the most monopolistic in the sense, and slowly...
Oh my god, this Chad, this absolute fucking Chad, includes Guild Wars 2. Oh my fucking god. Alright, instant my favorite video, like that's it. Hey Unfair, what's up? What is that? What is that cat twerking? Oh god. How are you doing? I hope you're not twerking somewhere like that cat. You're welcome. Wow. No, you're welcome to my stream. To my just chatting stream where I'm gonna take a look at some videos. It's you in the warehouse corner? Wow, that must be some very interesting warehouse to visit at one point. If that's true. But yeah, as I was saying, like the fact that Mad Session just includes, like consciously included Guild Wars 2. This guy knows. This guy fucking knows. Let me sip some chocolate. God, the lack of nicotine is hitting me hard per day. It's not any super like distinct effect. It's just like I would like to vape, you know. I would like to vape right now. That's all. It's just like there is no physical like other side effect. It's just like I would really like to vape, and now I have to fight that bug. It's like it's kind of stupid. If it was some kind of physical withdrawal symptom, I'd be like, yeah, I can't do anything about that, blah blah. But it's like there's nothing. I just would like to vape genuinely. Anyway, I'm not gonna. So anyway, I'm gonna mute myself. Let's go on.
But surely, the community have really lost a lot of confidence in these MMOs, living up to the enormous amount of hype that they build up pre-release. Today, we have a video by the channel Jimmy, sort of theorizing why this is. This was recommended to me, so I figured we'd do another watch party here and see why he thinks why we might not get another good MMO.
Oh yeah, we are having a watch party. You know, Mad Session was having a watch party. I'm also having a watch solo party, perhaps, but that doesn't matter. That won't deter me.
I've been on this spree of trying basically every major MMO recently, and it got me thinking, and I might be the first one to ever have this thought, but I don't think we're getting another good MMO for a while.
Yeah, that is true. You know what? On top of that, I would say that, well, in reality, without like wanting to sound contrarian or anything, we already have some okay MMOs, you know, and that's a win, I guess. I mean, we have Final Fantasy, and we have the Elder Scrolls, and we do have Guild Wars and World of Warcraft. What do you want? Like what do you fucking want? Because like if we use the same logic, like, you know, where Mad Session so says, okay, you know, every genre has like quite a few. In reality, do they though? Because like name like 4 very good FPS games that are actually FPS, not kind of RPG games, but FPS, not like Fallout, like actual FPS, like Doom, for example, right? So name 4 of those. You can't. Like that actually made ripples like in the last 2 years. Nah, no. It's just this whole thing is in general with gaming. Like, you know, we've had a few good games last 10-20 years. What more do you want? And especially as Mad Session says again, sorry, MMORPG is kind of like a difficult genre So the fact that we even have like 4 very well-known ones and probably another 4 not so well-known ones, yeah, that's what more do you fucking want? Anyway, I want to let them get to the point first before I just seriously comment on anything.
Other games that come out, they follow a very similar life cycle. A big mountain slope. You start out at the top, everyone's talking about the game, and it kind of just slopes down and loses its player base over time. I mean, it's a typical life cycle for a game, very natural. MMORPGs, on the other hand, follow a very different looking life cycle. They come in all shapes and sizes. They might start out with a bang, they might start out at the bottom and work their way up, but basically
Wait, but that's every game, again. Like, how is that unique to... What? I don't know if I agree with that. Ah, weird. Anyway, yeah, okay.
Yeah, usually it's the first. Usually, most often, they have these insane launches with so much hype, but, you know, there are cases where it's the opposite. As you can see, he shows Final Fantasy XIV here, and this is a very special case because the original release of 14...
I was about to say that you can't use Final Fantasy XIV for that because it's such a strange exception to an MMO launching, which, yeah, again, like I will agree with Mad here. Most MMOs just like fucking explode and then it just dies down. The thing is, like with Final Fantasy and what happened with the Realm Reborn, you know, it's that shit was unique. In the sense of like, I'm not praising or anything. I'm just saying it was unique. I don't think I remember any other MMO just doing that. I'm not gonna discuss if the results in the end were worth it. I'm not gonna say anything like that. I'm just gonna say, yeah, what happened was unique, I'd say. And yeah, I'm not sure that should be, that, you know, that is a good example, right? But we'll see. But mostly what happens, yeah, they fucking explode, and then you hear all your friends like talking about the new fucking crazy MMO that does this and that, and then that's it. After a month, after maybe 4 months, it's like only one of your friends is still playing it and they are bored. Okay? Which makes me want to say a few things like about, you know, the same thing happening sometimes with other games as well. And I think there is a whole discussion to be had about that, about confusing success for essentially what is, you know, memeability. But yeah, I don't think this discussion should happen now, but anyway.
is far different from what it is today. It was so bad that the CEO of Square Enix actually formally apologized for how bad it was. And after that, they actually went on to remake the game, which is why 14, I guess along with early WoW, is sort of like the prime example for the inverse MMO launch where the player base actually grew as the game aged.
Wait, that is also wrong. Because World of Warcraft didn't have that problem. World of Warcraft just peaked slowly. But it didn't start bad. It actually started amazingly. Like the launch fucking month of World of Warcraft was pure gamer insanity. I don't think I don't think World of Warcraft was like flopping or something and then they saved it. It was like boom. It exploded and then it kept going, fucking peaked. Right? It's not the same. It's not the same at all. I mean, it's the same in the sense that they both changed a lot, but like that is so generic. It's such a generic statement because in one's case it means, you know, they basically had to fucking restart it, and in the other's case it means well, it changed a lot because it was so successful that it kept growing and changing and blah blah, whatever. So I think I don't agree with this comparison or analogy.
It's a really good redemption arc and hopefully motivating for other developers out there whose games are in a rough spot. There is a way back. 14 proved that. You just have to, stick with it.
Okay, so 14 proved that, but you have to understand also that 14 is like in its own space, right? It is the fucking most prominent, if not the period, anime MMO. It does that thing. It is like it's unique in so many ways, and a lot of them are not good, but it is very unique. And I don't know. It's like, it's a strange example to use, like an exception in many ways to make a point that is supposed to be not about only exceptions. Anyway.
And follow up on promises and great design. But the more common scenario, in my opinion, is a new MMO is announced, and as more and more details get shared around, people slowly but surely get more and more excited. It's like a snowball that grows in size as it rolls downhill until it's this giant consuming boulder, and people are so excited for it, and they imagine it to be the answer to life itself almost, until inevitably they realize it's just another MMO. This huge hype comes crashing down along with the player count.
Man, you know what? Whenever a game, MMO or not, whenever its fans go into that phase of, to steal some words here, of like, it's the answer to life, to life's fucking questions, I don't know, I dip so hard. I'm like, I'm out of there. I don't want to play it, I don't want to listen about it, and I don't fucking care. It's so fucking predictable and artificial that it honestly just bloats. It just bloats like the perception of the game. I don't think, like, whenever that starts, like a little bit before launch usually, whenever that phase kicks in, I'm out of there. I don't want to even hear one word about any game that is in that phase, And it was the same with Helldivers. It was the same with like Stellar Starblade, whatever the fuck, boob space, bodysuit, babe, whatever. I just don't wanna, like, just leave me alone with that shit. I don't know, personally,
And it flatlines, and it maintains a relatively niche audience for years to come, either shutting down or just barely hanging on by a thread. Is a roller coaster for sure, very volatile. Hype can harm as much as it helps, I think. Obviously, the more eyeballs on your game, the better, but at a certain point, they're really set up for failure since it's just not feasible to live up to the standards that are set for them.
Way you know if an MMO is good and it had any sort of success, long term, over the span of many years, it kind of looks like a real fucked up EKG. Like it's the game's pulse or something. Never healthy or stable, but it's there, which is what counts. It's been quite a while since we've seen a real banger of an MMO. It kind of feels like the MMO industry has always just been this game of king of the hill, and the ones at the top have ascended so high that there's really no catching up to them. It's really hard to imagine them being dethroned, and there's not going to be many that try, because...
But why would you want them dethroned? Like, what is it, why is it so important to anyone who's at the top, and what the fuck is the top anyway? That shit only affects, like, the companies that produce them. You as a gamer, what is your agenda in being like, oh, the game I'm playing is not the top. Oh my fucking god, I can't enjoy it anymore. The other guys are playing something that is like at the top. Therefore, my game is not enjoyable. What? I don't fucking care about that shit. Like, who the fuck cares about that shit? It's, do you like the game? Yes. Alright, then play the game. Like, you don't have to do anything else as a fucking, as a gamer in your basement, or, I don't know, in my case, in your, like, rooftop apartment, I guess. But yeah, that's all you need to know. Like, whether you like it or not, what does it matter, like, what people say, or where it is, like, worldwide, or how the sales are doing. Like, what are you, some kind of, like, sales manager? What the fuck? I don't know. Sure, it is indicative of certain things, but it is not indicative of you liking it. Like, do you like it? Then just play it. Why would you, to see it like inversely, why would you limit yourself to not playing something that you personally like just because it's not like faring well? Maybe if it's like such a horrible, like, situation where you can feel it sinking, and it shows in like how it's maintained and all that shit. Yeah, but that's like a different case. I don't think anyone in their right mind as a gamer like browses Reddit and goes like, where on the charts is my favorite MMO? Let's see, let's compare it to the fucking top 4, top 3, and let's see if I'm playing the correct game. Like, who the fuck does that? If you're doing that, you're, I don't know, you're Delulu, you're gone. Anyway, let's go on.
Because not only is developing a massive multiplayer online role-playing game one of the hardest things you can do as a video game developer, but it's also probably the dumbest thing you can do. We can't go into something like that until I tell you about something that someone's going to pay me to tell you about. So, 2023 was full of health issues for...
I'm not gonna watch that, so let me just fast forward this shit. I wonder if that's gone now.
Hardly see any indie MMO games. They just require so much money and time and planning. And the player base is definitely one of the harder to please. And it's such a huge risk because if you don't nail it, you really have so much to lose. I feel like MMOs are sort of caught in this trap where they require so much funding and time that really only AAA can pull it off right now.
You know, watching that cinematic, I can only say, like, Blizzard's so... It's so interesting, the relation between World of Warcraft players and Blizzard. It's like a literal fucking relationship where they feel let down and bored, but then a new cinematic launches and they all go like, it's this guy and that guy from that moment and this moment. Oh my fucking god. And it's like their, you know, their girlfriend or boyfriend just put on a new dress or something and then shows up with this exact smile that you see right now, fucking puppy eyes, going like, don't you like that? I know you like it. Maybe we can work it out. And then everyone is like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna throw a subscription in there. Yeah, okay, let me do it. Fine, okay, let me just fucking go back to the comfort fuck. I laugh every time with this shit. And it's the same with Final Fantasy to an extent as well. Where even the most fucking jaded, except yours truly, fan or whatever is going to be like, a new trailer, oh look, islands, pirates, ruins, oh my god, yes, a dual wielding class. Okay, you know what, it's not over yet, I can still go back, we can still try to be together. It is like a fucking relationship and not a good one, let me tell you that. It always makes me laugh, honestly. I don't know, personally, okay, I'm not judging, but it does make me laugh.
And I'm sorry, but if the last few years have taught me anything, is that AAA is on the decline. There are some good titles out there for sure, but these series which people used to cherish just seem to have become so disconnected.
Wait, you're showing Street Fighter, but like in reality, yeah, Street Fighter 6 is fucking blowing every other fighting game out of the fucking water, so bad example, I guess.
And a lot of the ones that do well are inspired by indie games. The Battle Royale genre, as far as I know, the first was H1Z1, made by Daybreak after they split off from SOE and became an indie game dev. But, you know, the issue here is to fund such an expensive genre, you need to be AAA or endlessly crowdfund, which also has its own issues, as shown by Star Citizen, in my opinion, to a lesser extent Ashes.
me, which led to a lot of involuntary weight loss.
Okay, your involuntary weight loss is amazing, but like, you know what, let's not talk about broccoli.
Jagex continues to release quest after quest, making it impossible to end my series. AG1 can also help boost focus and mental. One, I buck it up. I'm trying to be for yourself, plus to
Die young and leave behind a bloated corpse that reeks of Doritos. That's what I say.
The thing that got me thinking about this the most came from a situation that's been kind of brewing up over the last 3 years. In June 2021, Riot Games put a post up on their website calling for any game developers that are wanting to enter the world of MMORPGs with them. And this was amazing news because it's pretty common knowledge at this point that Riot Games tends to not miss the things they've been making.
I'll tell you right now, one of the biggest reasons why people are excited for Riot's MMO is that it reminds them of a certain developer in 2004. Just think about it. Here we have a very popular game studio, which has a generally positive track record with an already established IP, releasing this IP as a new MMO with stylized cartoonish graphics. It's very reminiscent of the king of MMOs in its heyday. I am guardedly looking forward to it myself. I do plan on playing it if it ever comes out, but I do think
I was not excited at all about this, not because I don't like League of Legends and I don't really like Valorant, but simply because exactly it looked like it was gonna do a World of Warcraft. All right, and there is a reason why I don't play World of Warcraft. So why would I be excited about another World of Warcraft? Except, you know, a little bit different, I guess. So that's why I wasn't excited at all, honestly. When they announced that they're going to scrap it and try to make it its own thing, I was like, okay, that's an interesting decision, but we've seen that scenario too. Now that scenario is even more likely to fail, and it doesn't even matter how big you are or how successful your other games are. So I am now doubly guarded and, you know, even less interested in what's gonna happen. Because at least if it was gonna replace World of Warcraft, I would be like, oh, would you look at that? Somebody actually did it. I wouldn't play or anything. I wouldn't be glad for it, you know, sadistically saying, ha ha ha, you know, suck on that, World of Warcraft. You know, I don't have such agendas, but it would have been interesting to be like, oh, look, somebody fucking managed it. Okay, cool, I guess, you know. Interesting, finally happened, blah, blah, whatever. Maybe I'd talk about it like for 1 minute exactly and then never talk about it again. And now they're trying to do their own thing, supposedly. And first of all, it looks like a fucking marketing ploy. First of all. Second of all, it is like light years away at this point, so it's irrelevant to me completely. And it is actually so far away in the future that by the time they will be remaking it proper, things will have changed on the gaming scene so much that they will be like, okay, you know what, it took so long that it's already old again, we're restarting again, see you in like 20 years again. Like, I don't know, there is so much bad in this. Like, it's fucked if you do, fucked if you don't. I'm just like, I don't care. That's my final decision on this. Like, I don't really care at all about it. So, okay, I guess we'll see when it comes out. But the important bit is, whenever people have promised, like, we're doing something new, they blunder, usually. They're going like, nah. It barely works. It barely ever works. But, you know, Guild Wars 2 worked. Maybe this will work. We'll see.
I think that the similarities end there. I personally don't think that it will be the WoW 2.0 that a lot of people are thinking it'll be for a variety of reasons. Let's let Jimmy have the mic here, though, because I want to see what he has to say first.
Pretty good. Well, the MMO community was welcoming them with open arms. If you've kept up with the MMO world in the last 3-4 years, you know that the community is kind of still waiting for that game to come along that's just going to change everything. There was no real official news released for the next 2 years. The only set-in-stone thing we got was that Greg Street, who was the producer of the project, was leaving the company. Pretty soon after, he announced that he was launching his own company, making his own MMO. It was just very disappointing because he was extremely involved in the community and just had a lot of indicators that he really cared about this and was going to do his best to make it an actual game-changing, enjoyable MMO. Obviously hope for the best. But now about a year later, there's...
Yeah, I mean, this was a pretty bad sign. In a genre as tricky as the MMO, it obviously definitely doesn't help to lose your director mid-development. I don't know the reason for it. I think you mentioned family issues. But if you want an example of a game that lost its director mid-development, take a look at Diablo 4, which obviously has had its own issues with direction, and that's not even an MMO really. I mean, it was already years away, and I'm sure that this will set them back even.
Yeah, I think this is also a little bit concerning. Like, just like Matt says on shows, like, that is weird. Why would that guy just decide to be like, okay, I'm out, you know? I mean, there can be many reasons, obviously, but the coincidence is just like a. If you were waiting for this MMO and then you got the news of the reset, of the reschedule, and then you also got the news of like that guy leaving, it'd be like, you know, that's a shame.
Even more, as you can see evidenced by the co-founder himself here, Mark Merrill.
Whispers and rumors that this Riot MMO might not even be happening, which honestly would be the least surprising thing I've heard in the last 3 hours, at least. Riot Games has set a huge bar for themselves, which has raised everybody's expectations for everything they ever make. I can't tell you in confidence whether or not this game's happening or not.
Okay, so I don't know if I have like personally such a hugely elevated fucking bar for Riot. In fact, if anything, I don't expect them to blow my mind with anything they do. It's nice what they've pushed out. I don't really like. I watch, you know, I see Valorant and it's mediocre. It's not bad, you know, by any stretch of the imagination, but like the visuals are fucking trash. I'm sorry, it's like a browser game at this point. League of Legends is what can I say about that? It's like it is what it is. Okay, it has its like fucking it has its like Warcraft 3 aesthetic going on, and you know, it's okay, whatever, it's never gonna die. But and the series, like, you know, what was the fucking name? The you know, the anime they did, whatever, with League of Legends. It wasn't that fucking impressive from the point of view of someone who has no fucking idea about League of Legends other than I've played it like 10 times total, right? So watching that anime show was like, okay, yeah, I was bored towards the last episode so much that I was like, is this it then? Like, is this like the fucking penultimate, you know, animation that everybody's been, you know, hyping no end and going like, oh, you know, amazing, it made me cry. My dog's cat fucking cried, got pregnant to this anime. You know, it's like, okay, it was okay, bit boring towards the end, whatever, predictable as well. Weird characters, interesting world, but yeah, predictable. I don't know. So I guess a lot of it comes from people going like, oh look, you know, the game that I play, anime. It's like, but you know, it's the game that I love, but it's an anime. Like, oh my god, you know, oh, they did it. Those fucking wild guys, you know. And of course, I mean, I get impressed a lot when something that I like as a video game gets a movie adaptation. I mean, I would go crazy over that shit back in 2000, right? So I understand it, but like, quite seriously, is the bar that high, really? I don't fucking know. The best I was expecting already, as I said, from that MMO that now is not even a thing, was like to be a competent World of Warcraft clone, in the same way that they borrowed a lot of elements from Warcraft 3 in League of Legends. I was expecting the same thing would happen. They would borrow a lot of elements, but refine them and polish them, and then make it their own. That's what I was expecting. Like, nothing fucking, you know, fantastic or anything. Anyway.
What I can tell you without a doubt is that it has been a bumpy ride behind the scenes. And if you'd like to see what Riot is most likely fearing, if you look up New World's player count history and see how that unfolded, you can see just how risky it is to release an MMO in the modern era of gaming. I've got around 760 hours played on New World and was a part of the...
Yeah, it's risky when your game is a stinker. It is very risky, yeah. When you've masked all the bad elements in your press releases and in your demonstrations and all that, when you masked all the bad and you're hoping people won't find it, you're fucking Delulu. Alright? So this is like, What happened with New World is exactly what should happen to New World. I'm sorry. So you can't say, oh, it's so hard to launch an MMO. It is hard, yeah, of course it is. But you can't use New World and be like, oh, you know, they tried to do it and look what happened. They were so innocent. It was a perfectly capable game and look what happened. No, it was dog shit. It smelled of dog shit from fucking miles away. I didn't even touch that fucking stinker. Maybe it's good now, but what good is that? You know? You know, to paraphrase fucking Stephanie Sterling, I don't care if it got better after fucking half a year. I don't care if a game gets better after 50 hours, okay? I don't fucking care. It was a stinker, it released as a stinker, and it was received as a stinker. It is not indicative of what happens when you want to competently launch a game. Yeah, an MMO. Without saying it is easy, obviously. It's not easy.
That's definitely more than me. I did play New World on launch. I pretty much quit at the max level. My biggest problem was that the end game siege mode required you to sign up and set time aside for a chance to participate, which was just terrible. And I feel like this is one of the bigger issues. There's nothing more annoying to signing up for this raid and then setting time aside only to find out that you didn't get picked. We're gamers, okay? We're already used to getting picked last for dodgeball. We've already been through getting ditched on dates.
This is interesting. So he says, we're gamers, right? We're just here for the fun. We don't want to, like, you know, get fucking treated a certain way, blah, blah. It's interesting because the same way that, you know, Matt says on here feels apparently is jaded by that system, right? Where the system can just throw you out of what you're, you know, queuing for, which is your escapism from all the things that he mentions later, right? So he doesn't need those things in his escapism, right? It is one of the reasons why I decided I don't like raiding in Final Fantasy, right? Because to me, it feels like, I mean, I'm a loser, okay? I fucked up a lot in my life, and a lot of it had to do with school. All right, in school I wasn't a good student. I don't want to be reminded of my deficiencies in like memory, for example. I don't like to be made to feel like I have to study to just beat a raid. Okay, fuck that shit. I just want to go in there with my friends and just have some fun. Like, that's, you know, I had enough of the other stuff when I was getting F and C and D on my fucking math reports, okay? I don't need that shit. I'm sorry. I'm not saying, like, you know, make it a game for dumb people. I'm not saying all that, but I'm saying that, like, having to study a guide for like fucking 60 minutes and then practice a fight for 60 days, I don't care about that. I'm sorry. I don't fucking care about that. It's a fucking shit show. So I just wanted to vent some frustration there. Anyway, sorry, let's go on.
We don't need that happening to us in our video games too, okay? So that was a big sin here for New World. I mean, I enjoyed it for the amount of time I played. I felt like I got my money's worth for sure, but yeah, like most of the others, I was done as soon as I hit the max level due to that and many other issues, but that's a story for another time. Yeah, we'll make a New World video one day. Don't worry about that.
Community during the rise and fall of it. And I also saw how quickly that new and refreshing ideas can completely drain the life out of a player base if done incorrectly. New World game design caught up with itself. Not really sure how long that game's gonna be up for. Probably some of the most fun I've had gaming during its peak. I really wish things were handled differently so that it wasn't in the condition it's in now. It was a good game with some crucial things wrong with it, ended up being the reason for its downfall. An MMO can only handle so many mistakes to the point where even a company that gets their funds from Amazon themselves can't really do anything for you anymore. So there's been some sprinkles of MMO here and there, a lot of underwhelming Kickstarter projects, some that are in a permanent early access phase, ones that scam hundreds of thousands of dollars somehow. But in the last like
by the time Star Citizen releases, it won't be an MMO anymore. It'll be a simulation game.
Yeah, but like, you know what? Yeah, but that's exactly what my feelings are about Riot's MMO as well. It's like by the time they release it, it's not even gonna be relevant or fresh. But Star Citizen, holy fuck. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Let's see. I laughed at that though.
For those of us who will actually exchange fluids, it'll release once our great grandchildren will be on.
For those of us who will exchange fluids. Oh, that sounded so dirty. I need to savor that a little bit. Oh god, nice one. Okay.
Space stations, living the life of a person living on space stations. It'll be awesome.
5 years, I think New World and Lost Ark are the only two MMOs that can claim they've had any kind of success. I've never played Lost Ark before. I tried looking up some stuff to get some more insight about it, but just like any MMO you try to get information on, it's players that have hundreds or thousands of hours just complaining about things, not giving any real insight to the casual experience of the game. What I can tell you...
I played Lost Ark as well. Much like New World, I quit shortly after reaching the max.
Honestly, if you're playing like if you're playing Metin or Black Desert or Lost Ark, you have my condolences. That's all I'm gonna say. Do what you must with that information, but you have my condolences.
I love the combat and gameplay, and even the PvP I put a lot of time into, but what killed it for me was the progression. I think I speak for a lot of people when I say that I already get annoyed with MMOs with too many dailies and weeklies. At a certain point, I feel like they're chores, and I don't really feel rewarded for playing the game as much as I feel punished for not playing it.
Whoa, that's a touchy subject. Yeah. This whole thing, I fucking agree with that. Whenever games dailies and tasks, let's call them tasks, right? When they start becoming there is two scenarios, right? Basically an expanding tier of scenarios, let's say, but it all starts with like, does it have tasks? Like, does this MMO have tasks every day and every week? If the answer is yes, if the answer is no, that's a good game. Straight up, that's a good sign. If the answer is yes, which is more realistic, then we have to ask the question, are they enjoyable to do? And do they reward you? Which is a two-in-one question, I'm aware, but you have to combine these two immediately before the interviewee overwhelms you with explanations of why one or the other can't be true at the same time. Now, if the answer is no to either part, oops, I'm eating my hair. Ouch! And now I banged my finger on the fucking table. Okay, so if the answer is no to either of these, your game is fucked. Like, you already lost like half the appeal. It's very rare though that a game kind of... Alright, you know what? I'm trying to avoid jerking off Guild Wars 2 here, just because I'm aware that I like its gameplay, but what they've done correctly, whether it's me jerking it off or not, what they have done correctly is that the main element of the game is directly involved with your dailies and weeklies. If you like the main elements of the game, if you like the core gameplay loop, then doing your dailies doesn't feel like a chore, to put it that way. So if you like combat, if you like the classes and how they work, then doing your dailies shouldn't be an issue. It should be something that you should be naturally looking forward to, right? And this is an ideal scenario for a game. I'm not to be confused with like, oh, everyone should like how Guild Wars 2 does things. No, what I'm saying is, if you like how Guild Wars 2 does things, then you like its dailies. So it's a non-issue. But in another game's case, you might like one or the other, and immediately that throws off the whole thing. Like immediately it just doesn't work. And an important component of that is fear of missing out. What will happen if you don't do your dailies, right? Because you might love the game, but not the way they're doing dailies, which then brings a question like, what happens if I don't do that, right? Which is something I had with I had that with World of Warcraft. I enjoyed some aspects of the game, but I didn't want to do the dailies. Like it didn't feel nice doing them. Like clicking some things was nice. And some of the stuff I had to do was kind of okay during Dragonflight. I guess some fun mini games a little bit sometimes. Like you had to climb a wall and get some shinies and then parachute down. And that was kind of, I guess, okay. You know, it wasn't torturous. But some other parts were torturous. I didn't fucking like them. And there was also way too much. Way too much. It was bloated every day. Like every week, it was fucking bloated. Like the weeklies, bloated. So then you have to ask yourself, like, what happens if I don't do half of them? Right? What happens then? What am I missing out on? So again, let me get some lubricant because I'm gonna jerk off Guild Wars again. But of course, I do like the combat. So what do you want me to do? So in Guild Wars, the only thing that will happen if you don't do your dailies is you will be making less gold. So you're missing out on gold, right? Okay. Now, can you make gold in other ways? Yes. Is it efficient? No. But can it still be done? Yes. Can it still be done while you're enjoying the game? Yes. Because if you're enjoying the loop of the core loop gameplay, then no problem, right? And that's what Guild Wars does respectably well for those who like it. I'm not saying it's the best in what it does, like for those who like it, right? And this is my saving grace and my best defense when someone says, oh, you're just simping for it. No, I'm not. I'm just saying if you do like it, then these facts are true. These facts are going to be true. If you do like its combat, doing its dailies will be enjoyable for you, right? My group, for example, right? We look forward to everyday meeting, going on voice, just chatting, just, hanging out, talking shit, whatever, having fun, while on the side doing our dailies smoothly. And then we get the reward, and the reward is nice, some nice boxes, they have nice things in them. And then, for example, like to bolster my claims here, I didn't open any of my boxes from dailies for a month. What actually changed? I guess my gold count wasn't impressive, but could I not buy skins if I wanted them? I could. Did I stay afloat? I did, yeah. So what am I missing out on? I don't know. Excess gold, which, yeah, it's beautiful to have because you can buy a lot more skins. Or you can finance your legendary crafting. But am I really missing out on something? No, I'm not. So whether you like to admit it or not, that's how a game should be doing dailies and weeklies. Not like going fucking insane over them. And also, there are points in Guild Wars 2, fuck's sake, they should be paying me at this point, alright? I should be their fucking PR manager. But there are points in Guild Wars where you can even, depending on what your goals are, which is also another nice point here, like who sets the goals for you, right? But depending on your goals anyway, so that I don't fucking veer off into the fucking sunset here, depending on your goals, you might at one point also consider stopping completely with weeklies and dailies. You don't have to do them. Like, once I finish my legendaries, for example, okay? Half of the things I'm doing daily, I won't be doing anymore. That's it. I don't need to anymore. It's boom, done, okay? And that's a relief. Even though I just said they're done in a good way, it's still a relief. But I will still play because the gameplay engages me, right? I'll just play with more swag because I'll have legendaries, huh? How about that? And so, with all of that, what I'm trying to say is, I didn't enjoy dailies in most of my MMORPGs exactly because I either didn't enjoy the gameplay, which wasn't, it was a rare case, honestly. Final Fantasy kind of went in that direction, but not completely though. But it kind of did, because combat in Final Fantasy is so fucking rigid. There's nothing interesting happens when you press your fucking buttons. There's nothing, there's no interaction. There's like, oop, slash number 1, slash number 2. Visually there is some flavor, but is it impactful? No, it's just damage. Like you're not doing anything else. Like you don't get anything interesting to happen unless you're playing Blue Mage. That's why I wanted to use my Blue Mage as much as possible whenever I would be doing something irrelevant to raiding. And sadly, they limit that so much that you can't. What you can do with Blue Mage is do Blue Mage specific stuff, but that's not the same and not at all what I wanted to do. So, bummer. But anyway, either that would happen, or what would happen instead would be that like the dailies and the weeklies were just like, if you didn't do them, you're fucked. Okay, and Final Fantasy does fall in that category. If you didn't do them, you're fucked. And World of Warcraft, I think, is the most fucking egregious example of that. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. Let's go on.
I think when you go too far with these timed activities, your players start to feel more like prisoners, and that was a big problem with BFA, actually, was just the astronomical amount of dailies and weeklies. My friends group actually...
Whoa. Wow. Owen Wilson right here. Holy shit, what is that list? That's what you had to do in BFA? Well, at least we're not in BFA anymore, right? Well, you're not. I'm not either, but like, I don't play, so you're not. But holy shit, what the fuck is that? Imagine if you're like me, and when you go into an MMO, you want to do previous content. Now you have to do this. Nope. Nope. Nah. Nope. No. Nope. That is insane. That's insane. I'm not sure how much of that was 100% necessary, but those are some huge lists. Those are some huge lists. And the weeklies, okay, you can spread them. You can kind of like pace them as you want through the week, probably. But look at the dailies, though. Ooh. Spicy. I don't know. I want to vomit a little bit. Okay, yeah. And you know, even in Dragonflight, I was already like kind of like low-key vomiting, going on my microphone like... Bleh. Like, you know, while doing my fucking dailies. But they weren't that many. Were they that many? I don't think so. I don't think we had that many in fucking Dragonflight every day. I don't think so. I wish I could. God, what are these like? Like, what are these? What are the direct equivalents in like Final Fantasy and Guild Wars? I don't know. This doesn't seem to have, like this bit here every 19 hours, this doesn't seem to have an equivalent in anything. I don't know what these are. I can't, you know, I don't have enough information to even begin, like, analyzing this. I just don't fucking know. But this looks like a lot of words. Interesting. That's a lot. Okay, that's, yeah.
Referred to them as children.
Oh, and there is something that is like, I'm not sure if you knew that, but I haven't bought or pre-ordered, or I'm not gonna pre-order, and probably not even gonna buy Dawn Trail for Final Fantasy, because first, I'm on a huge break from it. And I like currently my subscription is still running, and that's only because I bought 2 months. And I only bought 2 months because I didn't want to miss out on the crossover event that we're doing with, like, guess what, with themselves again, fucking Final Fantasy 16. But I'm a completionist, so I was like, hey, I'll do that one. Yeah, okay. So I did get 2 months, and I did that one thing, and then that's it. I don't log there anymore. It's like, bah, nothing. But the point of all of this was to say that I'm not going to be buying Dawn Trail until 2 points are made clear. First being what the fuck Yoshi meant with we want to make things harder, essentially, to paraphrase. And what the fuck Yoshi meant when he said that, like, we want to have more things to keep the players playing. Especially when Yoshi in the past has very certainly and beyond any doubt said, oh, this is meant to be a game where you pick it up and then you have a long break and then you pick it up again, and there shouldn't be a problem with that. And that's how you're intended to play it, you know? And now, which was a lie back then as well, but now it's like literally lying in your face. Like, one of those statements is gonna be a lie, and I'm wondering which one. And especially with Final Fantasy and how they do stuff, I am worried that what they're gonna do, because they're not very elegant with what they're doing with their game. So I think what they're gonna do is they're going to fucking create like a lot of FOMO by doing something like this. I'm not buying that shit. Even if I did want a raid, which I don't trust them to design a raid that I will personally enjoy anymore, ever in the history of ever. Even if I did think they would do that, well, these statements, that they need to be cleared up. They need to be fucking cleared up for me to even consider touching Dawn Trail, you know? Or Final Fantasy in general. But anyway, moving on.
Chores, and you know, that's a problem. When a video game starts to feel like a chore, it's not really a video game anymore, is it? You're not playing it because it's fun, you're playing it because you're obligated to play it. I think one of the reasons why I like classic MMOs so much, it isn't necessarily for what they offer, it's what they don't offer. When I play vanilla WoW, I feel like I am much more in control of what I actually want to do when I log in, instead of, you know, going through this laundry list of crap that I have to do because I need to do it to keep up with progression. So what really killed Lost Ark for me was that after doing all of these chores, you had a chance to progress due to the very gambly-like system that they had for upgrades. I know that MMOs are all based around RNG in one form or another, but it just felt bad in the way it was presented to, you know, spend hours on dailies and weeklies and then clicking a button and then it failing. I know that the chance to upgrade increased with each fail, but just the way it was presented, it made you feel like you just wasted all that time. I think it's pretty common in these Korean-style MMOs, so I don't know, maybe it's just not for me.
Is that it's nowhere near competing with.
Yeah, fortunately, Final Fantasy avoids a lot of it. But at its heart, you can see the Asian MMO, like, you know, typical bullshit. But it's not going to annoy you to the level of Lost Ark, at least. So, you know, obviously, just to be fair.
The top dogs of the MMO world. So between.
Yeah, true. Also keep in mind that probably half of its active player base right now are populated by bots, from what I've seen.
Riot's situation and New World's fumble, they got me thinking.
Interesting fact about like Guild Wars 2 and bots is the fact that they're not actually bots. It's pretty interesting. So if you're traversing the world, right, you will find certain they're not as bad as like Lost Ark, it's not as bad as other games. especially free-to-play ones. But you can see at a couple of areas, 3 areas namely, in my case at least that's what I've observed, and I've completed them up like multiple times, and you know, I only know three spots where people like to park. What you would think are bots, in reality, they're semi-AFK farming, because often, like, a GM is gonna go there, and they're gonna check if you respond to chat messages, and if you're not, you're gonna get banned. But if you do respond intelligibly, then they let you do your stuff, and most of them are just like they're actually at their PC. That's why I call it semi-AFK. I'm still against it. I'm still super against it, but like, fine, okay, I get it. They wanna farm it that way. Fine by me. What can I say? Fine by me. But like, yeah, it surprised me that it's a known fact that, like, you know, GMs actually do spawn there, and they do check occasionally to see like who in the bunch of semi-AFK people isn't gonna respond, so they can go like, okay, you're banned. So fair enough, I guess. What can I say?
Why is this so hard? What is going on? Making an MMO has to be the most irresponsible, stupidest idea you could ever go through with. In the last 10 years, there have been 20 MMOs notable enough to make the Wikipedia page, and 12 of those are still up and running. Obviously, there's been more than 20 MMOs released, but I'm just not counting the ones that Josh Strife Hayes finds buried in the deepest depths of the deep web that peaked at 23 concurrent players.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Josh is he's a fucking connoisseur at this point. Like, some of the MMOs that he finds are, what the fuck? Like, where do you even find that shit? Not that I want to, but like, it's impressive.
They don't really count right now. It's definitely a dark age. Now, I would say when World of Warcraft went live in 2004, that is when the true golden age started. Some may say that when Ultima Online came out, it kind of changed the game. I don't really think an MMO golden age existed without.
Listen, what do you mean some people say it started with Ultima? Of course it did. I'm sorry, but this is like, yes, of course. I'm sorry you missed it if you were like a toddler, but yeah, I'm sorry, but like, yeah. Ultima Online was, in fact, you know, the start, let's say. The actual, you know, meaningful start.
WoW. It doesn't feel right to me. WoW did for MMOs what Fortnite did to Battle Royales. Because you may have noticed...
I also agree with that statement. That is also very true. But it is irrelevant to the other statement, which I don't agree with.
Once Fortnite saw success in its little side game mode of Battle Royale that wasn't even what they wanted their players to try, caused about 55 to 100 others to emerge. Once WoW showcased that you can build a long-term player base with as much success as it had, with as much money as it generated, not only with its initial launch in 2004, but with its expansions in 2007 and on, I mean, how do you not convince investors to let you try and build another WoW? So once this golden age...
Yeah, I mean, they redefined the genre. They were incredibly niche before WoW, and after it found the formula, every MMO, it seemed, tried to recapture it, even completely changing existing MMOs such as Star Wars Galaxies, which changed from a complete sandbox to a complete theme park, an absolute 180-degree overhaul, and it didn't seem to matter. Warhammer Online, Age of Conan, Old Republic, ESO, or any of the hundreds which peaked at that 20 peak player count, they ultimately failed at decrowning WoW. Putting their own shortcomings aside, I've come to realize, and I mentioned this in my recent top 10 video, the reason why they failed is that...
Okay, so we have to define whether or not their original purpose was to dethrone World of Warcraft, to determine if they failed or succeeded, or if there was anything to succeed at in the first place. It's like, this kind of reasoning has to stop. It kind of goes back to what I said in the beginning. what do you care? What do you care? Like, if your game, so let's say that you're playing, I don't know, fucking Cat Girl Dating Sim Wars 2, okay? And you wake up and suddenly your game is beating World of Warcraft. It is literally beating World of Warcraft, and not only that, but it manages to stay there permanently. Like, you check back 3 months later, they're still at the top. So, are you going to A, go into a fucking fit of sadistic glee and like, I don't know, order a copy of World of Warcraft and then burn it live on your stream and go like, you know, cackle like fucking Skeletor? Are you gonna be I don't know, fucking praise some dark god that you believe in, or C, just do nothing and keep playing your game like nothing changed? Because I think if you do anything but C, you have issues. Like, what do you fucking, why do you need to quantify your success by someone else's failure? I don't understand it. Why do you have this weird illusion that like everything that comes after what you deem is like your game is trying to beat your game or convince you to give up your game? They're not. They're not. They're just trying to fucking do their thing. You know, they're just trying to fucking, I don't know, make it in this weird world of MMOs, right? And yeah, I know that like inevitably there will be comparisons because they're in the same genre. But we shouldn't assign others what we think is the case. So if we think that this game wants to compete with World of Warcraft, this or that game, we shouldn't be like, oh, they clearly made it for that, so let me fucking evaluate that based on this, and also evaluate their imaginary effort to do this, resulting in me calling them a failed game. Because in my fucking failed head, it goes like, oh, they wanted to beat my game, but they couldn't, haha, losers. Like you need me to explain this. Like, you shouldn't need me to explain this. This is like stupid. This is stupid. That's a very bad way to look at things. It's like telling me that you're going to be an artist, you're going to be a painter, and unless you beat, I don't know, someone else in some imaginary, obscure way, if you don't get like a, I don't know, some arbitrary point system that you invented yourself because you need it, if your works don't gather more points than the other person's works, you have failed. What is this fucking lunacy? Anyway, yeah, if you think that way, and especially about gaming, I just pity you, you fool.
In my opinion, WoW was a product of its time. When WoW was released, it was unique, not only because it was the one that found the formula, but also because it released during the dawn of social media, where it was new and exciting to interact with people from across the world and make friends and build communities. World of Warcraft and all of these other MMOs are social media, and I think that really played such a huge part in it becoming such a hit. Aside from its innovations, which were great, don't get me wrong, it really was just a product of its time. 100%.
Started, much like the Battle Royale boom, we also got a few really good games to emerge alongside WoW. They're still here, people playing them. We also got
some really good games, and you're presenting like Age of Conan. I mean, yeah, maybe for the first 15 levels, and then what?
An overwhelming amount of stinkers, some real stinkers that are not around anymore. MMOs were peaking in the mid-2000s. It was the thing to do. It was the style of game that players wanted to play. Even the projects that saw short-term success but didn't really survive, some still to this day have community-backed projects, private servers, to keep the community alive. All these MMO games meant a lot to people. They proved to be this genre of game that you truly did become a part of. And even though the MMO scene was kind of slowing down in the late 2000s, early 2010s, games like Guild Wars 2 and Star Wars The Old Republic made their entry into the MMO scene and kind of picked up the stragglers that maybe weren't really happy with their games anymore or didn't really scratch the itch they wanted, and were still able to give a lot of players their home base of a game.
So this is also another misconception when you start viewing any game, and again, now Guild Wars 2 is the best example in this. Like, Guild Wars 2 is the best example in this. Because there's this misconception that, like, the only people who play Guild Wars are fucking World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy rejects. And I put that, like, in heavy quotation marks. I think that's, like, it used to be the case. I'm not gonna say it wasn't the case ever. It used to be the case. But the more Guild Wars 2 has progressed, the people who have stayed, they've stayed for the enjoyment they get out of it. I don't think they stay because they're like, oh, I can't pay a subscription anymore. I don't think they stay anymore because you know, some people did used to do that. Like, they were like, okay, my subscription ran out in my favorite MMO, let me search for a free one. It's not the case anymore. Like, it has, like, all of those games that once were viewed as copium are copium no longer, and they have their own, like, place there. They have their own, like, player base, and they're doing fine without any stragglers. Thank you very much. Plus, the phenomenon of migration of players recently, you know, has been more commonly observed, right? People leave en masse. They leave World of Warcraft, they go Final Fantasy. They leave Final Fantasy, they're gonna go somewhere else, and that is healthy. All right? It's a little bit weird that it happens en masse, but it can be explained by all the influencers and content creators, whims and everything. At the same time, I think swapping things around, changing things around every now and then can be healthy for everyone. You get to see a new game, or return to one and see how it's doing. You get to see more different people who are there more permanently than you. You get to change your pace a little bit, you know, change things around a little bit, see other stuff, you know. Maybe you go to Star Wars and you've never played it before and you enjoy the story, and then you're back to your game, you know. That is not bad and not indicative of anything. Yeah, it's a bit worrying that, like, a single person leaving a game can cause, like, thousands of players to also leave the game. It's a bit like, but that's worrying not because of the game, but because of, like, you know, mob mentality part, you know, of things. But yeah, okay, I don't necessarily agree with the whole statement here. I would have probably agreed like 10 years ago.
Game 2013
Well, not 10 years ago, but you know what I'm saying.
unknowingly became the grand finale of MMOs. It was the year of revival, because in February we got old school RuneScape, and in August we got Final Fantasy XIV, both of them existing for the sake of redemption. RuneScape's main game was at an all-time low. Final Fantasy's first MMO, like 3 or 4 years earlier, was a huge flop, so both these companies basically tried again. And now 11 years later, it's safe to say that both of them did something right. Confirmed. Since then, there's been a few notable MMOs that have come out, and they did okay. Elder Scrolls Online, Albion Online, Black Desert Online. These games are online, in case you were wondering. Lost Ark, New World, but...
My only experience with Black Desert Online was that I was on Discord with a friend who was upgrading some piece of gear, and I heard him smash his keyboard live on...
I can believe that. I can definitely believe. I'm telling you, if you're playing Black Desert Online, now that's copium. That's fucking copium for real. That's copium. You just want Ziggle physics. That's all you want. That's fucking beat down with that shit. Just admit it to yourself. My advice is mod Skyrim, stay there, enjoy the boobs, and go back to your favorite MMO. Yeah, Black Desert Online is fucking copium, dude. Don't play it. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know. And I don't hate saying it, even though I generally just try to avoid such statements. In Black Desert Online's case, yeah, I'm sorry. And my personal experience with it was a friend of mine just showing it to me. Showed me PvP, was fucking... I didn't like it. I didn't like anything. I didn't like the interface. I didn't like fucking anything about it. And then... Yeah, I don't know. I also noticed, like... Isn't this the one that has, like, gender-locked classes? I don't care if its class has an equivalent. It is gender-locked, so at that point it already lost me. So you can call me biased if you want. But I personally think that if you're seriously playing this game, that's copium. I don't know. It's a bad game in my opinion. And what my friend showed me back then, yeah, it just didn't impress me. I don't know. Even the jiggle physics and all that meme stuff, whatever, like which game doesn't do that these days, like for real? But whatever, anyway.
On Discord because it broke or something. It was entertaining to be sure, but yeah, I mean, it didn't make me want to play the game, I guess. But I will say that there's nothing more glorious than the sound of loose keys pattering on the floor while somebody is screaming obscenities. Oh, too good.
None of them really made the impact they were probably hoping for. It's almost as if all players interested in MMOs have kind of found their place and
Hey Neris, how are you? Guess what we're doing? And now I'm gonna go on.
stayed there. It really is kind of like finding your home base, and that's just where you retreat back to at the end of the day. We're all kind of safe and cozy in our MMOs right now, kind of making the most of it. But even though the kings are up there on that hill, it doesn't mean they're resting up there comfortably. The wrong mistake.
You know, I have to give it to both Mad Session, which I already gave it to, but also to this guy, for acknowledging that yes, Guild Wars 2 is a thing. I'm very happy that they both are acknowledging it, even though I have like no ties to the game other than enjoying it. It's just that like everyone else, like literally 99.9999999% of YouTube videos do not even acknowledge that like Guild Wars exists. It is like they refuse to talk about it. They literally refuse to talk about it. They will never... You can find me like 20, 30, 50 fucking videos saying what are the best MMOs in the last 10 years. They will not mention Guild Wars 2. They will never, as if it's not even a game. I don't know why that is. I always found it amusing. Yeah, so these two here, like Mad Session and this guy, good on you, because like yeah, they're not bad games. They do actually exist, like, you know, and Elder Scrolls as well. But yeah, okay.
Mistake could send them tumbling down at any moment. Those profitable, successful games up there, they got up there with blood, sweat, and dev tears. A lot of mostly dev tears. We now have insight to another reason of why creating an MMO is a really dumb idea. Money. Microtransactions have played a significant role in keeping these games alive. They've got to pay a staff to maintain and update and create for the game so that they keep their players there. They've got to pay for these massive servers. I don't even know how much those things cost. And also making sure that they meet the quota so that the very top executive owner of the company gets the salary that they've written for themselves.
Question, is Jagex milking their players?
Well, yeah, it's quite a big question.
And whatever they need to do to get there is what they gotta do. Subscriptions by themselves cannot sustain an MMO. It could pay for WoW in 2007 when everybody was paying a $15 a month subscription on top of buying a $40 expansion every other year, but even that caught up. They have a shit ton of microtransactions, and obviously that's more of a problem for the MMOs that make it big and they have all of these expenses, but any game that sees this big success is going to eventually run into this problem of how do we afford to keep this going. Back at my home base,
I know that this is a very contested subject, and I think there's truth to it for sure in the amount of employees that these developers now have. But I look at this whole train of thought in a different way, and let me explain why. The first is that I think people are just way too generous with what they let these studios get away.
So is this guy here holding a dead cat as his trophy? What is going on here? I mean, I doubt that's the case, but like, you know, this dog looks alive, but this guy is holding like this the corpse of a fallen cat, like triumphantly, like yeah. It's kind of funny if you think about it like that. I don't know, because he doesn't seem to be, you know. I know it's a small thing. Maybe it's not even a cat. Maybe it's like a smaller dog looking at this dog, obviously. But like the way that my brain interpreted it for a moment, it was like just a guy just holding a dead cat going like, We are eating tonight. We're eating meat. Nice one. But anyway, yeah. Oh god, this guy is fucking amazing. Whatever. He's holding a dog. And what is this blue thing here? I don't even know at this point. And this guy just going for the booty there for some reason. What is going on? Somebody's holding like a hammer. Like a tzad over here. I think it's this guy. Yeah, I think it's his arm. Like, damned. Cool. What else can we see here? Somebody else is unfortunately out of the picture. Nobody told him. But yeah, that's a fuck ton of people. This person is wearing something on their head, a wizard hat? What the fuck is that? No, it's a normal hat, okay. I'm just trying to spot like any oddities, but yeah, aside from the Warhammer guy. And of course, like, you know, this stuff and this stuff. Anyway, alright, so let's go on. Right.
With more money earned doesn't really mean the
Oh, he was in the picture, he was just zoomed in, okay.
employees get paid more. In fact, I think it means the opposite. It seems to me that the more money these AAA video game developers earn, the worse they treat their employees, such as Blizzard, after a record-breaking financial quarter, slashing the bonuses of their employees by 58%, or even just straight up firing them and, you know, giving them gift cards to the games they just got fired from working on their way out, as if they're trying to insult them. And I think it's just the curse of AAA. I see what Jimmy is saying here, and I agree with him to an extent, but I also think that people take this way too far, and they see it as like it's necessary to sell all forms of character progression in order to make it within the world of MMOs. These microtransactions exist simply because people are willing to pay for them. The MMORPG is very addictive. It's entirely focused on character progression.
Yeah, everything that Mad Saison says right here only applies to games with a subscription. If your game doesn't have a subscription and it's buy-to-play or free-to-play, it actually does fucking need a way to generate money. So, Jamie, was that his name, is correct when it comes to like non-sub. And Mad Saison is correct when it comes to sub, because if your game already has a subscription, it should be keeping itself afloat, if it's doing a good job. Because if that statement was wrong, World of Warcraft would have sunk years ago. It didn't. Therefore, just a simple subscription is enough. And bear with me on this statement, but if a higher monthly sub meant that there would be no shop ever, I would take it. Like, maybe it's because I grew up with those prices. But I was paying, for example, I was paying like €14 a month for Ultima Online. Back when World of Warcraft launched, I was paying the full price. Obviously, Final Fantasy also is, I think, what, lower than €10, I think? I'm not even sure. But I would be paying 15 if it meant that everything in the shop was free for me and for everyone else paying the fucking thing. And in fact, you know what? If it meant it was obtainable in the game reliably and not, you know, gacha, not the gacha way. So yeah, I don't think, like, yeah, if your game has a subscription, refuse to pay for stuff in its store, okay? And I'm sorry, but I have also whaled up. I've also like paid for stuff from Final Fantasy store. But like, I don't think that's like honest. But I'm very aware that the more I do it, the more I'm incentivizing Square Enix to do it. I'm very aware of that. So I don't know what to tell you. I'm kind of conflicted. It's definitely a bad thing. Well, I'm not doing it anymore. That's for sure. In World of Warcraft's case, just to my defense, in World of Warcraft's case, I was very reluctant to pay for anything on the shop, like anything on the shop. Very, very reluctant. So I guess to me it's also more, am I enjoying the game? If I'm enjoying the game a lot, I'm willing to make some exceptions and use their shop, even though they have like a subscription as well. So that's what happened with Final Fantasy there. But I don't go against like my logic per se. Like in World of Warcraft, where I wasn't enjoying the game that much, I just didn't spend on the shop. I was like, nah, that's too much to ask from me for a game that like I don't absolutely love. A game I'm not willing to forgive. Some of the stuff it does. Now in Guild Wars 2, just because I need to jerk it off again, because I'm a thirsty girl. Since I do love the game, I like it a lot, and it doesn't ask a subscription for me. Well, if I see something on the shop that I like, I'm gonna grab it without a second thought, and I don't care about it. But yeah, whatever, that's just me. Let's go.
Whether that be levels, gold. The mobile game monetization scheme has really taken such deep roots, and they affect not just the genre in negative ways, but also the players on an individual level. So much so that some countries are actually going to such lengths as to ban these monetization schemes, such as loot boxes. You ever wonder why Overwatch 1 shut down and was replaced with Overwatch 2, which has the same maps, the same characters, and the same items transferring over? What? You think it was for the now canceled PvE game mode that they promised, but abandoned because it was too hard? No. Your answer lies in the monetization model, which went from the increasingly scrutinized and banned loot boxes to the clean, but also FOMO abusing battle passes. Or maybe we can talk about the same poor, downtrodden employees who patented a matchmaking algorithm in Overwatch where it determined what your main character was and tried to put you into a match not based off of any skill level, but instead against somebody who also played that same character but was using a skin you didn't have in order to covertly...
What the fuck? Listen, give me 5 minutes. That is something I never heard of before. And it's something that I would joke about with people on Discord about like, imagine if they did that to sell more skins. What the fuck did just fucking hit me in the head? I'll be right back. Give me like 5, okay? So is this for real? Like,
It manipulates you
let me
into
see.
buying more loot boxes. The primary reason to manipulate, but was using it.
The microtransaction engine may analyze various items used by marquee players, and if the items are being promoted for sale, match the marquee player with another one that does not use or own these items. It would identify items to be promoted, identify marquee players to use these items, and match the marquee players with other players who do not use that. In this manner, the microtransaction agent may leverage the matchmaking. Okay, so I am not going to even try to fucking defend any of this. What I will say is that there is a lot of may and a lot of like small words there that can make a little bit of a difference, but it's kind of weird. It's still fucking diabolical. It is still diabolical. But the wordplay here with may analyze various items, okay? Blah blah blah. If the items are being promoted for sale, all right, may identify items to be promoted. It's still diabolical, but there is no way that you can spin this in a way that isn't fucking malicious. I just tried. I tried to, but it is still fucking. It's wow. Okay, fucking Owen Wilson moment. Like wow. And you're telling me you want to buy, you're still supporting this company that like does this shit? Are you sure that it's a good thing to support Blizzard right now? I don't fucking know. I'll just say wow. That's what I'm gonna say. That is like, I didn't expect that. I thought this was like in the realm of like shit that you just don't pull off if you have any kind of like fucking decency in you. I don't fucking know. It's bad. All right, okay, cool info. Let's go on.
A skin you didn't have in order to covertly manipulate you into buying more loot boxes. The primary reason why these games are monetized in this way is greed. I absolutely see what Jimmy's saying here, and I see the side of the argument, but it's also important to remember the predation that exists within the games industry, and that if you allow these developers to take advantage of you, they will, because it's lucrative to do so. I'm not saying that anybody who buys microtransactions are addicted and they're taken advantage of. I think that...
But like, can I say something at the same time? Listen, the thing you should take away from this is, as long as there are idiots buying them, this is gonna continue. And the idiots buying them aren't even you and me, because we're gonna do it controlled. Let's go deeper. Let's search through the shit, like put our hand in there and really, you know, give that goopy goo a massage, right? And when we squeeze it, what's gonna come out is that a lot of this shit, like a lot of the income they make from this is from people who are literally fucking delusional. Like, for example, I would be in Goldsire, right? I never asked for any of this, by the way, but I knew people who not only asked for it, but, you know, not only would accept it as payment, but they did ask for it as well. They would ask others to buy them stuff for in exchange for certain services. Wink wink, triple wink, XOXO uwu. It happens in Final Fantasy as well. I know at least of two people who, one of them aggressively, you know, aggressively negotiates that sort of thing with their clientele. All right, the other one is just on the accepting end of like several or a couple of sugar daddies, I guess. Now these people are the people who are, you know, responsible for most of the sales here. People with so much money that they will literally shower you in-game gifts bought from the store. I think it also has a lot to do with Findom. Whether or not they realize it, it definitely seems to have some roots there. So I'm gonna leave it there because that's not the kind of discussion I want to have right now. But I'll say that you buying, in Final Fantasy terms, you spending like $2 to get like some dye to dye your favorite glam, that's not what's causing this. The guy next door paying 10 whores in a club in Final Fantasy by buying them like shit on the store, that's what causes that. I'm not gonna lie about it, okay? And that's something statistics can't show you, but if you fucking know it, then you fucking know it. I know it. Now you do too.
That's pretty bad hyperbole, but what I'm saying here is that people's addictions are being preyed upon in the industry in both.
Like you know, if you thought that the definition of whale right now means the same it meant back then, no, it doesn't. You're not considered a whale if you're, you know, if something launches and you like it and you buy it and you don't think too much about it because you're like, okay, I got a job, I can sustain myself, I got some spare money, why not? Let me just buy like this new thing that just came out on the shop, why not? You know, just once, it's fine. Again, meanwhile, the guy next to you, you know, proverbially next to you, is like, oh, I want to have some fucking sexting today, I want to have a date with someone, I'm going to have some ERP. Let me just get ready to fork out some fucking tokens, some fucking subscriptions, some fucking mounts, some fucking outfits, so my favorite whore can look as hot as I want her to look. I'm gonna stop right now. I'm gonna stop. Yeah, let's move on.
Covert and overt ways, and it's important to stand your ground and keep your guard up because people will take advantage of you if you allow them to. It's gross, to say the least.
I give Jagex a lot of money every year through subscriptions. I pay for my subscriptions on multiple accounts, as do other people, and Jagex makes millions off of players giving them monthly subscription money. But you may have noticed while we're over here frolicking in our flowers of polls and community involvement and fun, our brothers and sisters over at RuneScape 3 cannot say the same.
Is Jagex actually this oblivious? We're in a time where RuneScape, at least according to the majority of the vocal player base, feels like it's being neglected, and as someone who's been covering the news and following the game actively for years now, I also think it's being neglected. How does a company with hundreds of employees and, according to the most recently released financial statements, £137 million in revenue, have the audacity to recolor a 3-year-old outfit and sell it as part of some kind of limited edition pack?
RuneScape 3 has been contaminated with regularly updated, toxic cash-grabbing microtransactions. It's experiencing increments of worse. Players just begging the devs to please stop, as if the devs have any control over it. RuneScape 3...
So the way that I see it is that I feel like people don't really consider how many people are turned off by these microtransactions, which in turn feeds this supposed reliance on microtransactions. When the path to the giant pile of money is microtransactions instead of good game design, you get innovative ways to get money out of you instead of good game design. This is especially true in monopolistic industries such as the MMO, where there's less of a need for innovation because there's not a lot of competition. A large reason why this is happening in RuneScape, apparently, in my opinion, and many other MMOs out there, is because of the cash shop. When these MMOs relied on box sales and sub fees, the most lucrative way to develop your game was to keep your player hooked with good game design. In my opinion here, and let me know if you see where I'm getting at, these cash shops aren't keeping MMOs alive because they're steering away the path to the giant pile of money. They lose their innovation, they lose their quality, they become stagnant, and people quit as a result of that, making them more reliant on, guess what? Cash shops. Because the games are no longer as good, there aren't as many people subscribed, so then they have to lean on microtransactions more because of microtransactions in a large way. And, you know, we've had plenty of instances of data supporting this, such as MAUs declining as profitability grows. It's a never-ending cycle, and these microtransactions slowly but surely become more and more macro over time until you get to the point to where you're selling the entire point of playing the game to begin with by way of selling all forms of character progression, again in a genre of game centered around character progression, whether that be selling levels, gold, gear, whatever, because again, that's now the primary ways of generating revenue. It's no longer what used to be this great and innovative design. But
You know what's a shame? The fact that like a good cash shop and a good game can coexist. It's not like, and then you have like pure win. Two examples here, Warframe and Guild Wars. Again, like I'm gonna be jerking off Guild Wars where it deserves to be jerked off, okay? And these are departments where it seems to be excelling. Maybe Warframe is even better in that. I'm not sure because I haven't been in touch, but back then, I remember it having Warframe. I remember it having like the most decent shop, and I think either Guild Wars is on the same level or is second to it. But yeah, and you know, I did love Warframe. I just burned out on it. I still probably love it, but I just can't play it. It's psychological. It's like I literally burn out. Like this is literal burnout. I can't go back to it. I just cannot. I cannot see it. I cannot play it, which is a shame. And Guild Wars also has good gameplay. Like I like it. You know, as long as some people are going to like your gameplay, you've done a good job. And it doesn't mean you won't have a good shop. You know, of course, then, you know, you can have other variations of this, but quite honestly, I think it is the claim here that like, okay, if the shop is good, the game is bad. Like that's not like, that doesn't make sense to me, honestly. It seems to me that it all begins with the game sucking or not. If it doesn't suck, you don't have too much of a need to rely on a cash shop and outfits. But like also, your game may be perfect and your cash shop may also be perfect. So I don't know. I think it's a little bit more nuanced than what was presented in that, you know, carefully crafted chart there. From Matt Session. Not that Matt Session is necessarily wrong in this. It's just that like it's more nuanced. It's not like that completely.
honestly, if you want to ask a real question, that's how did we get here? And this may sound weird, but I really think it has a lot to do with the simple fact that WoW became so successful and the industry became so monopolistic that it stagnated. There's no need for innovation.
Oh yeah, that's totally true. Once you're at the top, listen, Bane from fucking Dark Knight Rises, I'm gonna paraphrase or directly quote if I get it, proper. Victory has defeated them. That's it. They are resting on their laurels, but their laurels are fucking rotten at this point. They're dust, they're nothing. And yes, the reliance on the shop and more reasons to engage with the shop and more reasons to spend money, yeah, that was the wrong step, I think. But hey, people will still play it. At this point, I'm convinced that, World of Warcraft developers, or Blizzard developers in general, they can provenly be involved with, like, trafficking, fucking human trafficking, or even fucking drug trade, and people will still fucking play their games and support them. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. It's too late. So they have become the true, Lich Kings. They are rotten from the inside out. They're fucking husks, and all they care for is conquest. And you still will support them. Congratulations, you are part of the undead horde.
When you're the only shark in the pond, who cares about innovation? You already have everyone, so there's less potential here to make money compared to, say, microtransactions, which started low, just a pet here and there, and then character services, transmog, mounts, levels, gold, and now gear. That's why I said that the genre is in a tough spot, because they're primarily AAA, which obviously and understandably is motivated by money. They're publicly traded companies. Indie game devs, you can get away with maybe not being completely motivated for financial reasons, and there is some room for innovation there because of that. But because, again, they're primarily AAA, due to how monopolistic they are, you don't get innovation because innovation isn't required to generate revenue. Innovation is tough. You need...
Okay, before I start going, full fucking Santa Monica doomsayer, like the end of the world is near, before I go that way, let me just say that this is correct. Like, what I said about them resting in their lore, on whatever lore thing. Yeah, to keep it very leveled and objective, the level of success that they've had has made them complacent. So you can ignore everything I said if you want to about like the trafficking thing and whatever else, I don't care. But you can't argue in a vacuum, it cannot be argued in a vacuum, that victory has defeated them. I don't think that you would call what they've done with World of Warcraft or their other titles innovative. I don't think that you would be hard pressed to call their works and their expansions inspired. And you know what? I'm also gonna be fair here, and I'll say that as much as I like personally, for example, Secrets of the Obscure with Guild Wars 2, it does have some elements which clearly indicate that inspiration is a little bit low over there, which is strange because it seems like they could have had like a huge fucking thing in their hands, and something is making them blunder a little bit, and I'm not sure what it is. So for example, like for me, a telltale sign of that is, for example, convergences, right? In Guild Wars, there's this huge thing, but you go there and the world and the textures aren't really interesting. They're very much the same as like the rest of Nios, right? I was expecting something far more like mind twisting a little bit. And then you have the enemy designs where the enemies are like literally fucking obscure Venom clones, symbiotes like running around, and you can't even tell what their shape is meant to be. So you look at them and you go like, what the fuck am I looking at? Like, what is this? Like, it seems like, I don't know, weird. Anyway, just a side note. But yeah. Anyway, right, let's go on. And welcome home, Neris.
Need experienced and very skilled developers who know the genre like the back of their penis or vagina, and you need them to create magic, essentially. The MMO genre is so difficult because it's entirely variable on its player base. You can design something to be played one way, and the player base may play it a completely different way. Innovation can't simply be willed into existence, so why chase after it? Why chase after it when you can have an artist make a store mount over a weekend that'll generate millions of dollars instead? Or sell gold, levels, gear. Call it brainless, call it lazy, call it bad. Just make sure that you also include lucrative in your description. And in my opinion, that's where WoW is today because of how popular it got. And it's where the industry is today because of how monopolistic it is. And it's tough, but the player base has to collectively steer the path of the giant pile of money away from microtransactions and back towards innovation, because they're the only ones who can. They're the only ones who can motivate that. And I don't know if that'll happen because developers obviously are developing the game to keeping you in this microtransaction loop by resetting character progression and constantly selling character progression over and over and over and over again. So that's why I don't really care for the argument of, all right, well, you need microtransactions to pay everybody because, you know, it's already tough enough without defending just simple predation within the industry that we don't need, I'm sorry, I'm going to say this, excuses that aren't even necessarily true, as shown when these developers cut their bonuses or fire employees after record-breaking quarters. You know, that's just my opinion. Like I said, very contentious subject, but that's what I'm thinking. Steve Jobs actually has a really relevant quote for this, though, that'll play for you here. And as you're watching this, see if you can correlate this to maybe a video game that you've played in the past.
What happens is, like with John Scully, John came from PepsiCo, and they at most would change their product, you know, once every 10 years. I mean, to them, a new product was like a new size bottle, right? So if you were a product person, you couldn't change the course of that company very much. So who influenced the success of PepsiCo? The sales and marketing people. Therefore, they were the ones that got promoted, and therefore they were the ones that ran the company. Well, for PepsiCo, that might have been okay, but it turns out the same thing can happen in technology companies that get monopolies, like, IBM and Xerox. If you were a product person at IBM or Xerox, so you make a better copy or a better computer. So what? When you have a monopoly market share, the company's not any more successful. So the people that can make the company more successful are sales and marketing people, and they end up running the companies. And the product people get driven out of the decision-making forums. And the companies forget what it means to make great products. Sort of the product sensibility and the product genius that brought them to that monopolistic position gets rotted out by people running these companies who have no conception of a good product versus a bad product. They have no conception of the craftsmanship that's required to take a good idea and turn it into a good product. And they really have no feeling in their hearts, usually, about wanting to really help the customers. So that's what happened at Xerox. The people at Xerox PARC used to call the people that ran Xerox toner heads. And these toner heads would come out to Xerox PARC and they just had no clue about what they were seeing.
And for our audience, toner is what?
Oh, toner. Toner is what you put into a copier. Yeah, the toner that you add to an industrial copier.
The black stuff.
The black stuff, yeah. So basically they were copier heads that just had no clue about a computer or what it could do. And so they just grabbed defeat from the greatest victory in the computer industry. Xerox could have owned the entire computer industry today. Could have been, a company 10 times its size. Could have been IBM. Could have been the IBM of the 90s. Could have been the Microsoft of the 90s. So, but anyway, that's all ancient history. It doesn't really matter anymore. Sure.
That's very interesting. I feel there can also be the opposite, where essentially what happens is your ideas guys, all right, your think tank is running rampart, but they're also disconnected from anything else but their own fucking, inspiration, which has been, I feel, has been the case probably, for example, for Guild Wars, right? Where some of the decisions they make seem to be disconnected, well, not necessarily bad, let's say, but a bit like dubious. Like, I have no doubt or very little doubt that, for example, the enemy design from Soto is something that someone came up with, not because they were bored, but because that's actually what they came up with. And then nobody stopped them and said, hey, this is an unfucking recognizable ink blot on the screen of the PC. Like, yeah, maybe your concept art is amazing, maybe your head is amazing, but these enemies look like fucking, slaughterhouse meat or slaughterhouse meat covered in venom goo, symbiote goo. How about you design actually something that, is scary or threatening, And I can tell that some of them actually went and did that because the very first big bad you're introduced to, you know, Patha's brother, that demon there, that's a good-looking demon. You know, it's basic, but it's good-looking. It's a lot like Demos, but Demos looked good, so I'm not gonna complain if there is like a second one close to it. Demos looks better, by the way. So they did kind of go like, okay, yeah, but then somebody decided wrong. So nobody told that guy that like, hey, maybe we should talk about this because people ain't gonna buy this, you know, as an enemy, as a credible threat. Because at best it looks alien, but not in a threatening way, like most of the enemies you fight in fucking Soto, right? But at the same time, you can tell that if they were done proper, they would have looked, let's say, horrifying, you know. So I don't have much doubt that, you know, they weren't bored and just did that. They weren't bored and like shut out fucking Soto and its enemy design. But I will say that when the opposite of what we just heard happens, that can also hurt your game. You can't just go like, hey, you remember that crazy head we've got locked in the fucking closet? Let him free. Let him design, like, let him free. And I think that happened also with like Tekken 8, where they, for some reason, they've gone so wild with the designs, where now you got fucking space fucking swords and people using fucking weird knives and all that. Tekken used to be about hand fight, you know, fucking fighting. And now you got Nina fucking shooting bullets at people, you know? And bullets used to be, firearms used to be like a joke item, a joke customization item, which if you even tried to use, you would get heavily punished, you know, like throwing a pizza at someone. But now, characters fucking summon giant guns from space and go like, you know, just crazy on your ass. And I think that's what happened there. Like somebody said, Harada said, hey, let the nerds out of the basement, give them more crayons and let them draw. And so, you know, there are many ways you can reach that point where you could have fucking success, absolute fucking success in your hand, and you fuck up one way or the other. So, yeah. And there's probably even more ways you can fuck up, because fucking up is easy, succeeding is hard. But anyway.
Sure.
The power in these companies is transferred and controlled by the people who make the money. So if the people who make the money are no longer developers, i.e. people who have dedicated their entire lives to game design, and it's instead the people who've dedicated their lives to finding the most effective way to monetizing people's addictions in a genre of game defined by its addictive nature, who's really in power here? I mean, he said it himself.
As if the devs have any control over it.
Yeah, true. But this is a problem created by the cash shops because they are so lucrative, have taken power from the developers and handed it to the microtransaction people. And, you know, I think their quality is representative of that.
Is the soldier spreading its arms, protecting us from projectiles while we sleep soundly, telling the devs that we're not fond of this idea they think they're having. But what I'm trying to say is that even old school RuneScape, as one of the most populated MMORPGs in modern gaming, only exists because RuneScape 3 offers microtransactions. Because what you've spent on old school RuneScape membership subscriptions in the last 6 years, 10 people spent that same amount yesterday on RuneScape 3 keys. Those are the players that Jagex needs, not you, not me. MMOs are
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, what are the quality of these two games? RuneScape 3 versus OSRS. One motivated by microtransactions and one motivated by subscriptions. I'm actually asking here, from what he's saying, it seems like 3 is in a pretty tough spot right now compared to OSRS, but I've honestly have never played RuneScape, so maybe you guys can actually help me out with this one.
expensive to make and they're expensive to maintain. Which, by the way, whoever over at Amazon Games thought that a one-time purchase of a $40 game was going to be enough to sustain a huge MMO, what are you doing? What did you think was...
Guild Wars says hello, which you actually used in your own fucking mountain peak JPEG over there. They are sustaining themselves. Yeah. I mean, yeah. No, the only reason why New World failed was because it was a shit game. I'm sorry. Like, people have to fucking stop having copium here. It's like, it is just a bad game. I'm sorry.
Was going to happen. And then who decided that microtransactions were going to be your next alternative, and this is what you have in the store? They practically begged to not make money.
Yeah, that is correct. With customizations that fucking clumsy and out of place, you ain't gonna sell shit. But if you're Warframe or Guild Wars, and let's face it, also World of Warcraft has some really sweet fucking customizations you can get from that weird vendor that that you can access, you know, with your subscription or whatever. That new thing they added, like back when I was playing still with, you know, Dragonflight towards the end. Those items are nice. They look actually nice. They look like, you know, effort has been made. Whereas the items we just saw here, yeah, those are not gonna float your boat, obviously. But if your items are nice, they are going to float your boat. So I don't agree with what was just said. I don't know, I just don't.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's also the quality of the game too, or lack.
And that, yeah, as I said, I mean, New World is dog shit.
Of it, rather. Like, New World being terrible, for lack of a better term, I think has more to do with it failing than ugly cash shop items, you know? Sorry to any New World fans out there, and like I said, I enjoyed it for when I played it, but yeah. But this game had huge problems. I've seen the videos. It's had monumental problems.
What's fucking cracking, baby?
The biggest problem that new MMOs are going to face are getting a true player base. Not the players that are there on day one, seeing how long they can wait in a queue. Not even the ones that invest 200 hours and experience a little bit of endgame. I'm talking about the true player base. The player base that if your game shuts down, they will be on the front lines doing whatever they can to create their own version of your game, some sort of backup code to keep the community alive. Those are the players that you're looking for. They're there because they love the game. They're there for real. And those are going to be extremely difficult to get.
That is so unrealistic. To expect, like, to market your game to people who are going to fucking not just defend it, like beyond defend it. They're going to rebuild it and keep it going. Like, that is unrealistic. I think Jim here is like, at this point, he's just fucking, he's cooking. But not in a good way. He's just fucking seeing double rainbows right now. I don't think this is realistic. I don't think that this is the kind of players that you should want for your game. It's good to get them. It's like attracting, it's like, you know, in Dungeon Keeper, attracting, like, you know, like some kind of dragon. Just because your RPGs are so good, your base, your fucking dungeon is so good that it attracts like some really high level like shit. But you can't really base on that because, you know, it's once in a lifetime. Like, so it's a kind of like miracle that is there. I don't think you should be aiming for that. I don't think anyone is aiming for that. I think realistically, the kind of player an MMO should want to have would be someone like someone who actually really enjoys the game, isn't going to spend like an untold amount of money every month on it, but is going to buy like the occasional cosmetic. They're going to, you know, they're gonna get like a character boost, maybe they're gonna get like something like that. Like that's who you want. Somebody who will buy enough items per month and will have a lot of active playtime to compare to as if your game had a subscription, you know. So you want them to be staying in long enough, and you want them to also, like, this is the second box you have to tick, spend close enough to a subscription, realistically, per month. More if you can. And trust me, if they are enjoying the game, they will pay more. They will end up actually fucking themselves over because they're gonna be paying more than if there was a subscription on average. So which might also fluctuate, and it might also depend on a few things. But yeah, so the first box you have to tick is someone who stays in your game, who stays engaged. Why do you think fucking Yoshi and Square over there are losing it and are going like, okay, we gotta find more ways to keep people playing. We have to find more. What do you think that's like chance? Do you think that's like Yoshi just going like, I love you so much that I want you to be in my backyard for longer, guys, because I want to give you free pancakes? No, it's because that's what's necessary for a healthy game. More people engaged, more time. You need to be in there. You need to be in there. They want you in there. That's the player you want. Players who stay in there. That's your dream player. Stays in there because it all starts from staying in there. The longer you spend in the game, the more likely you are to spend money, to promote, to talk about the game, blah, blah, blah. You fucking get it, okay? So, this, what Jim is saying here is wrong. You don't want those magical, mystical unicorn of a player, which, even if your game starts failing, they're gonna write the patches for you. You don't want that kind of player. That kind of player can be dangerous even to your game. Close to it, a close example would be, for example, Rel, and what happened with Rel and PlanetSide 2. Well, that guy, they ended up hiring him. It sounds like a fucking dream scenario, right? You love the game, you talk about the game, you shit the game, you eat the game, you fucking sneeze the game, you think about the game, you talk about the game, there's nothing else you do but that game. And then they hire you. That's how fucking good you are at it. And from there, it all went to fucking shit. Because that's not the kind of person you want in your team, you know? You barely want them in your game as well, to be honest. Because they're always gonna sound like brainwashed morons when they talk about it. And that kind of thing scares people. Okay, but when you see someone, when you see Bob, your friend, or Jane, and they're not really talking about it, but they're like casually vibing in the game. They're just there vibing, talking with their friends, whatever, like I do. And they're having their own little good time. Then you get intrigued. You're like, hey, I want to have some of that good time. Come on. You know, let me see what that is about. Because, like, you know, this seems like some fucking sublime kind of fun, which doesn't need much advertisement or effort. And when things appear effortless, people are more inclined to try them. That's my take on it. I could have worded it better, and probably there are some things that I could have said differently to make more sense. But, like, you know, it's fucking... You know, talking is rocket science if you're a fucking dumb cat, okay, like myself. So be glad I can, like, put two words together.
Because chances are they already have that game. They're already a part of that community. And most of them aren't going to be feeling that way about multiple MMOs. At this point...
Yeah, he makes a great point. First,
this is a fucking nightmare. This picture right here...
MMOs. At
this picture right here is a fucking nightmare. Imagine if you wake up in Limsa. I am not going to say a word more. If you've played Final Fantasy and your eyes were open, you know this is a nightmare scenario, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
At this point...
Yeah, he makes a great point. First, just being the time investment, it's very hard to impress someone enough to drag them away from their favorite MMO. And it also has to do with sunk fallacy costs. With how much time and money these MMOs consume, there are people who have spent thousands of days and dollars over the course of decades, in some cases, into just one game. I think that the experience is what you make of it, and I never look at my time in WoW as wasted when I wasn't playing it. I more look at it like, you know, I had fun, that's worth it.
More twerking? Is that relevant to what I was saying, I wonder? Or are you just letting me know that you're still here? Or that you just got here? I wonder. But if it is because of my... Oh, just popping by, okay. Yeah, this video has proven to be quite fruitful. Quite a lot of things I had to say to our video. And it is a 1 hour video, but I made it a 2 hour video. I'm a content fucking leech, okay? I'm a content vampire today. That's what I am. I've latched on and I'm sucking like it's succulent life juices. I'm bathing in that shit. But no, for real, there have been some really interesting stuff that I felt like I should talk about. You're not making funny faces. Oh shit, you're right. Hey, I'll do that for when I upload it on YouTube. I'm gonna be like, you know, just do the Asmongold face and all that shit. It's gonna be amazing. Like invisible blowjobs are all the fucking craze recently. Good thing you reminded me. Holy shit. I will also do the that was my pop by Back to Hell. Oh no. Okay, well, patience with it. I hope it is not too torturous. I'm also going back to hell because I'm gonna keep watching this.
And nothing can take that away from me, but not everyone looks at it like that, and for many, to abandon that game for another would, in a way, to them, is like, well, crap, what was that all for?
New MMOs have to pull their player base from other MMOs. You're going to be trying to pull players from WoW, and from Final Fantasy, and from RuneScape, and Guild Wars 2. The players from WoW, and from Final Fantasy to pull their player base from other MMOs. You're going to be
Okay, so listen, listen, I, for a fact, okay, for a fucking fact, I'm not gonna say more, but I know this person 1000%, and this person 1000%, and very likely this person. Listen, there's only one Argent Dawn. I know what I'm talking about. I've spent a lot of time slutting around. I would recognize these characters anywhere. So either they're copying their styles, which is very strange because they are also in the same fucking group here. So I'm pretty sure I know who these people are. Cool. I was curious if I was gonna see myself at one point in fucking, because there's only one Argent Dawn, right? And only one fucking Horsire in. So I was curious. Close enough. Close fucking enough.
trying to pull players from WoW, and from Final Fantasy, and from RuneScape, and Guild Wars 2. The players that already know what they like and dislike about
So it's not easy to pull players of Guild Wars 2. The thing is, you don't have to, because for most of the people, and that makes absolute sense, because that's what it is, Guild Wars 2 is a side game. It's something they do on the side. You don't have to particularly try to pull them out of it. They're just gonna abandon it and then come back when they want to. It's like Guild Wars 2 is your fuck buddy. Okay, Guild Wars 2 is your open-ended relationship, long-term open-ended relationship. You don't need to worry about, you know, wrestling people off Guild Wars 2. They're gonna do it, but they'll always go back, and they might also cheat on you, you know, if you're a game developer, that is, with Guild Wars 2, you know, while they're in a relationship with your game, and that's something you have to learn to accept. That's you know, it's Guild Wars 2 is the chill like bad boy in the corner who's gonna get your girl for a bit or your boy for a bit, and you just have to let it happen because you don't want no beef with that, because there's no reason to have any beef with that. It's just what it is. You're just gonna have to accept it. And I think Warframe kind of works the same. I'm not sure though, but from what I understand, it seems to be working the same kinda. Or at least it used to, because I don't think I knew anyone who, you know, mained Warframe like you would main Final Fantasy. I don't think so, at least. I don't know.
multiplayer online games, which means that by default, a new MMO is immediately competing with the top of that hill. Could you imagine trying to enter that space and these are the guys you're standing next to, trying to gain their players? Good luck. The best kind of player base to get for a brand new MMO is a new MMO player. Ones that haven't experienced the other ones yet, and you're going to be their first experience, which would mean...
Absolutely true, and again, One of the reasons why World of Warcraft was so successful was because
Absolutely wrong. That's not what you should aim. New players are sadly very easily impressionable. Again, I will use analogies from relationships. Would you like their scenario, like what Jim and Matt Sezon are saying here, is basically you want to start a relationship with someone based on the fact that they've never seen a human female/male before. You want to grab them before they even kiss someone. You're gonna be their first kiss, you're gonna be their first fucking fuck, okay? And your whole relationship is gonna be based on that. Dog shit. Nah, you want the experienced guys and girls, you know? You want someone who is going to prefer you over the 10-20 people they've fucked up until the point they met you. If those guys, you know, if you can make those guys interested, they're staying. And not because they haven't ever, you know, sucked a cock before, okay? So I'm, by default, just disagreeing completely with all of this right now.
because it was entering a genre with this huge untapped casual player audience.
In the 90s, 2000s, maybe 2010s, maybe this was true.
That didn't want to lose XP on death, or whatever unforgiving features that nearly every other MMO had. World of Warcraft, for a lot of people, wasn't even their first MMO. It was their first game, period. I know, I mean, I seemed to raid with a lot of them.
Trying to appeal to the iPad babies, the TikTok brains, the fucking Fortnite Warzoners. You know, the ones that can't even hold their attention to short form content unless there is a video below the main content that has some car surfing on ramps so that their weird brains allow them to stay there. Dude, drop a
He's not joking, it's actually true.
Yes, he is not joking. He is not joking. This, like, recent generations are fucking nightmare fuel. Like, bro, it's just confused, immature, fucking energy drink fueled, delulu, antisocial, like, frustrated, very horny people. It is difficult to keep their attention.
It is a really good point. MMOs, because they are such a large time investment, they actually require some sort of an attention span.
Oh, which also proves my point, by the way, because you can't force these people to stay, but someone, you know, like me, a mature, fucking sexy looking, experienced, intelligent moron, you can keep me if your game is good. These guys, good luck keeping them. And I've sucked a lot of cokes, okay? So if your coke tastes good, I'm staying. So this only proves my point. It doesn't prove their point. I stand by what I said. Like, all this segment has been shit.
And I don't know if you guys know this, but primarily due to social media, the average attention span of a person has significantly dwindled within the past couple of decades. You know, the TikTokers who swipe through 10 videos in the span of 10 seconds.
18-year-old into vanilla WoW Northshire and see how long it takes for their brains to start freaking out because there's not enough colors and numbers. The generation following us is not gonna really be interested in this slower paced MMO style that we fell in love with. Why would they run around Elwyn Forest or go kill goblins in Lumbridge when in that same time frame they could have had 3 adrenaline pumping Warzone games to feel dopamine from? They don't chase the
Yeah, but eventually they're gonna reach 40 or 60 because, you know, of course we have to account for a very slow maturity, unlike like my generation, which at our 20 we were already fucking good to go. When they reach 60 or 40, they will want that other game and they're gonna stay there. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I concede to this last bit. Maybe I can say to the last bit, but like, honestly, I just largely disagree with what is being said here, particularly.
the same numbers going up that we do. It makes me wonder if the generation following us, when they get to be our age, if they're going to be more interested in goal-oriented things like long-term MMO goals. I don't see new generations coming into MMOs, and I don't see current MMO players jumping to a new one when they've already established their community and love for one that they've been a part of for years.
Wrong again, because, you know, as I said, and as they said, migration waves with MMOs. They started actually, and they're still going, and it still happens. So, I don't know.
I do actually have data to back this up. So I'm primarily a vanilla channel, you would say, and on YouTube, because they're creepy, they have access to your guys' demographics. They watch you while you poop, and as you can see, the people who are interested in vanilla, at least on my channel, are primarily 25 to 44 years old. I mean, it's not proof or anything, but it is indicative of the player base of vanilla, I would say. It's also a total sausage.
Yeah, it doesn't really say anything because, for example, I'm 42 and I don't give a fuck about... when I was playing World of Warcraft, I didn't give a fuck about Classic or whatever else.
Sausage fest in here, by the way. In case you're curious, World of Warcraft isn't the most attractive thing in the world, apparently. If you haven't gathered that. But yeah, great point here.
I think the current games that we have in the MMO space are going to remain there, at least for as long as both the players and the devs have that desire. In order for an MMO to take the reins, become the next big thing, to really be the game changer, it's going to have to be very outside the box. Never done before, a big risk. Chances are the next MMO to really overtake these or even see equal success as these hasn't even been thought of yet.
You know, they're still so fucking going hard for the whole, it has to be better than one of these, otherwise it doesn't have to... This competitive thing is just like so fucking toxic, I don't fucking know. I made a whole fuss about it in the beginning, and like, you know, the criteria of success or failure are so fucking arbitrary, it's crazy. I guess for the purposes of this video, it seems that the success of a game is measured by how close it comes to toppling World of Warcraft, like what? But okay, whatever, dude, like, fine.
Yeah, but I just have this strange feeling that the next MMO that comes out that has 6 classes to choose from, a woodcutting skill...
You know, let me never fucking... let me rewind time and unlearn martial arts because I'm never gonna be as good as Bruce Lee. That's... good logic. Good thinking there.
And 2004-ass fetch quests is not gonna be the one to see themselves at the top of that hill with those. It's just a hunch. I don't know. This Ashes of Creation game I've seen talked about for like the last 3 years is supposedly going to be the MMO that changes everything. They had this dev blog come out at...
Ashes. A lot of people have asked me about this, and my answer is that, and you know, no offense to people who are excited, and I hope it's good, but I really haven't been too impressed. You know, he just said that if we're going to see a new WoW, it'll have to be innovative, but I just don't see that in Ashes, personally. I think it looks like a pretty run.
No, Ashes of Creation is not gonna be it, I'm sorry. It's not gonna be it. Like, again, it's like the reason why, for example, Riot pulled off. Like, fucking pulled out before any action happened. It's because, like, they know if they do it now, it's gonna be just World of Warcraft. Ashes of Creation is just gonna be another one of those games, you know. It's just nah. I hope so. I hope that that's wrong, but it doesn't look like it's wrong. And I haven't even touched it, but like, you know, what we've seen so far, yeah.
Run of the mill MMO to me, and I think it'll have a niche player base, but I don't think it's going to take off in a huge way. But who knows? I could be wrong. Hopefully, I am. I hope that there's more great MMOs out there.
The end of March, and I was like, okay, you know, this looks cool. And on the side of the screen, I see some quests about killing 20 goblins. And I'm like, no fucking way that this is the revolutionary thing. The next big MMO is not gonna have kill 20 goblins as a fucking quest, I promise. They've already lost in my eyes. There's just no way another one of those is gonna be the one to be.
And that's why I think that the next big MMO is gonna be a lot more like Ultima Online back then than anything else. If it really wants to succeed, it's gonna have to be like a completely purposeless open world scene kind of game with no instancing, no fucking separations, no nothing, where you can do lots of like things, just like for example, one of the only things that I praise nowadays for Baldur's Gate 3 is that they have thought of everything, so it's gonna have to have that level of allowed interaction between like players and the environment. I think that's gonna be like the fucking basis of it, the foundation of it should be that. So if an MMO really wants to fucking do something monumental, they would have to go and look at all the lessons from Ultima Online and apply to that all the knowledge we've gained since then. That's what I think should be the next MMO kind of thing. And it should also have, it should be completely freeform in the sense of like, you shouldn't be based on fucking 90s and 2000s fucking rating models and like class and roles fucking models and specifications. It should just be completely... It's not enough to have it be classless. It's not enough to have it be with builds. You have to design your game to be scaling to the content, to the time, role, and, you know, intricacies of player choice and amount of players. If that doesn't make sense, I'm too fucking dizzy to explain it to you right now. But what I'm trying to say is, it's gonna have to account, not only be completely freeform and uninstanced and completely open to interactions, just like Baldur's Gate 3 is open to interactions, like you can do things that, you know, you have to really push to discover you can do them. But it will also have to respect people's time immensely. It will have to have this feeling of just playing a co-op game, but with a lot of people, for real, when it comes to its open world PvE. It should avoid any and all possible kind of segregation of players. Yeah, good luck. Ultima, you know, almost pulled it off back then. Now we have the technology to pull it off, so a second try may be worth it. I'm not saying bring back Ultima, I'm saying, you know, take that model. We'll see. But I am adamant on the fact that you can't demand people anymore to spend hours upon hours to practice a raid, to learn the rotation. You have to make it interesting, engaging, you know, deeply interactive, freeform. You have to make sure that a group of 3 people are having the same fun and effectiveness and access to your content and rewards as a group of like 50 people. You can't be thinking like it's the fucking 90s anymore. Okay, you can't be thinking that way anymore. It's fun, but it belongs into a fucking museum. So, yeah.
Be up there. No. There's a few things that I believe the next big MMO needs to do differently. I think the #1 priority is to come up with a structure that eliminates the locust swarm effect. Finish this as fast as possible. Get to max level as fast as possible. Get to the end game, the best in slot, the min-maxing as fast as possible. It's a real shitty habit that we've developed with video games, especially MMOs recently. I think it's played...
The biggest group of subscription losses, aside from the people who play for 10 minutes and quit, are those who hit the max level. Leveling is where you hook the players because it's simple and goal-oriented. When you're level 1, your goal is level 2. When you're level 2, your goal is level 3. And you're handed quests to help with that, and you get this great feeling of progression. You slowly but surely learn new skills. The content is drip-fed to you. You get these talent points of some sort, better gear to equip, you're unlocking more zones, more dungeons. And it's only when people reach the max level and they lose this direction, and all of these endgame systems are thrown at them, is when they throw their hands up in the air and they're just, all right, this is too much trouble for what it's worth. Some people raid, others PvP.
I understand that. I do understand what he's saying there. However, provenly, a game can be designed completely levelless. And again, I will use like Ultima Online as an example, like completely no levels, there's just no levels. Or it can be designed like Warframe, where it is and it isn't a level. Or it can be designed like Guild Wars, where it is leveling, but it is like boom, done, and everything comes after that. in a way that is not like, oh, I reached the stars and you're asking me to do these things. It's more like reaching the stars wasn't even reaching the stars. It's just like reaching the maximum level is where the game starts. And Guild Wars does a very good job at communicating that. And so you're never mad that you're through your leveling journey and that you start doing the other stuff that you do. You're not really ever mad at that, you know. It takes a special kind of idiot to be angry at Guild Wars, either for its, like, you know, supposed slow leveling or torturous leveling, which what kind of nonsense is that for real? Or because, like, the end game is too full of things to do. It takes a special kind of idiot to say these things for Guild Wars. It takes a special kind of idiot to say these things for Warframe as well. You want to reach it, it's nice, it's good, it doesn't hurt you, and the fun begins then. You know, once you max out your frame and you put in your little mods there and your little fucking Yu-Gi-Oh stickers. Yeah. But again, I also disagree with all of that, and I think that Ultima Online did it best, where there was literally no leveling system. Boom. Problem solved. No need to create solutions for a problem that is, you know, doesn't need to be there. Just take the problem away. Done. You know, fucking donezo. But let's go.
PvP, some people collect stuff.
Hello. That's a lot of twerking. Are you gonna start charging me? If you start charging me, I'm gonna start charging you. I'm gonna make it subscription only. I'm just joking. Let's go. Let's finish this. It's close to the end. $5 per bounce? Oh my god. That's some really expensive ass you've got there bouncing then. Damn. One of a kind? I have no doubt about that. I'm gonna let it roll because we're close to the end and I've been edging for a whole video. About watching the video. I've been edging about watching the video.
Everybody levels. Leveling is where you have the biggest opportunity to hook the player, and you know, it's such a shame that these MMOs seem to even sacrifice leveling, and they put as little effort into it as possible in order to put more into the end game. He mentioned New World's 2004 quest fetch system. Now, New World neglected every
Cat work edging. Oh my god, you know. I'm not gonna grace that with an answer. I am eager to get to be done with this video for sure, because then we have like this video, and this is shorter, okay, but it's still gonna be like a good portion. Derailed? Fuck. If you don't stop, I'm gonna rail instead of derailing, okay? And you're gonna be the first to experience that. So...
everything as far as I'm concerned, but its questing was inexcusably low effort. Like, literally, 90%. Kill 10 of these, collect 8 of these, kill this named, and the amount of reused enemies rivaled even old NES games released in the 80s. But it's not just New World. It's all over the genre, and I agree.
So, about reusing enemies, I will say that as long as the enemy is interesting and acts in an interesting way, it's okay to reuse it. But then again, it can depend. And this is more of a side note. MMOs are the king of reskinning content. They do that a lot. Yeah, well, I've seen other games do it as well. Like some major releases as well have done this. But I will say that, for example, you go into Skyrim, you can fight bandits until the end of days, and it's still enjoyable to fucking kill them, depending on what mods you have, okay? But like, if your combat system is good, if your combat mode is good, then it's very enjoyable to fight them. I would argue more enjoyable than any other monster in Skyrim. which is a testament to the fact that, like, you know, reskinning isn't that bad. With the right mod? Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah. By now, if you can't accept, like, listen, if you can't by now accept that Skyrim is the mods, and the mods are Skyrim, it's like they are Venom, okay? They're one and the same. You cannot say, I was asking about Skyrim Vanilla. There is no Skyrim Vanilla. It's a myth from 10 years ago. Doesn't exist anymore, okay? You pay Bethesda for mods? Oh my god. Oh my, you play Skyrim, but get out of my chat. Go play. Oh my god. What a disgrace. Tears, like that's it. I'll make you watch me play Vanilla. There is the only way you would get me to watch you play that. I'm not gonna describe the way, but there would only be that way, okay? And even physically right now, you would not be able to get me to do that. There is just no way. I'm sorry, but you're reaching. You are so overconfident right now. You're so overconfident. I'll sneak it in. You'll be playing Elden Ring and suddenly, yeah. Oh god. Nah, there is just no way. I don't even miss the intro. I don't even miss the intro because every fucking Chad who plays Skyrim, fucking alternate beginning mods, if you're not using them, you are a relic. You are a gargoyle. You're literally frozen in time on top of a fucking church. Like that's it. You're a statue. More work to be done. Okay. Yeah, it's. Oh my god! Just go, you twerking cat. Just go. It doesn't matter. I cannot talk sense to you anymore. I know that. I've accepted it.
Agree. I really do think it's a giant blind spot. Now, if I were to make an MMO, honestly, I would make a leveling system adapted to the pace of the modern gamer where even still it takes months and months to reach the max. Let's say for an average player in the modern era, 6 months. And while there would be an end game, of course, the majority of the efforts would be on making the best leveling experience you've ever.
But if you do that, then you're forcing your player to either never reach max level, which is the literal definition of a carrot on a stick. Wait, a stick on a stick? Carrot on carrot action stick? Listen, listen, okay, fuck it, carrot stick carrot thing, okay? So you don't want to do that. And also some people do enjoy reaching the end and then they continue playing. You have to decide which of the two you're gonna do, but if you go for the game that is like all about leveling, trust me, it's the equivalent of like just, I don't fucking know, just having the shittest game ever and saying it gets good after 10,000 hours. Like for real. You can't base a game on the leveling experience. Leveling experience must be part of the game. In some way, okay? In some way. Fast or slow or non-existent at all. But if you have to have leveling, you can't make a game revolve around leveling. This is what I'm saying. It can't be leveling the game. It can't be a leveling sim. Okay? It's maybe for the type of game that this guy is looking for, no levels at all would actually be better. Because he seems to think that to prolong the experience you get from leveling slowly, immersively, you need to have the slowest level possible. No, to get that experience, get rid of the leveling system and let people do whatever the fuck they want. Just like Ultima did. So I completely disagree here, but if you have to have a leveling system, in my opinion, it should be fast, smooth, and easy. That's all. It's not the leveling per se that, you know, gets you. It's what happens after that keeps you. So, yeah, I personally, I guess it's preference. I guess maybe we can agree it's just preference. But I would not play a game like that. I would not even touch it with a 10-foot pole. Like that seems like a really shitty game to me. Honestly, I don't know. It just feels like a very shitty game. Whatever, let's go on.
Had in any MMO, this huge immersive world.
It's like I'm gonna prolong the fact that in-game sucks in the games that I've played. Therefore, like I want the leveling experience that comes before it to last longer, so I don't get to the shitty parts ever. How about you don't have shitty parts in the end, and you also don't have to band-aid fix it by prolonging the experience that comes before it, which is the leveling. Boom. Like, how is that so fucking difficult?
Tons of zones, great quests, amazing group content, lots of dungeons.
But none of what he's saying is like it's also the fact that like none of what he's saying is mutually exclusive with reaching endgame fast. None of what he's saying is mutually exclusive with that. None of it.
Just total pure immersion, because this is what every player does. You make them fall in love with.
But if you want immersion, then remove the leveling system, because it doesn't make sense in a realistic setting. Just let people fucking do whatever the fuck they want.
The journey, and then you earn the right to do the end game.
Such a big role in the overall downfall.
But the way that he wants to design it, by the time you reach the end game, you won't even give a shit, and there will be nothing there for you, because you will have done everything. It's... No. I disagree with this.
Fall of MMOs, why everything feels underwhelming now. Unfortunately, I think as long as a game structure exists that allows for that kind of mentality, it's not going to find the success that it would have found back when we weren't playing games like that, in the golden age of MMOs, when things were actually enjoyed. That's why we want to play games solo now. It's why you can get from level 1 to 70 playing by yourself in WoW. And that's not going to make for a successful MMO. You might as well just make a single player game. Other MMOs would...
And that is why I also despise Final Fantasy, because, of course, you know, with Square Enix's top fucking minds in there, working 24/7 to produce, like, nonsense, they made the opposite move. They're like, oh no, we should embrace the fact that it is a single game first, single player game first, and an MMO second. Like, everyone fucking chants that shit like there's some fucking cult. It's amazing.
I know that I can input my credit card solo to level from 1 to 70. That's the best way to play video games, in my opinion. You know, I'm such a fan of MMOs that I'll not only just pay $15 a month to play them, I'll pay hundreds more to not play them, because, you know, I love them so much.
Benefit a lot by trying a more RuneScape-style quest system, where it feels almost like a mission with a lot of benefits afterwards, rather than just the same generic copy-pasted coding of a quest of going and getting 10 mushrooms on a tree and bringing it back for XP. It's the reason why a game like RuneScape, which people have always poked fun at its graphics, feels more alive than a game with fucking Unreal Engine 5. It's the way it feels when you're a part of that world.
I think this is just nostalgia at this point. Because me not having grown up with this, I mean, I am nostalgic as fuck. I was listening to Ultima Online's theme, Stones, and I cried earlier. But I look at the game and my mouth cries in the form of projectile vomit. And I see this, and I want to, like, literally fucking close down my browser. It is definitely nostalgia, dude. No. A good look actually is appreciated in today's gaming, you know, world.
And I think a lot of MMOs kind of look the other way when it comes to structuring things like that. They're too scared to try something else for progression. I don't know, they just play it too safe. The world has to feel alive, and everyone's end goal can't be the same. I'm not a game dev, I'm just a consumer. I complain. My role here is to complain. I'm not the guy.
Same. Same.
If I
Same.
knew what this next MMO looked like, I would be trying to make it. I promise you I would. I don't think,
I just said if I were to develop an MMO, but honestly, even if I were given the chance, I don't think I would. Not because I think I would fail, but, well, I mean, I just love what I do now, but also, in my opinion, being a developer sounds horrible because, you know, in today's market, which is primarily dominated by money, and therefore the obsessed, greedy AAA, you're caught in this awful position between the ire of the player base and the indifference of your publisher. This is what actually happened to the Star Wars Galaxies developers, and I'm sure many others out there. There are developers out there who have like these public Twitter profiles. I don't see how they do it. To willingly let themselves just get absolutely bombarded by really angry people, misdirecting their ire onto them because they've made themselves reachable, and just basically using them as a human pinata. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they engage daily with these people. I think that game development is actually quite known for being a soul-crushing profession. I do have a background in computer science, and when I was studying for it, I was actually specifically warned by my teachers that if you want to hate coding, get into game development because it's a quick way to crush your soul.
I don't know how people engage daily either. In what premise, in what context? You mean like precisely this context, like them being developers and having like a Twitter account or something? Or were you speaking in general? I knew it. I fucking knew it. That's why I asked, and I was trying to be calm. You noticed like the tone of my voice was like super calm. I was like, wait a minute, is this like a joke? And yes, it was. Oh my god. We all know how to engage, come on. You can engage just fine. I mean, yeah, it may be questionable that it would start twerking just to greet me, but hey, to each their own, right? I mean, it's still engagement. I get engaged by your twerking, so it works. This is a good compliment, though. Your twerking gets me engaged, you know that? There you go, that's a good compliment. I've been engaging to your twerking.
Also, this is where I disagree here. Respect to Jimmy here, but I don't think I would do it personally. I mean, I love the genre, of course, but I love being sane and my quality of life more, so yeah.
any current game devs have really wrapped their head around what it takes to bring an MMO to the next level, but I think with a lot of emerging game engines and technology we're capable of now, we're eventually going to see that thing that really makes our eyes widen and our mouths
Oh god, they are for sure.
salivate. It's gonna happen. Could be a year from now, 10 years from now. Our generation of MMO players probably
Fucking... Oh my god. Moving fucking... You know, RuneScape is special. That's I had to insert that somewhere. Like if you're enjoying RuneScape, you're special. I'm not sure if it's in a good way or a bad way, but you're definitely special in a way, okay? We have to accept that.
the only generation of MMO players are going to be looking for that game, and we'll know it when we see it. But for now, I think we're just gonna be cozy in the games that we play. For a more optimistic look, I think if RuneScape has taught me anything, other MMOs have really...
I have to pause and try to identify more people because, again, 1000%, I know for a fact that this is Gold Siren Argent Dawn, and I want to see if I can identify at least some of my friends, or even I could say co-workers at this point. But no, in this picture specifically, I can't. Maybe if it was faced the other way, maybe I could. Because usually, like, where we would hang out would be here, this area of the tavern. Oh well, that said, moving on.
not experimented with shit. They have not really opened up the sandbox of themselves. The fact that World of Warcraft just recently released a hardcore version after it took someone developing an entire plugin to do it just kind of shows how they haven't really tried shit yet. And the fact that they just tried a battle royale is even funnier. They're trying, you know, we'll give it to them. Blizzard's trying. They might be 10 years too late to the battle royale boom we mentioned earlier, but they're trying, and we've got...
I haven't played Dragon.
No, I don't think they are. I'm sorry. I will also disagree with that. I don't think they are. This is bare minimum effort.
Flight, but to say something positive about retail for a change, I do hear that Plunderstorm was actually pretty well received. I'm not sure, maybe you guys can enlighten me on it because I haven't played it in so long. I'm not super in tune with the current community for sure, but I've only heard good things personally.
To give them that credit. Blizzard has done everything in their power to self-destruct, and they're still standing. It's incredible. If they're not going down by now, they're never going down.
No, they never are. As I said in the beginning, or closer to the beginning now anyway, these guys could be legitimately proven to be fucking human traffickers and drug lords, and people would still fucking upload every single minimum bare effort they do in their games, and they would still pay them and they would still finance them. And yeah, that's it.
All right, that company's here to stay, which gives me confidence that other MMOs will be here to stay too. So we don't really have anything to worry about when it comes to our favorite games, our cozy home base being gone. And I think a lot of MMOs need to take advantage of this world that they've created and the different capabilities their engines have, and look and see how they can approach things differently, like Rune.
It is so ironic that while he was saying that, talking about, like, you know, the actual meaning of like innovation and trying new things, they were, you know, he was showing like Final Fantasy in the back. Dude, Final Fantasy is the least likely to try anything new ever. They are fucking ancient. Okay, their ideology is like, it is worse than the Mechanicum of Mars. All right, it is worse than, like, I can't even find an analogy. Good luck. Good fucking luck with that shit. Good fucking luck with that shit.
RuneScape has, with hardcore modes, Iron Man modes, and region locks with leagues, restricted game modes, challenges, people like watching challenges. And I think a lot of the big MMOs nowadays have the ability to implement something like that to keep their current active player bases occupied and entertained for a long time. And all that.
I think he nailed it earlier. I think if there is a formula to be found, it's in sandbox. Before World of Warcraft, the genre consisted primarily of the sandbox style of game, like Star Wars Galaxies, Worm, Albion, Ultima, to name just a few. And
there we go. Yeah, Ultima had the right idea, for real. Like, I honestly said, I honestly stand by what I said earlier. Like, for real, if you want to move the genre to the next fucking level, you have to start from before World of Warcraft. You have to start here. And this fucking pixel nightmare. I'm not even joking.
And like I said, when WoW released, it shifted the entire genre to theme park. And that's for a reason. But what I'm saying here is that comparatively, because of this, the sandbox style has much more unexplored territory. There is significant interest in player-made content, especially with how social media has evolved, and this is shown quite well, such as the Makagara tournament in Hardcore WoW that was run by OTK, which drew in hundreds of thousands of viewers. I know that Hardcore isn't super populated right now, and there's a lot of reasons for that, but the interest is there, is the point I'm trying to make. You know, even being a theme park game, it was all run by the community and player-made content, which is the sandbox's MO. So if you ask me, if this mythic formula does exist, I think it'll be sandbox.
That being said, I truly hope I look like an idiot a week from today when that next big thing is announced. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I think there's a future for MMOs, and we'll all be here for it. Anyway, I think that's all I got. I've been putting together the house video. It's just 5 days of a lot of footage. It's a lot of fun, don't get me wrong. I also have a special project I can't really talk about right now, but I'm working on that beginning of May. Other than that, it's been a pleasure. Great seeing you. Take it easy.
I'm not sure, personally. I mean, it'll be 20 years in November this year since the MMO that changed it all, and while some have gotten close in subscriptions, in my opinion, the market is still very monopolistic. I'm not sure. Do you guys think that there'll be another WoW caliber MMO? Or do you think it was really just a product of its...
Here we go again, going with the WoW caliber MMO. Like, okay, we get it. You know what? You deserve getting X'd out of there. Onwards. But before we move onwards, a 5-minute break. Jesus, 3 hours. Fuck. I wonder if Neris is here. If Neris is here, I'm gonna ask Neris if Dev and Obi are there, and if Dev and Obi are also there. Was a long hour video. Yeah, absolutely, I know, right? Well, I mean, that's what happens. Like, he bloated the other guy's video, and I bloated his video. And I'm unknown enough that no one is gonna bloat me. I'm gonna remain unsullied, okay? And if someone dared to do it, either way, it would be like fucking 3 hours long. So, providing content in 2024? Yeah, sure. Speaking of providing content though, if Neris is around and then Obi and Dev are around as well, let me know, because I'm interested in like doing some fucking dailies in Guild Wars. And if Neris isn't even listening, I'll just DM like him once I'm back. But I'll be back in 5 minutes though. So BRB officially, before we take a look at this. Christ, I had, like, that was the silliest phone call ever. So, the guy that called me, he speaks so fucking slowly, it's amazing. I was, you know what, I'm not gonna lie. I had to use the bathroom and get some water. And I was like, okay, fine. And I do that, and my phone rings. And it's that guy. And I'm like, okay, so I don't want to interrupt him because he's a really nice guy. Like a really nice guy, honestly. So I was like, okay, can you call me like on my landline, you know, my phone land thing. I don't know how you call it in English, but like, you know, not your mobile. And he does. And he wanted to talk about basically landline. Yeah. He wanted to talk about vaping. So the way that I know this guy is because he's the nicest ever person I've ever seen in any shop ever. And we ended up being friends. And I had told him to call me if there is like a certain flavor that I like, a very particular one. And so, you know, we had to talk about that. And for some reason, he was very talkative this time around. Sorry, the beeping was my... I don't ever use my landline, by the way, like ever. But this once, I was like, yeah, just call me there. And we started talking, you know, flavors, and I was like, yeah, you know, you can send me that. And he was like, you know, him being helpful, he was like, well, I also have like this vanilla custard thing, and also a variation of that, which also has like it's cookie flavored as well. And I think that this was going to be interesting. You know, and it's a pleasure to listen to him pitch sales to me, because he's just really good at it, and you know, it's an enjoyable conversation. But he talks so slowly. So I was like, you know what, just send me the one that I like. And then he was like, all right, and would you like to also receive like this or that thingy, you know, that fucking parts of the thing anyway. I don't remember how you call them in English, so I'm just gonna say parts of the thing, of the vapor. And I was like, no, thank you. And, you know, I was trying to be polite because he's really polite. And whenever I go there in person, we also end up just, you know, talking for like 30, 40 minutes every time. It's really nice just hanging out. So I couldn't tell him, hey, I'm on stream, I have to go, just send me anything you want, whatever. You know, I just couldn't do that. So sorry for that. Anyway. Let's see what we're gonna see. I'm so curious. Again, everything that I said about the previous video. Give them the stream link. Holy shit, no. I don't want any Greek audience. I don't want anyone Greek in here. I'm sorry. I just don't. Most Greek gamers and Greek people who hang out on streams are they're over the top. I don't like them. I'm sorry. I just don't like them as you know, as an audience or as fellow gamers. Sorry, it's just, you know, if you're Greek, I'm sorry if I'm offending you. I mean, there might be a Greek or two just watching casually, but like, yeah, I don't know, like the majority of us, let's put it this way, the majority of us, when it comes to being an audience to anything or like playing anything, they're fucking, I don't know, they're too loud, they're obnoxious. You don't like people who get emotionally heated and shout. I do, you know, I genuinely like people who get emotionally heated. I'm not sure about the shouting part, maybe I'm too used to it, but there has to be some elegance to it, all right, or some true or some finesse to it, or something to it, some nuance. It can't just be shouting for the sake of shouting, or constantly being offended by everything, or wanting to offend everything. Like, I can't deal with Greeks, honestly. I can't deal with Greeks. And they're a lot like the Final Fantasy player base, where on the outside they're happy, they're fucking, you know, joyous and mirthful, but then they go home and they're shouting at their son, and they're like grounding their son, and they're like yelling at fucking football, and you know, it's just like fucked up, dude. I don't care about any of that shit. I'm sorry. Hydrate? Alright, fine. You know what? Fine. You caught me dehydrated. Fine. I'll go get some water. Jesus. Is that your purpose? Like that's just your purpose. Okay. No, an English pub, I mean, probably I wouldn't. I don't know. I'm a club person anyway. I don't think I would enjoy a pub or a bar. Even bars are pushing it sometimes. Though in Greece, like, there isn't much difference between a club and a bar, except the bar is like you're not gonna dance, right? Yeah, we don't have pubs essentially here, so the closest would be a bar, but a bar is like just a discount club essentially here. That's how we treat stuff, which is why there is no reason to go to a bar if you can go to a club when you're in Greece. Like, if you can, maybe sometimes it's like the clubs actually open at like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, or that's when things are, you know, at their zenith, let's say, at their peak. So you would be waiting at the bar, having some drinks. Pubs are a dying breed here. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine it's like, I don't know. You could possibly make it work as some kind of oddity. You know, let me just get some water. Be right back. Good. I have to hydrate for calorie. They all going like 70% restaurant. Yeah, exactly, right? I know that. So that much I do know. And it's something that certain bars also tried here as well, following the trend, and that trend failed horribly. And nobody fucking cares about that trend. I also specifically feel that, like, when you go somewhere to drink, having food in the same place just defeats the purpose of going there for drinking, because you end up eating. And then because food is such a nuanced thing and such a nuanced category, the whole place ends up being about food. And at that point, you've lost the bar side of things, you know? Tourists love them. Yeah, well, I'm not a tourist. I hate tourism, and everywhere I go, I want to discover like my own things. I just, you know, I sniff out the places that locals go to. It's pretty interesting. I just have an innate kind of like instinct with that. Like, I'll go where the locals go. I'm not gonna go where the tourists go, even, you know, even by chance. And I've tested that in Germany. I have a keen sense on like where to go to eat or have a good drink or something. I don't know. It just works. Do it in England. You'll just end up in a back alley with druggies. Yeah, sure, fine. I mean, you know, this is a whole conversation, because even in Greece, we don't have, like, you know, Greece is smaller. Greece is like a small place. Athens is a small place. It's a tiny place compared to other like cities around Europe where they are like the capital cities, right? We're small. So that's why I say even here, you know, that it's like even in such a small like capital city. What I ended up doing is like, this is accidental, I swear. I used to hang out exactly where all the fucking junkies and the hobos would fucking congregate. And I used to actually spend a lot of time around those parts. Because like around that area is where the best fucking crepes or sandwiches or souvlaki places or bars would be. So, you know, I was around there. Not to mention that my favorite fucking place to get pirated games from was there. There were like 20 places where you could go in, and they would have, like, at the front it would be like ancient technology, fucking mechanical, like STC levels of technology that nobody cares about. And that's because at the back is where the real business was, where, you know, they would be copying CDs and they would be like selling fucking cracked Windows copies. And everyone would be like fucking buying that shit. And they had the PC parts from the 80s and 70s like at the front. It's like, yeah, it was like literally Hackerman. Yes, it was precisely like that. It was really just like that, for real. It was just like that. It's insane. But you know what was so surreal? That it would be like, it would be the fucking end of the 90s. And, you know, for them to keep their front going, you know, they had to have like posters and advertisements up, right? So that you would see ancient games, like you can't imagine. And you're like, how can anyone buy this? In the sense of like, how can anyone believe that this shop is being kept up to date and it's a proper business and that the real shit isn't in the back, you know, invisible? It was amazing. It would be the 2000s and you would see fucking posters about Warcraft 1 being advertised as a new game. It was amazing. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, hydration, right. Let me turn on my camera and fucking hydrate for Kaori, because Kaori just wants me wet all the time. And I can't fucking deny that. So... okay, so this is hydration. Okay, what the fuck? Why is my camera so fucking... there we go, that's better. I mean, you couldn't see, like, you could barely see my hair. It's like my hair disappears somewhere. Okay. And let's not talk about my background, okay? Just pretend this thing doesn't exist, okay? I'll probably add some purple here and there. It's gonna be awesome, like fucking do-it-yourself wallpaper. It's gonna be fucking amazing, don't worry about it. Even I can't fucking not laugh at that, I'm sorry. Because it's obviously like just, yeah, I'm not, let's ignore it, okay? Let's fucking ignore it, it's fine. Okay, so I think I've hydrated enough. Or this should at least, I don't know, like satiate your appetite to see me drink stuff for some reason. It was never even a thing, like this is not even a thing, this is something I made up. Nobody cares to watch me drink stuff. It's like, I pretend that asking me to hydrate involves turning on the camera. Because if I don't do that, you know, it's something that helps me use my camera more. I'm pretty much not delusional. I know nobody gives a fuck if I turn on my camera and like drink stuff on camera. But it's a good exercise. That's what it is. Just to be clear on that, okay? You might even like hate it when I do it, but I don't care. So with that said, I'm gonna mute myself and let's go on with this fucking shit show and see what Josh has to say. What the fuck is going on? I don't even know what's going on. Why is it like... Bro, could you just...
I saw your video on...
Ah, there we go. Okay, so now we can properly start. So I'm gonna properly mute myself.
Nightfire. Oh, thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Called him after 5 years. When in town, we arranged a session on Nightfire. Hell yeah, that's what video games are all about. We get our mates together with them. We play our silly little games. And we just have fun with it. A lot of people get caught up in the online discourse of drama over video games, and a lot of people can forget that they are there to be fun. They are there to have a good time, and if you step away from the drama caused by games, sometimes you can just play the game and enjoy it. Does anyone else find that? Because, I mean, some people...
Listen, yes, but also no. Because when it's drama on the levels of Blizzard, it's not just drama. Like, literally, when you are involved in activities that Blizzard has been blamed for in their environment, their working environment, that's not just drama anymore. That is something really serious, and you can't just go like, I just want to play their games, man. Like, no, just don't fucking finance fucking abusers, okay? It ain't cool, bro. So no, I outright, straight up disagree with this. Hard disagree. It is really it's really like, it depends on the situation. You can't just generally say, sometimes you have to forget about all this. We have to forget that people were pushed to suicide. We have to forget that people were sexually harassed and just enjoy the games, man. No, Josh, no.
Are what we call terminally online, which means that everything is problematic, everything is bad, everything needs to be analyzed super deep.
No, being terminally online doesn't mean that. So no, Josh, no.
It is totally possible to want, this is okay, to just...
I am terminally online. I am literally, I've been for 3 years, for sure. I have been terminally online. By a lot of people's standards, I am terminally online. I don't see what that has to do with, like, finding horror and misery in everything. Quite the opposite, actually. I don't know, but whatever.
Just play a game for the fun of the game. You are not wrong if you want to do that. Now, you...
No, okay, so... Yes, you are. Yes, you are, depending on the case. Like, are you serious? Like, I get it. There are people who are going to play, for example, that hentai simulator where you actually control Hitler. Okay? People are gonna play that because, oh, it's just a game, bro. At the same time, it is in extremely poor taste. Okay? So at the same time, yes, you can enjoy a game. I can enjoy a movie in which Kevin Spacey is starring. Okay, I can. I genuinely can. For real. I can do that. However, I don't. So, yeah. I don't know. And at least what that person has done does not affect his previous works, let's say, okay? Because those are movies. It's done. It's already done. It's already out there. It's done. You know. But by constantly supporting Blizzard through their blunders, for example, that's literally supporting the things they're doing. Okay? And even now, if you even now buy a ticket, let's say, to a talk, for example, that Kevin Spacey might do, yes, at that point, at that very thin red line, you stop, or you're supporting, you know, a certain person with dubious, you know, logic. And I'm trying to be polite, okay? So it is really depending on the circumstance, on the person, on the company, on the game, on everything. It's such a complicated. You can't just say, I just want to just play the game and you can't. Okay, it's not. In some cases it's true. In some cases it's not. It's not that simple. All right, you can't be like Josh here, going like, "Hey gang, what's up?" Like ignorant gang. Let's all, you know, continue supporting developers that have shit fucking workplace ethics, guys. Let's go, gang. Like, no, you can't really do that. But again, it depends on the game, right? It depends on the game. It depends on the transgression. It depends on your own fucking morality. It depends on what the situation is. Okay? I don't know. That's my take on it, at least. I don't know. I know there are people out there which are like, I don't care what Blizzard does, I'll play every single game of theirs. I mean, okay, I'm not gonna argue with you, you can do that if you want. But just don't celebrate them, at least, and don't celebrate your ability to turn a blind eye, because, like, that's not something to be celebrated. So, you know, do what you gotta do over there, and shut the fuck up about it, I guess, you know? And I'll do the same and we won't have to argue, and simple as that. But, like, flaunting it is kind of silly, isn't it? It's just as silly as saying, I'm boycotting X company because they did that. Like, just do it, you know? Just fucking do it. You don't need to flaunt it. But in this instance, I feel like he's trying to appeal to his audience by going like, oh, I'm untouched by drama, guys. I'm just gonna play the games I want, no matter what. It's not that simple. It's not that fucking simple, you know, honestly.
You can, if you want, get much more involved in the depth of everything.
And his definition of terminally online was also definitely wrong. Like, I know that much.
Everything. You can get super focused and super into it and learn all the behind-the-scenes stuff. That's okay. But what I tend to find, I think this is important to remember, is that there are certain people who get angry at you if you don't do the same thing. You ever found that? Some people get angry at you if you don't get as invested as they get in whatever they're currently interested in.
True, that is true, but that is not unique to someone trying to enjoy a game produced by fucking sexual harassers. It can be for everything, like, you know, like with okay, all right, okay, fine, okay, you know what, okay, fine.
And I've had friends, you know, cut contact with me because they're...
You know. Hi there. What's up? I'm just watching a video, one of Josh's videos, and I am just, you know, examining what is being said.
Said, you aren't hyper invested in this drama that's happening right now, and I think it's the most important thing in the world. Okay? There is an excellent old British TV show called Yes Minister.
The thing is that Josh comes from a place right now where he thinks that he's rightfully trying to have fun, and people are stopping his fun. Whereas in reality, the situation can also be the reverse. You might not be having fun, and still there will be people who are angry at you for not having fun. So I think he could have started from a much more neutral place. And I think he could have started with perhaps like better examples.
And it's basically about the ongoings of political machinations within Downing Street in the UK. It's a comedy. It's very, very cleverly written. And one of the characters in there is like an advisor to the current Prime Minister or an advisor to the current cabinet. And one of the cabinet members ends up saying to them, why are you supporting us? Because you supported the previous kind of administration and they were different. So where does your loyalty lie? And the other guy said, yes, you know, I supported them, I support you, I'll support who comes after you, and I'll support who comes after you, because I realized that, I mean, I'm paraphrasing exactly what he says, but ultimately what he says is the most important drama of the time for whoever is, you know, looking at this drama will be inconsequential to the person that comes along in 5 to 10 years' time. And whatever.
Sadly, this is true, which is also like if I'm correct about what he's going to be saying, I might have to agree with Josh on this one, even though we disagree so far. I think his point is going to be legit. The fact that, like, in the course of time, certain things become so irrelevant, for better or worse, that getting caught up in the moment with, you know, about those things may be equally inconsequential in the end, and therefore it's not worth committing too much to things like drama. But at the same time, socials? Oh, I don't have any socials. You're looking at them. This is it. I'm a very reserved streamer. This is a small stream. But thank you for checking it. Which, by the way, how come you found me? I'm curious. Because especially now, I'm in the just chatting category, and I would assume that I am in an ocean of anonymity, considering there's like 240k viewers. You need the OnlyFans with a kind of like, oh god, with the kind of pictures I've shared in the past. You still need an OnlyFans. I gave you that shit for free. And this is a plural you, like on stream. I've exposed myself to you like more than I care to do again. You still want the OnlyFans? Oh god, talk about return customers. Imagine if I actually go and create an OnlyFans. This is gonna be so much fun. With a U. But like, only feet, there you go. You're never gonna see my feet. There is no way you're going to see my feet. Ever. Like anyone, no one is gonna see my feet ever. I'm going to guard them like they're a fucking national treasure. Why? Why that? Alright, okay. But the ankles? Wait, what about my ankles? They're beautiful. They're fine, I guess. It's the feet that's the problem. I mean, it's not like I have bad feet. It's like, why would I show you my feet? I mean, my ankles are, I guess, well shaped. The most intimate part of the body is the ankles. Are you serious? You're just taking the piss right now, aren't you? You're just taking the piss right now. There is no way that you believe that the most... No way, just fucking admit you're lying. Like, you're just... Wow, okay, you're fucking teasing right now. There's no way. Are you sure? Because, like... Are you sure, though? Maybe you're right. Maybe it was also the ankles, yeah. But why do I seem to remember that, like, the ankles just didn't matter much? Wait, I'm fucking googling this right now. This is it. I'm fucking finding the truth about ankles. Okay, that's okay, but that's like Victorian England, though. So it's a little bit farther back than I was imagining. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense, I guess. All right. Hot tub. What the hell is a hot tub? Are you still a common joke for English people? Yeah, I guess a lot of things that old are still relevant to you over there. I mean, I assume you're referring to like having a tab that is like, you know, being in a tab and like streaming, right? It's a tab stream, essentially, is what you're referring to. Hot tab, come on. Hot pockets, sure, but hot tab, I'm not so sure about. I can... You know, I have before streamed myself in water in a like sexualized way. I had taken this glass of water and I had put my finger in it. And I think that counts. Because basically everything I touch, like, instantly is sexual, so... Yeah, well, there should be a new category for that, like me putting my finger in a glass of water. It's equally hot, trust me. $5 and a cent? Oh my god. For only finger? Only fingers? Okay, that's a new category. Hey, listen, let's hear what this guy has to say, okay? Because we've ignored Josh like long enough, and I need to fucking scrutinize more, okay? Sorry. Wow. Just
whatever the most important drama is to them will be inconsequential to somebody else. It's very important to be able to occasionally take a step back and look at the bigger picture of things going on. It's difficult to step away from the drama when you are deeply invested in it, and sometimes it's important to see the forest for the trees.
Yes, Josh, it is, Josh, yes, that is how that works. If you are involved in it, you are probably there because you want to be there. Yes, that is exactly how involvement works, thank you.
Or the trees for the forest, however you want to say that. Because I've had people recently contact me and say, how do you feel about this? And if I'm not outraged, they're annoyed that I'm not outraged.
Okay, that is a fair point. Yeah, of course. I mean, I've had that happen before. I have had this from both sides. There were times where something made me angry, and then because someone else wasn't angry about it, I felt like, how can you accept this? You know? But at the same time, first of all, I hope you can't hear the dog barking, but if you can, there's nothing I can do. And so, you know, fuck off about that. But like, to go back on topic, bark, yeah, what can I do? Nothing. But go back on that. When that happened, to be fair, it was about something that in general should be... Oh shit! Hey, that's 6 bits. I'll take every single bit of you, cat, and you know that. You're so close to 90s training montage. Oh no! Hey, no! You can't... Why is that still there? I'm removing that. I'm removing that. Oh my god, I haven't... No, I won't remove it. Fine, okay. I'm not gonna fucking remove it, don't worry. Okay? But don't cash it in, please. You're not gonna cash it in, okay? Okay, but you can use those you can use like that currency, like, I don't know, I'll make other categories for you, okay? Especially, they're gonna be called like cats currency sync. That's how it's gonna be called. And it's gonna be placeholders, but you're gonna spend your money on that, not knowing what it is. That's our destiny. And by the way, how are you doing? Nice for you to drop by. Even though this is like the most like random stream I've ever done. Especially for a Monday. I don't know, I had just like this urge to react to stuff. Doing pretty good, your apartment's finally fully clean. Oh, hey. That's nice. Was it like difficult? It's now a React channel? Yeah, it's that's it. I'm slowly becoming like a... Oh no. Tear making channel. Oh my god. Will I have like I'll have like those, you know, the typical like hot tub. Why are you in on the hot tub? Oh my god. Rating the Final Fantasy. I mean, don't even go there. Don't even go there. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because I immediately started thinking, stop, no, that's not how this works. And I remember your infatuation with wings. Listen, what are you agreeing? Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Of course you would agree. It's like... No, stop it. Just stop. Oh my god, this... unholy union. I'm enabling like some kind of... Oh no. I'm gonna fucking continue watching. I'm not... I'll pretend that there is not like a disaster brewing right there in my chat. You Final Fantasy. Oh my god. No. No. No, 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 no. You know, I remember like the first time that we talked on Discord, Enfer. You remember that? It was pretty interesting. Do you remember what you were saying about rescue? You remember yesterday? Well, I remember everything. From every time of every multiverse. Forever. All the time. Okay, maybe not. But like... But I remember that our conversation, like our first ever conversation was like, I rescue people off cliffs for fun, and generally I YOLO a lot, like, and I annoy people, and I have that kind of fun. And I was like, no, thou shalt not do to thy neighbor as... You remember that? And I was like, if you want to be part of this group, kid, you can't have this kind of behavior. We don't do this shit around these parts, kid. And then, you know, and then we were like, I'll rescue you. I'm afraid I'm not like a stray. I don't require rescue. I'm the one rescuing people. I'm the S tier sage that rescues people, okay? But no, good job on the apartment cleaning though. That's good news. Maybe there's hope for you. Maybe you will soon... Oh, you have some roles that you're playing. That's all I'm gonna say. You can play certain roles like really well. I'm gonna leave it at that. But you know what? At the same time... Wait, are you still like... Oh no. Are you still decorating? Didn't you finish decorating? Cat. Cat is like, you know, Amon housing and all that. Oh my fucking god, how can you do that to yourself? Well, I guess it's like, I guess it, yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm happy with my mansion, and, but yeah, you know what, you say that, and fair, you say that, but like your house is not done, as evident by my visit there. What do you mean, no, that's, no. What? What are you talking about? Listen, my mansion is, honestly, it's like 80% done. It's not an empty basement. It's like, it needs people. Listen, it's a club. It's essentially a club. It needs more people to shine. Okay? And of course, it needs about 20 or 30 more slots. Okay? Yeah. But that's not my fault. That's like the game's fault. They give you a mansion and it has the same lockdowns as a fucking cabin in the woods. They're stingy as fuck with like their ancient like servers that can't fucking even hold enough items in them. Still. issue. Oh my god. I mean, unlimited slots are going to be probably a disaster in many ways. Many ways. Probably. Yeah. I will not deny that you have time and again proven your affiliation to chaos. Okay? I'm not gonna deny that. You know, yeah, but unfair. Your apartment is literally just like some walls. And then also a nice entrance where you can do some nice like you can take some nice pictures. It's how is it 2 stories? It's not even 2 stories. How is it like the second one is like you can only access it through a glitch or something. And there is like 10 dwarves in there. Oh, you're talking about the apartment, not the like the not the what you call it? Not the other place anyway. Okay. Yeah, okay, I stand corrected. Alright, cool. I stand corrected. You destroy what? Why did you destroy your apartment? I am, you know, what? Listen, okay, you know what? Oh my god. The nut room. No, I don't know the nut room, okay? I should say, every room I am in actually becomes a nut room after a while. I'm not typing that on YouTube. There is just no way I'm gonna type that. Zai, what the fuck? Why? What? No! Thank you for the bits. You want me to watch the nut room? Okay, you know what? Fine. I'm gonna fucking let me duplicate this shit, and then I'll go watch the nut room. What? Why are there like multiple people? The third one?
Hey yo, what room is that?
Oh, it's one of the rooms in my basement right now.
That should look creepy.
Yeah, all
Yeah, I've seen this. I had no idea it was like even called that, but I had seen it in a fucking compilation. This is old, yeah. All right.
It was just like a TV and then a massage chair. And
Oh
then a
my
table
god.
Let me see the table. It got that's tissue. That's a box of tissues on the table.
Yeah.
And then you see you got a massage chair and a TV. What the hell y'all be doing downstairs in the basement?
I don't know.
Your dad come down there a lot or something?
Yeah, everybody in it.
Hey yo, got the box of tissues on the table.
No.
Just the tissue and a massage chair. I'm gonna fucking get it in the nut room. That was the nut room.
Nut room.
Hell yeah, it was the nut room.
Oh my god, okay. Fair enough, it was a good one. Your lighter died? Why didn't you have a second one? Why didn't you have a backup lighter? I guess it's the same reason why you just like ignore every other thing that like, you know, a regular person that isn't like a fox would do. Oh, you do? Oh my god, okay. Well, never mind me then. Wait, so now I had to hydrate for Zai as well? What the fuck? I don't want to turn on my camera. It's like 30 lighters. Jesus, okay. Matches are fucking amazing, by the way. Like, they're hardcore. Stream gaming is unnecessary, okay? Stream gaming is unnecessary. It's like, don't worry about stream gaming. I'm standing on my chair upright. Enfer knows. Enfer will back me up on this one. Fine, let me get some more water then, whatever. Behave. I'm gonna be back in like 30 seconds, okay? I'm gonna get some water. I'm not standing on my... You know what? Enfer knows. Don't worry about it. What are you redeeming? What the fuck are you redeeming? What is this? I don't even remember. Like, this is Eldritch knowledge. What the fuck? No! I'm gonna go and look what that is. I'm gonna go and look what the fuck you just bought. For real. But in 30 seconds, okay? I just need to get some water. Alright, let me see what the fuck you redeemed there. Like, that is like, how do I even see that? I'm such a pro streamer. Just give me a second. Like, super pro streamer, don't worry about it. I'm gonna check right now. If it is something that, like, I don't, like, agree... Stop! No, not cheering! This dog looks like another fox, but in the wrong way, because it's a dog, and dogs aren't focused, and that says that look like... Oh my god. Oh my god, just leave my brain alone, okay? But thank you for the beads. This is humbling. Like, why are you sending me all your beads? It's like, they're precious, you know? Wait, are they really precious? But no! Stop! It's humbling! Not you two, come on! It's like, I don't know how to react to kindness, okay? I don't react well to kindness. Stop it. No pennies. You don't like my foxy beads? I mean, I do. But that has nothing to do with me. But you know what? Just a second. How can I see? So, I'm gonna go into my stream manager. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, thank you very much though, for real. But like, where can you see your... I'm on my phone right now. Beats always felt weird to you? It's like, I don't know, they're kind of hype, but they're kind of random. It's weird. But that's what you're doing, isn't it? Like, literally, considering who I am and what a slut I am. It literally is that. So you know what? I'm gonna put you on BRB and I'm gonna check what the fuck it is because my phone is just not showing me. So suck on this BRB message while I secretly visit Twitch, which I don't want you to see. And that's why I'm using this BRB thing. Yeah, maybe I will. What's it to you? Hey, you know what? You know what? If you're concerned about that, then give me some real money, bitch. Give me some paper money. Now we're talking, right? Let's shove that shit in my underwear. But no, like on a more serious note. Let me see like my settings here. Viewer rewards, right? Channel points. There we go. And then from there we can manage rewards, and from there I can see what the fuck I can do. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Thank you for the 5 bits. Come on, it's a cute dog. It's almost fox-like, but like... Ah. I see what it is. It says in the description. Which... Oh no, it's to use my camera. $3 whole. Holy shit. Hey, that's actually... Wow, okay, listen. That's very generous of both of you. Stop it, I don't react well to fucking generosity, okay? It kind of makes me blush. I don't want to blush. Oh, fuck off. Thank you. I hate you. Listen, thank you very much. It seems to me. No, stop it. Listen, you've thrown enough pennies, okay? This is like. Oh my god. Oh my god, just literally fucking cents. Stop it. Are you competing or something? Stop. God damn it. Alright, listen. The first thing I need to do is to put you in BRB again. So I can change my actual desktop background to something that isn't pure cringe. Which is gonna be this. Which is my usual background. Okay. That's the first step, okay? The second step is that now you fucking cast in that fucking camera thing, which, how did you even do that? Stop, fuck! Oh my god. Oh my god. Hey, you know what? 1 bit is just as worthy as 1,000 bits. It really is, because it's the thought that matters. And it's still, you know, I don't know, it's still uncomfortable for me, okay? So, listen. It is very loud, right? But you know, I'm very lucky. But don't redeem it. Do not redeem that. Do not fucking redeem that. I prohibit you. I prohibit you from redeeming it. That's it. Do not redeem it. I'm not, like, listen, I'm not ready for it, okay? Jesus Christ. I've actually done that before. No, don't do it. Don't listen to Enfer. In general, you know what? It would be very nice if you actually never listen to anything that Enfer says. No, do not redeem it. I don't condone that. I don't consent, okay? No, but like, Enfer, you also shouldn't listen to what Kat says. Ever. You two, in fact, should actually be far away from each other. If you can help it. Because I think, like, what? Oh my god. Weren't you at work? Why are you not working? Why are you not working in some corner in the warehouse? Which is your job, very obviously. Oh, so all I have to do is stall until you basically go back to work. Amazing. I have a battle plan. That's all I have to do is just stall, literally just stall until it's time for you to go. And then what you redeemed won't matter. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. You know what? First of all, I have to fucking, like, listen, it's a bit dark, okay? Let me fix that. First thing first. It's a bit dark. I'm unemployed. Well, welcome to the club. I'm also unemployed. Holy shit. Flash cam. No, it's just not like, wait a minute. Jesus Christ. Just needs a bit of just the slightest amount of like luminance, okay? That's all it needs. And honestly, don't mind my fucking appearance. I'm just doing this for Zai because I just, you know, hydration and shit. Yeah, luminance. What's wrong with the word? You don't like that word? Like, Oh, yeah, of course. I'm gonna close this. Oh my god. The rabid league fans in my chat room. Anyway, but yeah, sure. This is for Zai then, okay? Whatever. And I'm trying to use my camera, okay? So yeah, whatever. And also failing to drink water, apparently. A bird class? I don't know. You're going into territory where I can't follow, Cat. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what a bird class is. I think I can completely forget about Little Lamb. Oh my god. Can someone save me from the from the 2 League fans over there? Like, can anyone just like do something? I am being pirated. Oh no. Oh no. What have I started? Zai, please save me. Please insert some normality into this chat before it's too late. I went from like watching because your messages are lewd, that's why. But I'm allowing them anyway, so don't worry. He's crazy, Zaya. Okay. Actually, I have no idea why her crazy was. Wait, even insane is fucking modded? Well, don't worry, I'm here to click it manually. Don't worry about that. I got you covered. Maybe it's not about what you're saying, but about who you are. Did you ever consider that? Because, for example, Kat just said insane and nothing happened. The tweet suppose. The tweet suppository. That's what I am. I'm just a little tweet suppository. New Survivor DLC. Wow, okay. Wait, there's a new one? Are you talking about the one with like Among Us or something? Or is it like an even newer one? As you can see, I'm also trying to guide the conversation like away from this. Oh no. It was pointless in the end. Guns, okay. Well, I'm gonna buy that actually because I do like Vampire Survivors. I don't hate it. Why? Why are you breaking your skateboard? What's wrong? I'll get the joke one day. Yeah, I guess at this point I have become nothing but some background noise. And in the forefront there is like 2 absolute geniuses, as evident by like the Wings discussion, obviously, and the apartment discussion. And so I have no place anymore. That's it. Which kid game is that? Why am I worried whenever you say things like that? Little kitty, big city. Jesus, what is that? Do I dare fucking...
Cat owners often spend time looking their fur-covered creatures in the eyes and wondering what they truly want. Would they enjoy the world outside, or would they immediately come running back to their parents' protective embrace? Little Kitty Big City attempts to answer this question for indoor cat owners out there through an adventure that fictionalizes the thoughts and feelings of a feline friend lost in a small Japanese metropolitan sandbox. Adorably animated and full of personality, solving platforming puzzles in this charming environment is a relaxing time from the get-go. But like a cat aiming to jump up to the top of a dresser and not quite making it, Little Kitty Big City falters in a few areas that keep it from being a wholly satisfactory experience.
Okay, listen. It seems... Wait, why did I close it, by the way? I should have gone back instead. And even further back.
I saw your video on...
Here. Stray... Wasn't Stray like the one where you're like an orange tabby? And... Wait, a cyberpunk playthrough? You have no idea. You're late to this dance. You're late to this dance. I did the whole cyberpunk in order. And yeah, it was a fun ride. Wait, another one with mods? No, I'm not doing that. Like, there's just no way. There is no way I'm doing that. I'm not gonna mod cyberpunk. There's no way. Also, hi, Neris. But you can find 500 more hours. No, you know what? I can't replay Cyberpunk. That's the problem. Like, I really just can't. I can't play it again. The endings are so bleak that I don't have a good time with it anymore. Well, okay. Enjoy work, and I'll enjoy your twerking. I'll try to finish the second video, even though like the level of distraction and distraction has increased like exponentially. God, it's like you and Kat in the same chat is like Titanic proportions, like event. 4 hours in, one video done. But yeah, you know what? But I have to do that because like that's how you make content. As a streamer, as a pro streamer, I have to follow, 200 bits. So listen, okay, I really like enter. Look, you can't do this to me, okay? You cannot do any more of that. Like I just humbly, I can't. Thank you very much, okay? But what is that? Oh no. How many of you are gonna fucking ask me to do? Okay, fine. I'll drink. Okay, I'll fucking drink if that's what you really want to say. God, like why do you guys want me to hydrate so much? It started with fucking Kaori and Zai fucking bloating me with water at that point, to the point where I had to fucking regulate them. Your drink is healthy? Like what is that then? What do you call water? If I don't get it. What are you saying? Yeah, I knew that was gonna be the case, by the way. Okay, well, cheers. I hope that at least one of us makes it. Okay, because like energy drinks, I don't know. Here. Oh shit. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, yeah. You know what, Zai? Yeah. All right. Okay. All right, cool. But first I have to hydrate. Okay? There. So let me ask you about that. Let's talk about the details, okay? And I hope you didn't notice like some of the water trickling down, and then I did this smart like maneuver here to like clean it off without you noticing. Now you know, of course, but like if I hadn't told you, obviously you wouldn't have known. But what you just cast in, right? You drink. Yes, that's true. Listen, it's just the way that my mouth is designed. It's like an ergonomic design where... Do you want me to explain to you? Because there is a perfect explanation, okay? It's for when I suck dick. So that basically I don't choke, okay, and I don't have to swallow. It just automatically, it is calibrated so that automatically it's just like, it just dribbles from the side, okay? That's what happens. So now that we solved that mystery, which, you know, proves my superior, like, design, my superior, like, ergonomics here, do you have a drink? Do you actually have a drink with you? Because what you cast in, you know, implies that you're gonna drink with me, right? Some what ram? Kraken ram? What the fuck is that? Kraken ram, huh? I can get me some... Listen, Okay, I'll be right back. There. Give me a second. I'm back, hermano. I got some Pepe Lopez tequila. Okay. It's not my favorite necessarily. It will do though. And if you're having rum, I'm gonna also have probably some whiskey with cola. The only problem being I forgot the cola, but you know, I'm gonna fix that. For now though, let's take a shot in that case. Shit! Somebody had fucking... Oh my god. Who messed with, like, with our stash of drinks? Jesus Christ, thank god there wasn't, like, a lot of it in there. What the fuck? So somebody removed the fucking, you know the stopper they have on the You know the stopper they have like on the bottles? Where basically you have to tilt it in a certain angle or it can't actually serve you the drink? Yeah. Somebody removed that. Now, before anything, I have to fucking clean. Fuck's sake. Which means I have to BRB again, immediately. Because if that shit fucking dries up, I'm fucked. So, by the way, who the fuck removed that? Like, from my fucking drink? Who the fuck removed that from my fucking drink? Anyway, I'm gonna BRB. I have to clean this mess up, for sure. Before anything, this has to be fucking cleaned up. I'm sorry. I mean, it's like I've got my shot here, and then you can see like this shit here. Can you see that? It kind of glistens. I don't know if you can see it. But yeah, my mousepad is now full of fucking tequila. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ. I have to clean that up before anything. Yeah, I fucking hate that. But you know what? I'm gonna clean that right now. Be right back. It's possible I might have to stream in my fucking underwear because of this. Because like half of that shit is on my fucking skirt and on my shirt. And I'm not sure I'm ready to stream in my underwear, okay? Which, even though they're sport underwear, I think they kind of like, you know, Twitch is not gonna be happy about that, I think. I doubt. But we'll see, okay? We'll see what happens. Just give me a sec. You're gonna be hearing cleaning noises probably, unless of course I actually mute you or myself. But yeah, anyway, just give me a bit of time. I'll be right back, okay? It's fucking amazing how all of it is literally on my mousepad and on my skirt. It's amazingly fucking precise. It was a surgical spill. Okay, so now the difficult part. I have to remove my mouse mat, take it into the bathroom, and there give it a good clean. Okay, so let's see how we're gonna do that. First of all, I have to fucking unplug it, because this is something that apparently I needed to plug in for all these fancy colors. So let me see. Ouch, fuck! Okay, sorry. I bumped my foot somewhere. Okay. So is it this? No. Is it this? Yes. Alright. So step one, unfucking plug that shit. There we go. Now all I gotta do. Did my mouse escape this disaster? It did. Okay, my keyboard also escaped. Basically everything escaped except the fucking mouse mod, which is amazing. Even the cable of the mouse mod is clean, which I should actually gather up in a way that doesn't, you know, doesn't get wet or anything. Okay, so take this, then fold the mat very carefully. Okay. Awesome. All right. Next step, take it to the bathroom. So for now, you won't be able to hear me, okay? But I will be back soon. Jesus Christ. Okay, can you still hear me? Are you here? I'm still here. So, okay, I cleaned my mouse mat. It's super clean now. I made sure I even like, I squeezed it, I wrinkled it. Or ringed it? How the fuck do you call that thing anyway? And then I re-washed it. And everything is good, but I do have to clean my table as well, my PC desk as well. Just to make sure. Because it smells like tequila now, so obviously I want to clean that. So yeah, alright, so last bit of the operation. God. All I wanted to do is have a drink with Zai, what the fuck? All I ever wanted to do was have a drink with you. Not allowed. Fuck's sake. Oh god. Zai, just stepping in, ruining my life. Take your time, got paid, so debating if we should buy that game I posted you the other day. Oh, good fucking luck with that. I'm not touching that. I had enough rating for a lifetime. Enough complicated rating anyway, that is. And enough complications during raiding as well. Like, fuck that. I want smooth shit now. The sound you're hearing is me, you know, cleaning, basically. Okay, this should be basically it, actually. Let me do a second pass. Just a second. Almost there. God, thank God Emperor isn't here, and thank God Cat isn't commenting. They'd have a fucking field day with that shit. This stays between us, okay? This never happened. It's never... Nothing ever happened, okay? Oh, God. I'll message him now? Yeah, of course you are. Like, for sure. I bet you are. God. Alright. Cool. Now, the wrist rest of my keyboard should go there. Okay. Now, let me determine if there is any other damage. I mean, the only damage that is done, quite literally, is that I have less fucking Pepe Lopez, by the way, not sponsored or anything, not advertising, tequila. That is the only fucking bad thing about it, actually. I have a bit of it more, but that's not gonna be, maybe it's not gonna be enough for a shot. We'll see. Oh, God. Jesus. Alright though. I salvaged what I could. So I have precisely two shots of tequila left. And I'm gonna fucking drink them. But what am I gonna do about the underwear situation? Probably like... Do I have any comfort clothes around? Fuck. shit! Hey, I've got more tequila! Alright. I was wrong, I have more tequila than I thought, because like there is this other bottle from the previous time when we had shots. It's still there. So now I have like more of it. And I'm not too shy, you know, when it comes to mixing. Don't care too much, as long as it's like not swill or moonshine or something. Which, don't drink that stuff, please, okay? Just saying. But you know, I hope it's dark enough that you won't be able to like detect any nakedness. And any nakedness is not going to be intentional. And I don't have a mouse pad, but like this works. It's fine, I guess. Like the desk surface, it's just fine, I suppose, for it. For now, at least. But God, what a mess, right? At least it doesn't smell like tequila on my desk anymore. That was messy, what the fuck? So, I'm gonna do this. I don't know if like, if there is any nakedness that is detectable by your average eyes, okay? It's not intentional. So let's test this. Oh shit, hi. I do have underwear, by the way. I am proper. I just wanted to see, I wanted to test the fucking angle, okay? So if I sit here, like this, just a sec. I mean, you get a bit of dye, but like, come on, dude. That's not breaking regulation, is it? I'm proper. That's not breaking any fucking regulations. Yeah. And besides, I mean, consider the fucking situation. Hey, oh my God. All right, you know what? I'm gonna wear socks as well because I feel so fucking naked. You can't imagine. Like, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't have my feet exposed. Okay. Like the fact that like that part of my thigh is just exposed makes me wanna like. And I'm not even a prude or anything. It's just like. Just about you guys, like on camera, like what the fuck? You're causing this. And it's not like I'm gonna like, you know, listen, it's fine. You're not gonna be able to see my socks anyway. From what I understand, from the test run that I just did. Okay. But it's dark enough that none of this should matter. And also, again, like, it's not intentional. I just literally drenched my skirt. I don't have any more comfort clothes. I don't care to go into a dress or something. Fuck that shit. So, yeah. I guess, you know, just fucking go with it for now, okay? And it's gonna be better. And I need some music. Let me see. And we can do this, like, next time. We can watch this thing next time. It's okay. But I need like some kind of music for this shit. If we're gonna sit back and like relax, I guess. Two hours ago? Yeah, but like it's not, you know. Okay, fine, this. Right? Also, let me see something. There we go. Is this okay for you? Is this alright? Hi, Unfair, you missed like nothing at all ever. You didn't miss anything at all, I promise you. So yeah, cool, right? Nothing happened anyway, like, what are you talking about? You're loud, music is fine. Wait, is it loud? It's not loud. Is it because you're wearing headphones? Probably, right? Sabotage. A fucking sabotage. Like that's Enfer's purpose. This is it. It's fucking sabotage. Hey, I'm not most people. I'm unique in my own way. Okay. So, okay, again, if there is any dye showing or anything, okay, that's incidental. I had to put all my clothes like in the fucking laundry machine because of that like tequila accident. So, you know, and nothing is gonna show anyway, like I'm pretty sure. It's gonna be like just a bit of skin somewhere. That's gonna be it for you. So don't worry about it. Unique as a snowflake, of course. It's still snow. Yeah, but it's also still a uniquely shaped flake. I'll have you know. All right. So Zai, are you ready to toast? I'm gonna have a shot, but you're gonna drink like from your rum, okay? And then I'm gonna bring some cola, and then we're gonna have like, what you call it? Am I gonna select like content labels as well? Let me see. Drugs, intoxication, or excessive tobacco use ads. Sure, I guess I'm gonna label it as such. And then... what other label? Content that focuses on sexualized physical attributes. It's not focused on them though. Prolonged and repeated use of obscenities, profanities. No, not prolonged, let's say. But tobacco use, I mean, you know, normal, legal drug and alcohol-induced intoxication. Hey, it's not intoxication. I'm not gonna be drunk or anything. It's just a fucking shot. I don't need any labels. We're fine, guys. But I went through them anyway. But I'm not gonna be intoxicated. I'm just gonna have like 2 shots of tequila and like some fucking whiskey. Like, big deal. Anyway, right, hi. Oh, that's like, okay. Well, I might... okay, so at least it's fucking blurry. Let me fix that. And let me get some other gloves, because my gloves are fucked now. Jesus Christ, attack of the wild tequila shot, I guess. Alright, there we go. That feels more comfortable. I have my socks on, at least. We never finished the second video. It's gonna happen next time. I don't think that video is ever gonna finish now. That's it. It's never gonna finish. Oh, and you know what? Be right back. 5 seconds. There we go. Okay. Now everything is in place and everything is in order. Hydrate. Huh. Yeah, I am going to hydrate, but not with water. Okay, so I hope my camera stopped having a fucking seizure. So that when... oh, that's more skin than I intended, but yeah, you know. So pretend that like I'm still wearing my skirt and just ignore this triangle here. I can't... maybe I can conceal it with my shirt like this. Right? And then no one knows. But it's like, it's gonna fold up. Anyway, it's just a little bit here. Don't worry about it. So, cheers, I guess, Zai. And thank you for the fucking shit show that you caused with your redemption of the points. Triangular die? Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Triangular die. So, I don't want to tilt the camera up. Wait. Okay, fine. You know what? Let me first cheer. No, let me tilt the camera up. There. Better? Wait. Fuck's sake, is this better? Only dies? Okay, alright. Anyway, cheers, Ryan. Fuck the distractions, dude. Ah. That was good. Pepe Lopez, huh? Okay. Interesting. Monday, fucking drinking. Imagine that. That's what happens when you hang out with Zaya. What are you saying over there? Does he make me work? I see. Yeah, I'm working right now. Fuck that. So, I'm not supposed to show you any labels, by the way. So I'll have to share it in an awkward angle, I guess. And considering that someone fucking sabotaged the stopper on the bottle... Disgusting. Come on. I'm now afraid of, like, a repeat incident of what happened. Okay, just a little bit. Okay. This one is just like a half shot, but I'm not gonna mix it with the other one until I'm, you know, done with this, obviously. Second down the hatch. Or, well, partial, Zaya, what do you think? Going too fast for you? We should play a drinking game. That would make it more interesting. Raise the stakes a bit, what do you think? Then again, Zai is probably already passed out somewhere. Judging by the fact that he's not answering. Also, sorry for looking there, but like that's where my other PC is. I probably shouldn't, I have the kid home. I'm here. Oh, damn, okay, well, alright. No drinking games then. That's fine by me. I mean, technically I fulfilled my, like, you know... Start young, huh? Okay. Okay, well... If you're still drinking, are you still drinking? That's the question I want to answer. Are you still drinking? Cellophane, dude, aren't they Greek? Cellophane are pretty fucking good. Alright, if you still have a glass, then I'll drink again, okay? Can you take a sip every time I drink, though? Can you match me at least that way? Not a lot, just a sip, you know, just, Yeah, they're from Athens, I know. They're my fellow, like, citizens or something. They're very good, though, I like them. Easily? Okay. Well, alright then. Cheers, again. To you, Zaya, and to your young child then. To your kid. In good health, right? This is good tequila, for fuck's sake. But you know what? Let me make sure that the stopper is in this bottle. Yes, it is. Okay, cool. And let me serve me a proper one. And slowly. There we go. Also not sponsored, by the way, by any of the products I mentioned, the same. Okay, just keep that in mind. There's no sponsoring here. You know what? No, there's no space, I have to put it there. Okay. But yeah, no, it's just like Zaya redeemed like my drinking thing, so I'm drinking. Vanilla Skyrim. Yeah, and by cats fucking foxes, I guess, right? Those are also sponsors at this point. And Red Bull? Yeah, and Raid Shadow Legends. Oh my god, you had to... Oh, I'm not drinking enough for this, I'm sorry. Like, I don't have enough drinks in me for this shit. For your wings. And also it makes me want fucking chicken wings right now. Shit. Do you think I should order chicken wings? Is this it? Is Monday my cheating day? Is that what's happening? Maybe it is, I don't know. I'm thinking about it. And tequila and chicken wings just go so well together. No joke. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna have like my third shot. Well, 2.5 essentially. If you're ready, we can do this. But you'll be the one toasting this time. I toasted last time, okay? Again, if you're here, still. And not like passed out somewhere. I'll wait for you, no worries. Until then though. Ready? Oh my god, alright, well. What's your fucking toast then? Let's go. Let's hear it. What are you all about, Zaev? Hmm? What are you all about? And this time I'm not cleaning up dribble. This is literally just my thinking pose. To me ordering chicken wings. Hey, okay, fucking yeah, let's go. Fucking to chicken wings, okay? Okay. Cheers then. To always having great chicken wings. And spicy ones too. With no fucking with no digestion complications. Hmm? Cheers. You know, I'll say right now, I prefer the Lopez one from the Olmeca one. I'll say that much. Like, the Olmeca one is weird. In comparison, the Lopez one was better. But I think Cuervo is the best. In the end. Just classic, you know? How come the weirdest shit I've ever done in my life is usually within the same night when I drink, but it's either like much earlier than the drinking occurs or much later. Like that one time when, you know, maybe I shouldn't say that. I don't know, maybe, yeah, you know what, I'll keep that story to myself. I'll keep that one to myself. I mean, no, probably I won't, but like, I'm trying to resist, okay? Because it was like a fucking shit show. And yeah, it was, no, it was a good story, I'd say. I'm gonna get my cola and then do the whole whiskey cola thing. Yeah, I'm resisting a story. Unlike me, huh? Yeah, I know, right? Listen, I'll be very like me and go grab a cola and then mix it up with my whiskey here, and then I'm gonna share the story. You know I'm gonna share the story anyway. Be right back. Right. Let's see then. It should be like a healthy 20 to 80, right? So that means... And the whiskey goes first, I think. So let me see right here. 20 to 80, let's see. Alright, cool. And then 80% Coke, and we're set. Slowly. There we go. No ice. 80% whiskey? Are you fucking kidding me? That's not how you do it. That's how you get drunk. No, it's the other way around if you want to have fun. You drink all the time. It really depends. But like I'm sticking to 20-80, 20 whiskey and 80 cola. There is no way it is gonna be 80% whiskey. There is just no way. Oh, Jesus Christ. You're into some dangerous territory there. I'd have you know. Alright, well, here's my amalgamation. Okay, so cheers. Pleasant enough. So now it is like, you see now it's refreshing. It's like just a little bit of a tinge there, which is enough to feel the whiskey. But it has this kind of energy drink feel to it, right? That's what you want. So that it's actually fun. And not like feeling like, you know, shit for drinking it. Okay? So, the story goes like this. And it's a short one. You heard the energy drink? Yeah, you heard the energy drink, but you missed like 2 shots of tequila and a half. And now I'm having some whiskey and coke right here. Okay? Which, let me have some more because it was fun. Not gonna lie. I haven't had whiskey in... I haven't had whiskey in 20 years? 15 years? 15, not 20, but 15. Holy shit. It's good. I like it, honestly. Which is why I don't like having it. So 90% whiskey. Perfect. I see, unfair. But no, the story was like, we're at this club with Katya, because of course it's Katya. And well, she you know, we have a good time and everything is amazing, or you know, it's pretty fun. We're having some drinks, whatever. And eventually we have to go home, right? Because, you know, it's time to go home. And I noticed that Katya, like, in her eyes, there's like this fucking... It's glistening, alright? It's going a little bit crazy, a little bit too wild, okay? And I know that she will want to... Well, you know... I knew it was gonna go there, okay? But I couldn't. That's the thing. I didn't want to, first of all. And I didn't want to because I was... I was drunk. What do you want me to say? I was a little bit tipsy, okay? More than I am now. Which now, I mean, the 2 tequila shots back to back, and then a little bit of this whiskey thing, yeah. You know, I feel it, obviously. And I haven't drunk for, like, ages. So, to me, this is like... remembering again, okay? And especially the whiskey thing, I haven't had that for like, who even knows how long, you know? Because normally it's beer and tequila. That's what it normally is. I don't really do drinks. You know, in the sense of like rum or other stuff like that. I don't really do that. And so, back to the story. I can tell that it's gonna be, you know, after me, essentially, if I'm a thing anyway, I don't know. And we come back here, Literally. What are you saying? Combines alcohol with alcohol and don't really drink. I mean, no, I don't really drink. It's been ages, dude. Besides, you know what? I don't have a problem with drinking. Like it's something I enjoy, and something that makes my mood better, even better, I should say. And something that I do when my mood is already very good, which is usually what you want to be doing, right? You don't want to be drinking if you're like a miserable fuck or something. You want to be drinking if it's like if you're celebrating like your mood, like, you know, you're feeling great, everything is good, you're just chilling. Let's have a drink, you know? Let's go out, let's fucking dance and fuck and, like, you know, drink some stuff and that kind of thing, you know? Not an English drinker. No, I think we had discussed this actually. Wait a minute. I think I discussed this with you, but also with Kat. I'm pretty sure. Because both you and Kat were a little bit worried that I actually, you know, enjoy drinking. And I mean, that's reasonable. War calling. Alright, there you go. You're missing the story then. Too bad. And then, so to go back to the story, since I mentioned it, it's like, sorry, I was looking at my desk to see if I can detect any like residue of like tequila or something, but nah, it's fine. I cleaned it up very nicely. Where was I? Right, so we come back here and I'm fucking dead, I'm fucking demolished, okay? I can't fucking stand, literally, I just want to go to sleep. And Katya is like, no. She wasn't having that shit, okay? She was not having that shit. And so we end up like, you know, things. And well, maybe I should stop the story here for real. But let's say, okay, let's say that like it was lousy because I just you know what, I just wasn't thinking too much, and then, you know, I was like, you know what, okay, you know what, this story stops here. Alright, this story stops here, fuck it. That's it. I'm having way too much fun trying not to tell the story, okay? It amuses me enough. But like, no, okay. So, I'm trying not to tell the story, because I'm pretty sure that like if Katya was here, she'd be screaming. Probably the good kind of screaming, by the way. So let me think. Should I continue actually? Well, okay, so you know what? So we were careless and accidents happened. And we were both like, fuck. Shit, you know, that happened. And we were both like, you know what? We'll take care of it in the morning, dude. Fuck it. And we wake up and it was Sunday, because of course, and we start running around, and when I say running around, like in panic, trying to find a pharmacy, which eventually we do. But the funny part is, all that is done, everything is fine, obviously there were no, like, you know, further complications or anything like that, because, you know, if there were, by now you'd know it, I believe. And we spent like the next whole fucking week figuring out how it would be if we actually did accidentally start a family. And that included like, or concluded rather, with me like drawing, using my MS Paint skills to draw like a picture of our non-existent family. And it was so funny. I don't have it. I used to have it. But yeah, we kind of like, we threw it away, but like it was amazing. Anyway, it's a silly story. It's nothing like too important. But yeah, it was like, yeah, whatever. It just comes to mind sometimes, you know. That said, that's not even the funniest story. Like there are some stories that I could tell you from when I was drunk, you know, just drinking, not drunk, legitimately. But I think I've told you the funniest ones, right? Already. I think I've shared like most of the funniest ones anyway. So, God, I remember this day, this night actually, in a club. I was there just, and you know which club it was? Some of you might know. It was the horse cock club, okay? Don't take this wrong. I've shared the picture. People who know fucking know. It wasn't an actual horse cock, okay? But it was a drawing of one. I don't know what it was doing in there, but anyway, whatever. So I took a picture and I was like, hey guys, look, look at this. And I think Zai also saw the cock horse or whatever. It was like so weird. But anyway, it was at that place, okay? And there was this guy. And that guy was like so worried. He was so fucking stressing over anything. I had been observing him for close to an hour and he was like acting erratically. He was like, I don't know, he was a little bit shaken. He's just weird. So at one point, naturally, me being me, obviously, I approached him and I was like, hey, what's your problem? Because like that's how I am in real life. It's like, you know, so what the fuck is your malfunction? You know, when I see someone being like super weird or something, I don't care, just go for it. And the guy was like, oh well, you know, I came over here from like a neighboring town, a neighboring city, and now the guys I came with, they're just somewhere, I don't know where they are. And I was already laughing. Personally, I was already laughing, like, because I knew this was gonna be like kind of cute but also stupid. And I was like, okay. And then he was like, yeah, okay, well, so I'm stranded here. And that's when he started kind of like crying, low-key. And I don't have money, he said, to go back to like my home city or something. And I was like, well, why don't you just stay here? Like, don't you have like other friends here? And he was like, yeah, I do, like this guy and that guy. And I'm like, okay, so why don't you ask them to keep you for the night, you know? And then tomorrow you can sort it out. And he was like, you know, yeah, I could do that, but like, if someone, and that's when I knew, if someone could like, you know, give me the money. And I was like, okay, sure, tell me more about that. And he was like, yeah, or take me to their place. And I was like, oh, I see. So if I were to take you to my place, like you'd be okay with that? And he was like, yeah, you know, I'll just stay the night. And I'm like, I see. And your friends are like right there. And I was like, yeah, you know. And I was like, okay, well, we better get to them then, right? Then we better ask them, because like that offer is hard to resist. So you should make that offer to them, since they're your friends and I'm like a stranger, right? And he was like, no, you don't understand. Like the situation is like sensitive. I can't ask that of my friends. And I'm like, so you can ask it from a stranger? Come on. Like I was like, dude, listen, what's going on? And he was like, well, you know, it's like I said, like I don't have a place to stay, and you know, I don't have any money. I'm like, well, okay then. Well, good luck with that then, I said. The most I'll do is buy you a beer, if you want it, and it's gonna be a one-time offer. So if you wanna grab a beer, let's go grab a beer, otherwise, I'm out. And the guy was like, no, I'm fine, you know, I don't want beer. And I was like, okay, cool then, see ya. And that was funny. I don't know, I found that interaction like funny, I don't know. There's been others like that over the years. Some of them like more like severe than others. Like I was with this girl once, like I had a partner called Athena. She preferred Nana, but like Nana is like a fucking baby name, what the fuck? You know, you're 27 years old, you don't call yourself Nana, like, come on dude. But anyway, she preferred Nana, so I'll call her Athena because it's much better. And she doesn't know anyway, so fuck her. Which I didn't do much, by the way, because she was hairy as fuck. Hairy Athena, we were at the club, like, so our relationship was going downhill. And that's because, I mean, back then I was still in like exclusive relationships, right? And it was going downhill because, quite honestly, she just wanted to fuck every fucking day. And like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, I'm not that kind of person, I don't know. No, don't claim it right now, because right now I can't fucking... Listen, just enjoy my storytelling, okay? Why can't you enjoy my storytelling like a normal person? Why do you have to go and claim shit? Can you claim it like tomorrow or something? Don't claim it now, please. Just claim it tomorrow. Or maybe on Saturday, you know, Saturday sounds good. What about that? Because I'm not gonna work out drunk, okay? Which I'm not drunk, but like I'm not gonna work out after I've had 2.5 tequila shots and a little bit of like rum. No, well, if you know what, I retain the right. I retain the fucking right to not do it right now. I think I even mentioned that. So you're fucked anyway. You played right into my trap, kid. And so with that safety established, I'm gonna continue with my story instead. And so, as I was saying, fucking was a chore because, well, once she was very hairy. Don't pout, okay? Listen, you're sexy when you pout, but like don't do it now. So, yeah, fucking wasn't gonna happen because it was very hairy. And she wanted to fuck every single day, every single night. I was just not having it, okay? I'm a person who, at best is a bad word, at most would engage in like sexual activities, like maybe 3 times a week. That kind of thing, okay? And so, you know, we just were a bad fit, I guess. It's not really her fault. I mean, except for the hair. The hair was bad. And it was her fault for not taking care of herself. But on the other hand, she was a nurse, and she was like on call all the time, right? So it was kind of hard to care about things. And she was like, you know, working a lot. And so whenever she would finish a shift or whenever she would you know, have free time, she would want to enjoy it, so I don't blame her for it. But at least fucking shave or something. But anyway, things weren't going well, because Nana was like wow, I called her Nana in the end. So Athena was dissatisfied. And I understand that. Okay, I'm human, you know. Wait a minute, I gotta check my phone. What the fuck is going on? What do you want from me? Okay. What? Dev, what the fuck are you saying? Well, Dev is not listening now, but you know, let me check that. Oh my god. Dev is in love with Obi. And that's okay. That's cute, honestly. It's our Guild Wars power couple, okay? But like, okay, so to go on. Which I don't know if they would want me to share that, but now I did, right? So who cares? And we were saying about Harry Athena. So we go to a club and things were bad anyway. And she started like fooling around with someone that I knew, which is a funny story about that guy. Like that guy himself is a really just a fucking he was silly. He was very silly, and I'll tell you why. But like that comes second. So I see them like, you know, fucking around and all that. I gave 0 fucks. I was like, you know what? Thank God, honestly, because I don't want to like, you know, bring it up and be unpleasant and all that, but like I don't think we match anyway. And to be fair, I was also kind of looking at other people a little bit that night. And so, you know, Athena was like cuddling with that guy towards the end of the night, and you know, Dora comes to me. Dora is a friend of mine, by the way, and says like, look at what, you know, look at Athena, like, holy shit, dude, aren't you two together? And I was like, well, I don't care. and then you know, Athena just spots us, both me and Dora, looking at her, and Danny being the person I mentioned, just making out, and she's like worried and shit, and I'm like, oh dude, I have to pretend I'm worried or something, because otherwise it's gonna look like super silly. So I had to pretend like I was concerned to Dora as well, a little bit. And yeah, that was like, you know, inside me I was like, thank fucking God, thank God, you know. Like literally Danny was doing me a favor right there. And Danny himself is an interesting story. We were at the same club. That was years before the Harry Athena incident. So Danny's then girlfriend, Veronica, and me and my then girlfriend, Margarita, what a name, right? Like the drink, totally. Or you know, basically in Greece, Margarita is like Daisy, right? So the literal translation to English would be, her name would be Daisy, which I was with a person called Daisy, okay, like fuck off. And so she was okay, she wasn't bad honestly, but like the name, holy shit. And so the four of us are walking like back home. We're walking towards like basically a square where we would take a cab from, you know, cab back to my place. And we were beset, except not really beset, by a gang of a mixture of like Eastern European like ethnicities, like maybe 4 or 5 people. Now I would say beset, but in reality Veronica just had 0 sense of fucking danger, and so she wanted us to literally go a certain way, and she was making such a fucking fuss about it, like she would not go the other way where I was suggesting we go. And Danny was also like being a fucking pussy, so you know, fucking pussy whipped completely. And so he was like, okay, yeah, we're going there. And so me and Margarita were like, fine, you know, okay, whatever, like what's the worst that can happen, right? And so the worst that can happen was like, yeah, sure, we get fucking jumped. And the thing is, I was there in the middle. So our group, me, 5 angry guys, everyone drunk. I was the least drunk, or rather I was just handling it good, you know, I was just normal. Like the way you see me now is the way I am, like if I have like 20 drinks, for real. That's the worst I get. Maybe I laugh a little bit more, I definitely dance more, even though I always love to dance, and that's major differences there. That's it. So I don't know, I was like this, you know. So what ends up happening, and why this is funny, is that they start threatening us they don't want to rob us. They want to particularly other things. Because, well, Veronica is or was, I don't know what she's doing right now, but back then at least, was a performer. And that's what she did in clubs. And she was, you know, dressed appropriately for a performer. And she was, as I said, possessing of no fucking common like sense when it came to those things. So she was like, so what if I'm butt naked in the middle of the, you know, of this fucking square? So what if I want to go butt naked and buy like something to eat because it's late and, you know, I've had too much to drink and I need something to eat to straighten me up. We'll go do that and nothing will go wrong, you know. And I guess that's what kind of got to them, I suppose. And then of course you have me, where, you know, to them I must have been looking like a fucking alien or something. And then you also have Margarita, Margarita was very impressive, let me tell you that. She was like very tall, the thickest thighs you've ever fucking seen. And I usually don't brag about that shit, but I was jealous of her thighs. I was like, damn, I would kill to have that kind of thighs, you know? And she had like that fucking hourglass figure. Like literally, Margarita was literally like a pinup girl. Like when I introduced her to my grandfather, well, late grandfather, and to my father, they both told me that day that like, shit, she looks like a fucking pinup model from the 60s. Like she's hot. And I was like, yeah, you know, she has that build, you know, and that look. She also looked, you know, her face, her makeup, she was selling it. She was selling, she knew it. She was aware of it and she was selling it, for sure. And, you know, that's the problem with that. I appreciated that. Okay. And she would wear, like, those flowery dresses and those, like, gothic Lolita, like, kind of style dresses. Because it was goth, after all. And so, all in all, you know, our whole party was... Yeah. And Danny being, like, an absolute fucking femboy kind of, you know, sealed the deal. You know, so of course they were like very aggressive and very sexually suggestive. The group, I mean, that, you know, jumped us, not us. And I was in the middle, right? And so Danny would be screaming at them, would be yelling at them, insulting them, literally undermining any effort I was doing to keep us like from becoming a fucking shit show right there and then. And the problem with Danny is that like he was being an absolute fucking femboy. Like he was the only one who didn't realize he was a femboy. Everyone around Danny knew, you know. The guy was like, so he had like waist length hair, super straight, the hair I mean. He was like, his face was absolutely like, what's the actress? I can't remember the actress's name. She was playing Galadriel in Lord of the Rings, but I don't remember the actor's name. You know, Danny looked like her fucking queen. I'm not joking. He wasn't Greek, by the way. He was Norwegian, but he lived in Greece. And he was skinny as fuck. And in general, just... you get the fucking idea, right? Not that there is anything wrong with any of that. Obviously, I personally liked it. But, like, at the same time, you can't be like that and threaten to kill, to quote, 5 fucking built, you know, Eastern European dudes. So, you know, who were buff as fuck because they were working construction. It showed by their bodies and hands. Okay? So imagine like a person like that. And Danny was like, as I said, super skinny and super short. and very feminine in his appearance. Because in his attitude, he was... I don't know where it came from. I guess it came from a place of insecurity, of not accepting, like, what, you know, how he looks. Which was strange in itself, because a lot of his choices of attire and his choices of makeup and all that were conscious. So if you know that you're like that, and I'm using like that in a very gentle way, okay, a sweet way, you can't at the same time... You won't be convincing when you're trying to be violent. You know. Because you look like a bitch. End of story. Like, you look like a bitch, bro. Like, I can't, like, that's good. That's very sexy. I love it. But you can't be fucking aggressive with, like, built dudes that work construction. 5 o'clock in the night, okay? When they're trying to fucking assault you, okay? You're not gonna be intimidating. You ain't gonna intimidate shit. I, on the other hand, I can be very intimidating. Like, believe it or not, I can be very intimidating. And so he was undermining all my efforts to get us the fuck out of there without anything happening. It was so funny. And the reason why it was funny is because I was there, like literally eyeballing the dude in front of me, like just straight up, poker facing, 10 out of 10, natural 20 charisma rolls, fucking intimidation, just like looking at the guy like... And the guys they wouldn't make a move. But behind me was Danny. Literally, at that point, a small dog barking, "I'll kill you all! I'll murder you!" It was like, and I was like, "Danny, could you fucking shut up?" Like, I was like, he was like standing behind me. I was like, let's pretend that the camera was one of those guys, and I was like, "Danny, shut the fuck up. Danny, shut the fuck up." You know, and he wouldn't. And it was like, and the guys like, I think those guys just got the message, like, okay, these guys are gonna put up a fight, and they're also having this weird trouble between their group, and they were taken aback by that, I suppose, because they were just watching us at that point. I was watching them though. You know, make no fucking mistake about that, I was watching. But they were watching us, and they were watching like that weird quarrel. At one point, I was like, you know what? Forget everything. Can you just fucking get into a cab and get the fuck out of there, and I'll get the next cab. Can you fucking do that? And I was like, I was talking like, I was trying not to take my eyes away from the guys in front of me. I was like, can you fucking do that? You know? And they did that. Not without incident. Whereas Margarita's heel got stuck in a sewer grate and broke off. And like amidst all this chaos, and amidst like pushing Danny, you know, Veronica and Margarita pushing Danny into the fucking cab. And Danny going like, "Oh, and I was like, Jesus Christ. And then Margarita was like, you know, Daphne. And I was like, yeah, we have a problem. I was like, what? I was like, my fucking heel is caught in a grate. And I look like this, and I'm like, oh my god, just break it off, will ya? And she goes like, yeah, okay. And she breaks off, and I'm like, can you fucking go? And they go. And I stay there with those other guys who the fuck knows why? But at that point, they lost interest. They were like, whatever, you know. 2 of them started walking away. The other 3 were like, whatever. And I was like, all right. I was like this. I was like, I'm gonna get into the cab. I'm leaving. Like, that's what I did. That's what I said. They didn't respond. They were like looking at me like this. I was like, okay, that's it. I'm taking it. I took the cab, left, boom, done. And now was the saga of Danny, the Norwegian Viking, like the Norwegian fucking paddle Viking, poodle Viking. Sorry, not paddle, poodle. You know, the dog. Because that's what he reminded me ever since. Like, I literally just yapping all the time and just doing nothing. and literally one fucking finger flick away from death. So amusing. Danny was very peculiar. He was like, so him and Veronica at one point visited me, and you know, we were gonna go out at that night, and you know, Veronica being a performer and all that, she was like taking care of her body, like some silly degrees. I'm not gonna say anything else, just silly degrees. And so, you know, I was like, all right, so if you're hungry, I can make you toasties, right? I can prepare you some toasties. I can put some mustard in there, I can put some lettuce and some smoked cheese, smoked ham. It's gonna be delicious, okay? Because, you know, Veronica was hungry, and so was Danny. And Veronica goes like, She was always, so Veronica was like very, you know, that kind of girl, okay? She was an artist. She was like a performer, like through and through. And she was like, oh, you know, if you don't mind, remove the ham and remove the mustard and only put a little bit of lettuce and half the cheese, okay? And I was like, all right, yeah, I'll do that. You know, I was enjoying that. I was like, yeah, sure, let me do that. And so I do that. And Danny sees that and I don't know, gets jealous or something, who the fuck knows, and goes like very seriously though, goes like, I also don't want ham because I'm on a diet as well. And you know what? I'm like, yeah. Could you chop off like the edges of the bread, like you know what part he was talking about, like the part on the edge which is darker and like thicker. Like, could you remove that because like I'm on a diet as well. I was like yeah, okay. I said, okay, fine. What else do you want in there? He was like, nothing else, just the cheese and the bread. Because I'm on a diet. I was like, okay, I'll do that. Sure. So I prepare the fucking toasties. I desecrate them as instructed. And then I give Veronica hers. And Veronica was like, observed it, you know, opened it to see if the instructions were followed to the letter. And they were, because I'm a good person. Alright, and even though I found it hilarious, I still served it as they asked me. And she was like, oh, alright. And she took a little bit of the bread off, you know, so essentially she had half a toasty. And I was like, are you not gonna eat the rest? Like, did I do something wrong? She was like, no, it's just too much for me. I was like, okay, well, fine, okay, you know, whatever. And then Danny, he goes like, oh, okay, yes, he sees that, and he goes like, and starts inspecting his own sandwich, his own toasty. Sorry, just burpees. So he opens it, and not knowing what to do, because like there was nothing there anymore, okay? He takes out the cheese, and I was like, what are you doing? And he's like, that cheese is not low fat. And I was like, Danny, fucking eat the toasty. Like, I sat there and was like, Danny, eat the fucking toasty. And he was like, yum, yum, yum. God, Danny was a moron, I'm gonna say that. He was hot, but he was a moron. Oh well, and he was like very not in touch with his own self, I'm gonna say that. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. You guys want, like, do you need my camera active? Like, do you need my camera on or something? Because, like, I scored the fucking 2-on-1 here. Like, I fucking did the drinking thing. That, like, Zycast thing. I fucking hydrated, like, about 4 or 5 times. As per instructed. And then Enfer casting the other shit. And I did it. You know, the camera shit. And I fucking did it. And you know, there's no way you're gonna convince me that I'm like looking good on camera, so that's like a fucking, you know, that's super sale. So I'm just asking you genuinely, like, do you need me to have my camera on or something? Am I free of my fucking obligations here? As a pro streamer, am I like really unobligated anymore? Also, to be clear, like, I might sound and seem like I'm drunk or something and, you know, sound a bit different than usual, but that's like, that's how I get when I drink. Even if it's a little, and then, boom. I can't get more drunk than that. This is like how I get, you know? It doesn't get more drunk than that. It's like I've always told you, it's like, I've never lost, like, consciousness. I've never fucking, you know, didn't remember what I said. I was never in a situation where I wouldn't remember what I said or did, or felt like out of control or anything. I don't fucking know. I think some people are just fucking weak. I don't know what to tell you. It's just like my fucking constitution. Sometimes I'm like, dude, maybe I owe it because, you know, to my father and grandfather side of the family, I guess. Because these guys were built like fucking tanks, I don't fucking know. Not in terms of muscles, in terms of like fucking constitution. Okay, just not to mix it up. Oh my god, Enfer is back and twerking. Hey Enfer, do you release me from my obligation to have my camera on? Or do you need more of that shit? Please release me. Wink. End of stream? Oh man. Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna hide the fact that technically yes it is. Yeah. Okay, fine, I'll do it. Never let it be said that I shied away from like any kind of obligation towards my streaming duties. Okay? And you missed all the stories I was saying anyway, so like, okay, whatever. The saga of like Danny the Viking, you missed that. And then you also missed like the other stuff. You paid pennies for I wanna make pennies jokes. I'm not gonna make pennies jokes, it's okay. Just because you said pennies, you know. But anyway. So let me think what other stupid stories I have from like times when I was drunk. Let me think. But something that I haven't shared. I've told you about Lily. I've told you about like about pretty much fucking I think I've shared all my drunk stories with you, because the rest... Okay, so there was this one, okay? Because I've even shared the one where it was Christmas, and we all got stoned at the guy's place, and then, you know, I was in a wedding dress, and then yeah, I've said you, wow, I've shared that with you. So it would be pointless to just recount it. Because it would devalue my older streams, you see. But yeah, no. But have I told you the one that I shared with Neris like quite recently? With that... Wait. So is this called... Let me check something really quick. Is this called actually... Is the correct term Theological. Yeah, it is. Wow, okay. Damn. Theological studies. That's gonna be important for the story I'm about to tell. So, we were talking with Neris about being intimidated or in awe. I won't say intimidated, I'll say no, right? Of someone's physical beauty, right? And what effect that can have on someone. Which wasn't a random conversation, there was like a context, but the important part is that I told Neris then physical perfection. No. I'm sorry, but no, you can't say that in my presence, okay? So anyway, just joking. So I was telling Neris the one of the very few moments in my life where I had that effect on someone. Believe it or not, you know, looking at me right now, you're probably thinking, nah. But trust me, I register much better in real life. I can, for all my modesty, I can tell you that yeah, I can be impressive in real life. And when I'm not like fucking in my comfort clothes and just like laying around like some kind of bum or something, okay? So to get back to the point, I was telling Neris about that. And so the story is, and I'll share with you now, and I might even share my thoughts on the whole matter in the end. A few friends, a couple of friends invite me to a night out at a local bar, where they would meet with like another 10 people, let's say, okay? But they would introduce me to that group anyway. And I was like, sure, yeah, you know, why not? The bar was amazing. It was the bar in which I initially, you know, started writing my RPG rule set. And that's how I met most of the guys that I met there, you know, and girls. And most of my, you know, playtesters anyway. And so I knew the place, and the owners knew me because I would spend like fucking weeks there on end, just writing and writing and writing and writing. But anyway, that's beyond the point. We go there. I get introduced. One of the group, one of the people I didn't know. What is that icon? Let me just scroll over that and see what it is. Comfy. Perfect. I like that you're comfy. I'm also very comfortable, I have to say. Even though I'm just in my underwear, technically. So, one of the group was a student of theology. Which theology is religion. So he was studying religion and like other, you know, adjacent fields of study anyway. So yeah, directly translated from Greek, it is theological studies and whatever that encompasses or contains, which is like various other, you know, adjacent fields, like a little bit of philosophy, a little bit of sociology, a little bit of this, you know, that kind of thing. Anyway, that doesn't matter either. And we're like, I'm like a couple of shots in, you know, a couple of tequila shots in, maybe one beer or two. The guy was like maybe one beer or two as well. And the people who introduced me to the group had to fucking go around and like do other stuff, like greet other people or whatnot, you know, talk to the owner of the place because they knew each other or whatnot. And I'm left at the table there. And there comes that guy and sits next to me, and I was in fishnets and a mini dress, and he looks at me, and it's that fucking look that like that like drunk but seductive kind of look, and he puts a hand on my thigh, like legit fucking just goes for it, and start fucking caressing my thigh, right, through my fishnet. And me being me, I'm like, you know, I'm holding my beer like this, and I'm like I turned and I'm like he was this way, by the way. So you'd be from his point of view, and I'm like this. And Ramsat, hey girl. So yeah, so he goes like, oh, you know, this. I have to say, I am confused. And I'm like, what confuses you? And he's like, by admiring you, I feel conflicted due to my upbringing and studies. And the moment he, like the way he was saying it, and the way he was looking at me and touching at me, like I was like, and I had to literally tell him, look, you better stop, because tomorrow you're gonna fucking, you know, you're gonna regret it, considering your upbringing and your studies, right? So I think what you're doing right now is probably not the best idea, but how about we have some beer? Because that's a good idea. And he smiled, he was like, yeah, okay. And I was like, yeah, okay, so let's order some beer and fucking chill. And so, you know, I ordered some beer, and he got his and I got mine, and then we fucking, you know, we did the thing, like bonk, you know, and then cheers, whatever, and that was it. But like the guy was like eyeballing me all night. He was like, and especially after that beer, he was like and I was like, dude, I enjoy when people look at me, but bro, you gotta figure out your shit, okay? And I know that the guy was conflicted. I know for sure that he was conflicted. I think he was probably questioning some life choices right there. I don't know. But I think I had that effect on him. And that's why I brought it up with Neris. And I was like, that day I had that effect on him, for sure. But yeah. I think the second time I had that effect on someone might not even count. It was very peculiar. And I've brought it up before, but I'll bring it up again just because it's a funny story. So I was just becoming accepted, quote unquote, because there wasn't any gatekeeping or anything. By the way, let me see how music is doing. It's not doing well. I need some... you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna go with like Spotify right here. And whatever happens, right? Let me find a good song. Whatever. Bioshock Jazz? Nah, come on. I'll just do this. You okay with this? There. Because I don't want it to be the focus of the fucking stream. I want it to just be in the background. And so, you know, I was just like going into that group, right? I was just like getting to know everybody really well, and I was getting into that like into their little group, you know. I was integrating because I liked that group. They were good people, and it ended up being like an excellent group as well. Like we were friends for like quite a long while. Now one of them I may have brought up before. Now that one of them was Elias, and Elias was a very outgoing and very social person, and he was a stud. Like Elias was a fucking stud, let me tell you that. He was very hot. He was tall, he was built, he was blonde. You know what? He looked like a Greek Ragnar Lothbrok. And I'm not even fucking joking with you. He was that kind of person. Exactly that fucking structure, except more Greek, if that makes sense. So he had like a more pronounced like Chad jaw and like a sharp nose and shit. And he looked more intelligent. And so, no offense to all the Ragnar fucking fan club there. But like, yeah, but then he had like his hair, like the sides were shaved, and he had his hair like, you know, in a top knot, like, you know, going back and down, and it was long hair. And it was naturally curly, and he was naturally blonde and blue-eyed, and yeah. Like, everybody wanted to fuck with Elias. I'm not even gonna joke about that. And it really helped his charm. Thor, basically Greek Thor, yeah. And he was like very funny as well, and he was like charming and all that, and he was very straightforward with his flirting, and which I enjoyed. And so the whole group was sleeping at his place usually. So what would happen is, it's Friday, you meet up, you pre-drink, just like you pre-cum, except it was drinking. So it's the reverse of coming. It's like putting it in you. And then we would go out and we would have like fun, and then we would go sleep at Elias's place, and then we would pre-drink, and then at the same night we would go out again, and we'd get fucking shit-faced. And then on Sunday we would pre-drink, but then instead we would go like easy on it. We would order some food, or whoever's house it was we crashed at would cook something, which later became my house, which we were crashing at on Sundays. That was like the schedule, right, of that group. So that day, or I should say that night, we were supposed to end up at Elias's place. And Elias had just like my setup right here, which I don't know if you can see it, but like, oh shit, bye. Let me just conceal myself. It was like a bed like this, okay, which I'm not gonna lie, burpees, sorry. A lot of my setup is inspired by those years, because I loved those years, and I loved Elias's crib. Okay, so it kind of affected me. Inspired me, so to speak. So my side of the crib here is a little bit inspired by that. So what he would have would be like the bed there, and the room was more narrow because his house was a lot smaller than my apartment is right now, and so the PC would be like, you know, closer to the bed, and there would be another couch like over there, like there, and so people could sleep, you know. Maybe I'm failing at describing it, but it makes sense if you see it. The setup, the way it was set up, it meant that like at least 4 people would be sleeping in the same bed. And usually these 4 people were Elias. Did he have a ceiling room? A ceiling room? No, he didn't have a ceiling room. Okay, shut up. How do you have a ceiling room? And it's accessible through glitching. But I didn't have to glitch to go into Elias's bed. So the way it was like Elias would sleep on his bed because obviously he was the owner. And then, just bear with me, okay? The new girl, if it was a girl, in my case I was a girl, so, you know, yeah, or I counted as one, so would also sleep on the bed, especially if they were like a new addition to the group. And these were unwritten rules, just rules that I observed, you know, throughout the years. And then also Dora, because Dora was like, I mentioned it earlier, I think, her, I mean. Dora was like a fucking veteran, like she was in that little group for ages with Elias, you know. And so she was like a VIP or something. So of course she got like a spot in the bed, right? And she was very small framed. She was very petite. So of course she fit anywhere, right? So we would have her sleep at the lower end of the bed, if that makes sense. And so while we were sleeping like this, for example, she slept like this. Does that make sense? So if these were our feet here, you know, here would be her head and her feet would be here, if that makes sense. So it was very small, honestly. But anyway, that doesn't matter too much. And everyone else would take either the couch, which could hold one person, or, worst case scenario, floor. Alright, so there I was, my first night there, and in fact my first night meeting Elias. I had seen him before, we had talked a little bit before, but it was the first time I was, you know, properly invited to Elias's place, just to sleep over, after clubbing and whatnot. And it so happens that we sleep next to each other. And let me check like which fucking... Okay, cool. And so I remove my skirt, but under the blanket. So I cover myself up. Elias is like, I don't need any blankets, I'm fine, whatever. I'm like, okay, sure. So I remove my skirt, I remove my top, and I'm in my fucking, you know, in my bra, and in my panties and stockings, because I hated removing my stockings. I just wanted my stockings on. I have a strange relationship with stockings. I really like them on me. They just feel very natural to wear. I don't know why. I just love them. So anyway, I kept them on, and at night it was like Elias fell asleep almost instantly. Fell asleep, sorry, not fell asleep. Like almost instantly. It was like, you know, like literally drunk and all that. It was like, you know, just passing out, whatever. I take kind of pity, and I'm like, I'm sharing my cover. I'm like, yeah, it's his cover. Like, come on, dude, you know. So I just put it on him, whatever, and I kind of pass out as well. I'm like, yeah, fuck that shit. And I wake up feeling a hand on my butt, literally. Like I feel someone groping, and I'm like, I turn around. And it was very funny because the distance was like this far. Like Elias's face was this far from my face, and I turn and I'm like, this. Yeah, and he's also turned towards me. He's awake, and just he's literally, he has this fucking expression on his face, like I can't fucking do it. It's like a really sad expression, and I'm like, what is going on? And he goes like, huh? And he winks and then falls asleep. I'm like, okay. And then next morning I'm like, Ilya, I have to talk to you. And he's like, what's up? And he's like, oh, thank you for the follow. Wait, what name is that? Fuzzy? Alright, thank you for the follow, Fuzzy. I really appreciate it, honestly. And so I tell him, like, Ilya, we have to discuss about what happened last night. And he's like, what happened? And I'm like, I explain it just like I'm explaining to you. And he starts laughing and he goes like, damn, you know, I did that? I was like, yeah, you did. And then Dora was like, you're a moron, you know, you're a fucking moron, Elias. And I was like, hey, you know what? It's fine. Don't worry about it, okay? It's super fine. Don't worry about it. And, you know, we kind of became friends because of that, like really close. Which has a bad ending. That's not a funny story. I mean, it's still a funny story. Actually, it's a very funny story, but it's a bad ending, okay? It's not a good ending, let me tell you. And eventually, I'm gonna share the ending with you, okay? So how my my very warm and actually very genuine friendship with Elias ended roughly. And that was thanks to Mariana, which was, at the time, without, I think it's safe to say, without any of the three of us knowing, Mariana was Elias's, you know, girlfriend. But none of them would admit it. And so what starts happening is Mariana starts getting hot with me. And I'm like, okay, aren't you and Elias like together? You know, at one point, I was like, Mariana, sorry, I have to ask you, like, because we were kind of like, she lived very close to me, and so, you know, she would drop by, and we would have coffee, for example. We'd sit here, have some coffee, and, you know, eventually we kind of flirted, and then I was like, aren't you and Elias like a thing? And she was like, no, we're not a thing, obviously. And I was like, ah, okay. And the same week, I visited Elias again, and I was like, hey, dude, I mean to ask you, like, are you and Mariana, like, over? Are you, you know, are you a thing? Is it over? Like Dora is saying, you know? And Elias was like, yeah, of course, who the fuck cares? I don't do relationships. You know, he was big at SAD, alright? He was big Elias. But still, it doesn't excuse him for saying that. And he was like, nah. You know, me? Mariana? Who cares? I have any bitch I want. And you know what? He did. He did. Okay, so I believed it. I was like, alright, cool. And me and Mariana are starting to have like this affection, and Mariana was... I, of course, was a fucking idiot as well, because I went with Mariana on that one. I was like, hey, you don't want to say anything to anyone? Fine, we can keep it private, right? But I wasn't making the connection, like, why are we keeping it private, right? It doesn't make sense. Because that group was very open with each other. But still, I was like, alright. That's how you want to play it. That's how we'll play it. Fine. And at one point, inadvertently, Elias finds out. And he becomes so fucking enraged that literally he refused to talk to me ever again, ever since. And not just refused to talk to me, but at the mere mention of my name, he would literally tell people that if he ever sees me, he's going to literally kill me. And everyone in the group was finding the situation like super awkward. And I hate to say that, I really hate to say that, but like at that time, I had gained enough traction with the group where what ended up happening, which wasn't really my intention, was that I kind of, and I hate saying that, but I kind of took over that role that Elias had in that group, where I would become the one that offers the place for everyone to crash, or, you know, is always open for visits by the, you know, to the group members. And Elias started like becoming more distant and like seeing them all, but like individually more and more, and all that shit, and he was very consumed by the by his feelings towards me, and by feelings I mean like wanting to kill me, and he was becoming a little bit cringe for everyone to handle. And wow, I had no intention of any of that happening, and you know what? In the end, Mariana proved to be, which is very funny, she proved to be a doom prepper. So, come on, dude, I sacrificed, like, unwillingly sacrificed, without even knowing. I fucked up a whole fucking friendship, without even wanting to. And the result was, like, a fucking doom prepper, a deranged doom prepper. Like, she was a doom prepper, but you know what kind of doom prepper she was? And that's the funniest part. She honestly, genuinely believed. She genuinely believed that there was going to be a zombie apocalypse caused by Big Pharma. Just let that sink in a little bit. And that's something that her family actually promoted, except for her mother. But her father was a cop, actually not just a beat cop, but like a lieutenant or something, and he was a doom prepper. Again, with Big Pharma, and like they were both convinced that like a virus would be released in the next 10 years. Spoilers, never happened because we're still here. And they were like collecting fucking, they had like a What do you call that? Not a cellar. Show me muscle. What? I'm not gonna show you any biceps. Come on. What do you call those things though? A pantry. A pantry. Perfect word. Where they would collect cans and drinks and shit like that for when the apocalypse would happen. It was, you know, I tried to talk her out of it sometimes, but it's impossible. Let me tell you, these people are fucking convinced. Pretty fucking crazy. And you know what's the funniest thing is that I still see Mariana, because I said we live in the same like municipality, and it's a small municipality, and so sometimes when I go shopping, for example, or when I go out to pay my bills and other chores like that, I do see her sometimes, you know, just completely coincidentally. And it's so funny because like we have this ruined friendship of me and Elias, and we have her having married Elias's other best friend, with whom they also had a baby. And she's still a Doom Prepper, and I know it, and it's like so weird. So whenever we say hi, she goes like, hello, and I'm like, hi. Yeah, okay. I don't know what to tell her. Like, it's so awkward. Like, whatever. So your biceps. Why do you want to see my biceps? What's up with that? Is it like some kind of fetish for you? I'm asking genuinely. Like, just be real with me. Listen, you have made a disadvantage. What could go wrong? Just tell me. Just go ahead and tell me what's your deal. And when I say you have made the disadvantage, it's because a friend of mine forced me, quote unquote, forced me to have a drink, or more than a drink, and so, you know, I'm pretty open. And another friend, again, quote unquote friend here, another person I know, how about that? A sweet person I know, a hot person I know, has me using my camera, which, you know, as a pro streamer, I have to fucking oblige, right? Because I'm the one who put out the items there to be bought out by currency, so I have to keep my end of the deal. And now that you know that, why don't you tell me about you and biceps? I'd gladly hear it. I mean, I've heard weirdest things, you know, in my clubbing time, so just go for it. You know, what's the worst that can happen, right? So I'm gonna pour me another drink, and that's gonna be the last drink of the night, by the way. So this fucking shit show, as cute as it is right now, is about to end in like an hour at most. I'll try to make the drink last as long as I can, but I might also get fucking bored and turn off my stream and eat chicken wings. Okay? And also I'm curious, like, Neris, are you still here? Because if you're here, I also have to mention you for being like one of the sweetest motherfuckers I know in my life. But if you're not here, then that mention... Alright, cool. Then there you go. You recruited someone? Holy shit. Show them my stream, and then they're gonna be fucking hours forever. The products that you might see accidentally are accidentally shown. I don't intend to show any labels, and I don't promote or endorse the use of. And also I'm not sponsored, and everything I say is my personal taste, which is biased. They're on the server, so they should see that you're streaming. I hope fucking not. Because it might be this guy It might be fuzzy over there. You know? Should I drink? Like, you know what the problem is? Like, it's 2080, but I can't judge the 20 if there is a bit of it left. So I'm just gonna like bottoms up this shit. Alright, now I can fucking properly judge the quantities. Which, quite honestly... There we go, not more than this. Okay, that's enough. And that's enough for the whole night. Jesus Christ, it's enough for a whole week. What they say about whiskey is true. It's really fucking strong. It's not something you should be drinking casually. I'm not joking. Good for me that I never drink casually. I just only drink when I go out. But now, we're having an exception together. Yeah, no, don't... You know what? Drinking without a cause is fucking stupid. Don't do it. But if you have a cause, which is to have fun, like now, that's a good cause. Honestly. And only drink to have fun. Don't drink to be sad or shit like that. Come on, dude. Now let's wait for this thing to fucking fizzle out or whatever, because I hate it when it's fizzly. But yeah. I'm out of cool stories to share. And you know, by now, if you've been watching me for like my whole streaming career, okay, you know most about me, so I don't know, maybe we should take the form of like an AMA, like, you know, ask me anything, instead of me just running my mouth. What about that? It's a more passive role for me, but like, and you fuckers never talk. Like Fuzzy, I may be shitting on Fuzzy right now, but Fuzzy talks, alright? Fuzzy fucking understands, Enfer understands, and Kat understands, and Neris understands, and Zai. The rest of you, the other 10 of you, I don't even know. You should, like, you know what? Ask me anything right now, I'll answer. Like, just ask me anything. I can't keep running my mouth. I've been entertaining you for like, legit fucking 6 hours and a half. And I have to stream tomorrow too, so what the fuck, right? Why don't you do some of the job? And to that end, let me just BRB as well. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and I hope that you're not like offended by that. But I'll be right back, and you know, if I come back and I see like any questions, I'll just answer them, and it can be anything, and I will answer truthfully, and I don't give a shit. So here's your chance. I just give you permission to ask me anything, whatever, anything it is, anything at all. Like seriously, just whatever. But if I come back and no one has asked anything, well, that's your last opportunity on this fucking earth that you'll ever have and ask me anything with me. So there you go. What about the next Earth? Come on, dude. Come back to your humor. Shit. I see how it is. So, this is the second guy, and I assume it's a guy, that jumps in, says something absolutely fucking random as fuck, then just never talks again. There was this fucking hash brown guy, which again, I assume it's a guy, I don't fucking know if it's a guy. Like, you look like a hash brown. You look like a hash brown. And then there's this guy going like, show me muscular biceps. And then of course there is like dark elementality. Hey girly, come here open. Yeah, yes Obi. Yes I do, it's my stream Obi, I come here open. Obi, what's up? What's up? It poses the question, what is a non-muscle bicep? I don't fucking know what a non-muscle bicep is. I don't even know what the fuck it means to call someone a hash brown, and Enfer is not around to tell me. Did conversions and fix your inventory? Damn girl. Hard at work, huh? Nurse is telling me stories about like a new recruit and shit. What's up with that? Fresh meat for the grinder. Hash browns are tasty. Yeah, that was... So, okay, so... The guy was like... You're shaped like a hash brown. No, he wasn't shaped like a hash brown. You look like a hash brown? You are a hash brown? I don't fucking remember the exact words. But like, from that day on, I was like... Sometimes I would use it on my opening and I would be like, hey there everybody, it's your favorite hash brown. Like, I don't even know if it's a positive comment or not. And I sure as fuck don't know what kind of approach, like show me muscle biceps, could ever be. But I'll take it, because at least it's not like, you wanna grow your channel? You know, commission me, girl, like just pay me some money and I'll make you a fucking celebrity, bitch. And I'm like, fuck that shit, yeah. So I'll take the hash brown and I'll take the muscle biceps any day over fucking advertising. Oh my god, like OB. Because I would take a bite out of you. Hey girl, are you a hash brown? Because I would take a bite out of you, you know. Jesus Christ, Obi. I did not expect that from you. I didn't know you had it in you, Obi. I am amazed. Imagine... Imagine going on someone's stream and unironically saying you come here often. Well, I mean... Yeah, you should. You should run, like what the fuck. So listen, I ain't gonna be like... I respect Nosphere, I respect fucking this guy for his work for Warhammer 40k, it's amazing, but no. It's not that mood right now. This is the mood right now. Some Danzig. Danzig is cool. No, stop it. It's not Warhammer. It's not Warhammer mood right now. What's my stream crash and burn because I said that? What's OBS fucking rebel and then also my PC grow legs and become like a church on legs and start fucking walking and terrorizing me? Just because I said that. What's my toaster fucking start hopping around? I'll turn on the camera again. I'm just like... Give me a moment to cool down from the camera. Jesus Christ. Heck, Jerry says. That's literally Obi. Building sandcastles. That's how Obi looks. Building sandcastles. Yeah, fuck that guy, dude. Oh, my quickness. Oh, this, and oh that, and oh this, and oh that. Come on, dude. Fucking grow up and press some buttons, bitch. My quickness uptime, my DPS depends on it. Alright, camera time, whatever. You've earned it. Thank Enter for the camera time. I'm just gonna say that again. You should be thanking Enter right now. There we go. Perfect. That's how I'm gonna stay for the rest of the stream. Or you know what? No, I have the perfect, which is just fun. Yeah, I'm have the perfect fucking... This is how I'll stay for the rest of the stream. That's how it's gonna be for the rest of the stream. Cyberpunk. There. Oh, my fucking camera is like fucked up. Okay, let me try something. It seems to... Fuck. There. That's how I'm gonna be like all night, baby. Your camera couldn't handle how good that type of hair looked. Yeah, but I mean that's gonna be like my official hairstyle. Like this is it. Let me just make it more edgy. I'll try to make it more edgy right now. I'm gonna like straighten the tuft here over one of my eyes, like this, and this is it, like even more, like there. That's the perfect fucking, this is it. That's how I'm gonna like be like, yeah boy. It seems to what? Wait, let me... Holy shit. That's a lot of hair I have to deal with. There. That's gonna be my hair for the night. It looks good. I'm keeping this. Neris swearing? Yeah, I know, like, you can't stop Neris from swearing. I've tried, but like, you know, he's just fucking unstoppable with that. Like, he swears all the time. Can't be stopped. I censored myself. As much as I respect you, you're not gonna. There we go. Oh, Neris, you're very fast. Alright, you're on the fucking... Give me a sec. Which mouse controls my OBS? There we go. Oh wow, you circumvented the fucking... Somebody ban this guy. God. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna order chicken wings. I decided it's proper cheat day. I'm gonna fucking order those chicken wings. I'm gonna eat them like I've never eaten chicken wings before. I'm gonna eat them like they're cooked. which they're quite nice. What? Nobody said anything. What are you talking about? Did you hear something weird? I was about... Yeah, technically it's true. Wait, it's the other mouse. I have fucking 3 mice over here. 2, not 3. Suck off the meat. Yeah, Obi, just tell me how I have to suck off the meat. I'm open to advice. Oh yeah, of course, me too. That's what I mean. From the chicken wings. What do you think? Come on now. Alright, so... Let me just sit back here. Right, I can't sit there. I can't sit back because then you can see my thigh, which is exposed. So I have to sit here. There you go. You know what happened earlier? I tried to fucking have some tequila shots. And somebody had fucking sabotaged the bottle, right? The stopper at the... you know what I mean. And when I went to serve it, it was like bloop. Like everything just went on my skirt. And on my keyboard. Well, not my keyboard, but like my mouse pad. And now I had to wash my mouse pad, and that's why I don't have a mouse pad right now. Yeah, I washed it. I washed everything. So yeah, I cleaned up everything. Yeah, but I had those shots anyway. Not only did I have those shots, I also have like some cola and whiskey right here. Because somebody cast in that fucking... I have like this reward, which is basically just having drinks with someone. And Zai cast that in, and then also Emperor cast in the camera thing. And so now until the fucking stream ends, I have to be on camera. Fucking sucks, dude. Imagine like using the camera. I don't know. I'm drinking cola out of my whiskey glass without whiskey. Well, maybe there should be some fucking whiskey there so you could drink with me, right? And I didn't use the labels that Twitch offers because honestly, it's not intoxication. The way I understand it, it's like if you're gonna get legally intoxicated, so literally drunk, then you have to use the label. But if you're just having a casual drink, then there is no need. That's my thought process anyway. And besides, that's the most drunk I can get. I could have another fucking 1,000 glasses of fucking whiskey and cola, which I don't usually have, by the way. And it would still be the fucking same. Nothing changes. Dude, that's fucking Prodigy. What do you mean? Isn't it? Like, that's Prodigy. Yeah. It's voodoo people, dude. Yeah. You can fucking vibe to that really hard. It's amazing. I've danced it like so many times, clubs. It's fucking good. But so yeah. It's been like, it's almost been 7 hours. I'm supposed to be streaming tomorrow. Skyrim. I'm telling you right now, this thing doesn't have more than like, what, 30 more minutes of this fucking shit, and then I'm out. But you missed all my drunk stories. Oh hey, Obi, you haven't, like, I've never told you like my favorite story. Wait, why do you have that much? Why do you have... So why do you, Obi, have that much, that many points? And why does Neris only have 2 minutes? Oh, come on, dude. You used to watch me a lot. When? Like, I haven't known you for long enough to be saying that. I'm worried. Were you watching me before I was famous? Because now I'm famous, okay? Now I'm a name on the map. But never used it. Okay, well, maybe I should fucking lower the amount gained. What about that? Fucking nerf the rate. I might nerf you. I might fucking nerf you. We'll see. You guys are having way too many points. That's absurd. I'm gonna do an arena net, and I'm gonna nerf you. And that way you won't be able to have mystic coins to spend on my fucking channel. Which is genius. Listen, I can't hydrate, like, I would love to, but I can't fucking drink water now. You don't ever combine water with alcohol. Why would you do that? Like, waste fucking perfectly good alcohol. Jesus Christ. I'm amazed. I'm amazed that you would want me to hydrate right now. Also, what the fuck is this? Wow, okay. Sorry, you couldn't see it because of my camera, but like something popped up and I was like, huh? But it was just malware bytes, which I'm using, like the free version. Also not sponsored. Also, I'm kind of fed up with it, I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's always a pop-up there. What even is R without the V? Huh? I'm too stupid. What do you mean, what is R without the V? RV? RV. Dude. What are you saying? Please explain to me. I want to know. Oh no. Don't cash. Okay. Oh. You know what? I'm gonna check out what the fuck that is right now. I'm checking what the fuck that is right now. I'm so curious that I'm gonna go and see what the fuck you cast in right there. Okay, so I'm about to find out. Viewer rewards, channel points, manage rewards. Alright, let me see. My fucking god, you want me to dance? You want me to fucking dance? Oh my god. I can't. Okay, so listen. It's dancing. Listen. You already said. Alright, you said it. It's not. You said it. I didn't say it. You said it. You're just testing. Alright, so for everyone watching this, Obi was just testing. It's not real. Okay? You were just testing. You said that. Well, too bad. You don't get a dance. And you know, it would be very fun. Like, what the fuck is wrong with my microphone? Hey, listen. There we go. Okay. So, because if you weren't just testing, which you were, you said so, I would have to dance in my underwear right now because I'm not wearing, like, because of that. I'm not gonna show you anymore, but like, because of that accident with a tequila bottle, it all went on my table and on my skirt. So my skirt is in the laundry, which I'm going to do tomorrow morning. But now I'm not wearing anything. Yeah, I'm not gonna dance in my underwear. I'm sorry. Twitch is gonna fucking murder me if I do that. Okay? Plus imagine all those people, like, holy shit, you're gonna ruin some keyboards there. Do you really want to do that? Think about it. Do you really want people ruining their keyboards? They're gonna be sticky for days. You don't want that. Trust me. But so... Good music, by the way. Fucking good music. Yeah, if I dance now, you know, me and Twitch, we're good friends. If I dance now, we're not gonna be good friends anymore. I am already on thin ice. Which, legitimately, it's still there. It's thin, but it's still there. Because I'm not inebriated, I'm not intoxicated. Alright? I'm very coherent. So I didn't need to have any labels, right? For drinking, for example. For legal intoxication. And I'm also not being vulgar or profane. And I'm also not focusing on anything suggestive or sexual. If I dance, some of those things are gonna change. And then Twitch is gonna be on my ass. And not in a fun way, I don't think. So I don't want that. Let me see what you're saying there. I'm really thinking about making an Asura as a Necro, and I had an interesting name. Yeah? What kind of name? Go for it. What kind of name? God, this is the longest I've been on camera on stream. It's pretty fucking crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. I said earlier I was discussing you and like I was discussing you and Dev, and I was like, you guys are our Guild Wars 2 power couple, and now you're hitting me with Dev's wife. Checks out. Okay. Alright. I see. I'm gonna be honest, it's cringe. Don't do it. I'm gonna be honest. It's a bit cringe, don't do it. But at the same time, you know, I'm not gonna stop you if you wanna do that. But as your bestie, I have to say, that's kind of cringe. For a name. Because if nothing else, yeah, no. Because if nothing else, then people are gonna be like, oh, the person playing this is into Asura and named their character Dev's wife. And so, you know, the person is playing it is Dev, and this Asura character, they see it as their waifu. It's just don't do it. Just don't fucking do it, okay? Not only is it not true, it's also cringe. Yeah, just don't fucking do anything like that. My personal recommendation as your bestie, as your girl breastie. Oh my god, I mean your bestie, okay? Forget breast. We're not having any girl breasties, okay? Breasty. Hit. Can we not repeat that word? And also Neris, if you have to go, I wish you good night and I will follow soon. I think I'm gonna have like maybe 10 more minutes in which I will not use my camera. In fact, I'm gonna turn off my camera right now. And then I'll have another 10 minutes of worth of stream. And I think this stream has been pretty cool, and so it doesn't need anything else, right? And what I'll do before like closing is like I'm gonna grab you in my arms. I'm gonna go like mwah, and that's it. Okay, that's the most you're gonna get from me. And yeah, good luck with that. I hope I didn't cause any accidents. And yeah, it's just 10 minutes and then I'm out of here. No joke. And I'm gonna reward me for being a good girl with some fucking chicken wings. Which, like, you know, you guys should be buying me that, but you know what? I'm okay, I'm generous. So I'm gonna buy that myself. So I'm just gonna do that real quick, and at least I hope so. Is there like, yeah, there we go, okay. And I can't show you, like, I can't really stream me ordering this shit because I don't think that's allowed. But yeah. Alright, that's done. So I can now put you off BRB. Since that fucking shit is done. And when my food is here, that's when I'm gonna fucking disappear, okay? And I'm not gonna use my camera anymore, which is why I smooch you. I hope you're like, you know, I hope you had enough time to, you know, to pay tribute to my lips. But like, why is your chicken fucking Well, at least Alex is, like this new guy, Alex, right? Replied to Neris is like, sorry, been busy in real life yesterday, so that's a good sign. Like, you know, he's fucking answering. That's good. Damn. Yeah, it is good to have them, I fucking agree. And I miss the taste, like I haven't had like anything like that for fucking ages. I've only been having home cooked. It's like, yeah, you need to, you know, sometimes fucking have some fun. Fuck it, it's my cheat day, Monday, or a shittiest day ever. I'm gonna turn it around with some drink and some fucking chicken wings. It's fucking trailer park all over. You can't decide if you can make an engineer or a necro. Who the fuck knows? Right now, I can't decide if I wanna, like, I don't know. I can't decide in general right now. So I'm not much help, you know. Like, don't ask me to decide on stuff right now, or help with deciding. Right now, I'm like, dude, I'm loving just chilling with you. I had a good time. This stream was fucking tight. I liked the stream. I don't care if anybody else didn't like it. I liked it. I'm pretty fucking chill right now. I'm vibing to the whole thing. I don't know. Fucking good. But you know what needs to be done? I need to bring my mouse mat back because by now it's gonna be dry. And before I do that, I need to clean up once more, just one last pass. Make sure there's no fucking, you know, dried up tequila on my desk because I fucking hate that shit. And I'm a clean person, and so that's what I'm gonna do. So give me a sec. But I'm not gonna mute myself, so yeah. There we go. Okay, one last pass before I put my mouse mattress back down here. Just make sure there's no fucking Wrong button! This is the right button. This unmutes me. The other one uses the camera, but there is nothing to see because like I already covered my camera. And anyway, my mousepad is back and it's relatively dry and ready to use. So that's good news, I guess. And my chicken is here. So... you know what that means, right? Despite the great music, this is stopping right now. And despite the great music, I'm gonna have to leave you to enjoy my fucking dinner. Probably watching something on the side. And, you know, I hope that you have an equally amazing night. You have a great evening and that you're enjoying like some big dinner. And I hope you had fun. And I know there wasn't any gaming, but at least I said perhaps in the description, like the description says, taking a look at a few things, which we did. And then it says, perhaps switching to games. Perhaps. Kishash, you know, it didn't happen. What happened was much better. I just love chilling with you guys, so, you know, that's better to me. And we can always game tomorrow, we can enjoy Skyrim tomorrow, and that's it. So, with that in mind, thank you for watching. Have a great evening, just like Obi said. Yeah, thank you for the follow, Fuzzy. Wait, let me see, was that the name? Am I wrong? Give me a sec. I'm gonna check it out. Fuzzy, yeah. Hey, Fuzzy, thank you. Weird fucking biceps message, but you know, I'm not gonna judge you. Thank you for the follow. And at least you weren't the fucking advertising bot, you know, quote unquote. So I'll take that. And as for the rest, have a great night. Try not to miss me too much until tomorrow. Zai, I hate you for cashing in the drinking thing, but also that was lovely. And Enfer, I hate you for the camera thing, but like, yeah, I have to get used to it, so thank you. And Kat, thank you for showing up, and also Obi and Neris, always thank you, always a delight to have you around. And I'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna try to sleep early, and you should try that too. So for now, I'm gonna go. Bye bye.